We're going all the way back to the fall and winter of 1976 for this one. I know I'm old, and granted it's an old story as well, but I promise you it's quite a good one. In the summer of 76, my stupid self decided to move out to California. It was a well-meaning venture, I assure you, but a failed one in every conceivable aspect. I'd moved back to Arkansas in less than a year after I'd moved out there. It might have also had something to do with the roommate I had when I was living in Sacramento. I was kind of a latecomer to the hippie movement. Too young for the Summer of Love or the Vietnam protests, but seeing what the war did to my old man was just awful. I was young, real young when he came back, but I remember how different he was, like a little piece of him was lost over there somehow. It wasn't until the mid-70s that I got a wild hair up my butt to move out to San Francisco. My old man said he'd give me $100 in bus money if I stayed in high school long enough to graduate, so I did. That same summer, I headed out to San Fran on a Greyhound bus, only I never quite made it. I stopped to see a guy I used to go to camp with in Sacramento, and just sorta stayed there instead. His parents offered me their spare room until I had enough money to carry on to San Francisco. Living there made me feel like a bum, though, so after squirreling away my first 2 paychecks, I decided to move into a shared apartment with 2 strangers. I met up with the landlord at the house in question, and we did a little walk around. He showed me where I'd be staying, and the place was fairly nice. 3 separate bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and all the ground floor facilities you could imagine. Kitchen, laundry room, TV room, garage. The rent was also enticingly low, considering it was such a nice place. Both guys who lived there currently were out at work at the time, so I did not get to meet any of them in advance. Obviously, I also was not permitted to mosey around in either of their bedrooms, so I didn't really get a sense of their personalities or anything about them, really. Boy, was that about to change. Fast forward to a week later, I'd moved into the free room and met the 2 guys I'd be living with. One guy was named Richard, and the other was named Brad. Richard was kind of weird and untidy, but he mostly kept to himself. Brad was much more friendly and outgoing. Thing is, Brad was moving out at some point over the following 2 weeks, and he wanted to give me the skinny on Richard before he left. Immediately, he asked me how badly did I actually need the room I was staying in. I told him real bad. It was either there or being homeless for the foreseeable future. Brad sorta leaned in. He told me that Richard could be cool when he wanted to be, but he was definitely a few cards short of the full deck. I asked him what he meant by that, and he just replied, "You'll see. Keep your eye out for other apartments in the meantime." The B generally has some good listings. At first, I figured I'd waded into some slightly bitter roommate rivalry or some politics disagreement or something that I wanted nothing to do with. I couldn't exactly take sides after having been there for a grand total of 5 minutes. I decided to leave things be, but it turned out Brad was absolutely right. Richard was way weirder than I'd thought he was, and not even weird in a fun hippie type way. First time I noticed was when I walked into the kitchen and saw Richard was sat at the table reading a newspaper while balancing an orange on top of his head. I asked him what he was doing, and he replied immediately that he was absorbing vitamin C. I laughed, thinking he was telling a joke, but when I turned to look at him, he was deadly serious. I tried to explain that that's not how nutrition works. He immediately snapped back, telling me not to lecture him about what goes on in his body. It was his body, and he knew best about it. Naturally, I was just like, okay, dude, whatever you say. Being as non-confrontational as possible. That incident really showed me that Brad had been right. Richard was crazy. The extent of his craziness I had no idea, but I sure was about to find out. Richard's behavior remained just curiously strange until the time that Brad moved out. It wasn't anything too scary so far, just stuff that made you roll your eyes or shake your head. At one point, I remember us eating dinner in front of the TV, and Richard just kind of sat there and stared into space for a moment, then checked his own pulse and said his heart stopped beating. Brad seemed to have learned how to deal with such strange behavior, because he falsely expressed some mild concern before suggesting Richard go take a nap, which he then did. After Brad moved out, I discovered he'd been the only thing keeping a lid on Richard's behavior. The very same day he left, Richard immediately took a turn for the worse. Like I mentioned, I was working part-time in Sacramento, working 5-hour shifts 4 days a week, over at a nearby grocery store. One day, I got back from my shift to find Richard standing over the bathroom sink, looking into a piece of broken mirror that he'd propped up against the counter. He was shaving all of his hair off with a straight razor. "Getting a new haircut, buddy?" I remember asking him. "No, it's my skull. I think it's fractured." "Well, you better get down to the hospital then. I hear those can be quite serious." I'd pretty much adopted Brad's approach wholesale by that point. Kindly acknowledge and disengage. Richard responded by telling me that not only was his skull fractured, he could feel something moving around under his skin. I'm no doctor, but I was 99% sure that that was not a good sign. I took a look at his request, and there was no bruising, no blood, not anything. He was just having another one of his hypochondriac health scares. I remember one time at dinner, he dropped me a compliment on my sausage gravy. Somehow, he managed to ruin the moment, though, by saying something like, "You're a real good cook. Much better than my mom. She used to try and poison me." Again, like the thing with the orange, I thought he was cracking a joke, so I laughed. Just like the thing with the orange, though, he stared at me totally straight-faced, and I realized he wasn't kidding at all. This time, he was actually kind of offended that I didn't take him seriously. That's the first time I saw Richard's mean side come out. He stared at me, grasping his knife so hard his fist started shaking. For a moment, I was actually scared he was going to lunge at me and stab me from across the table. Instead, he picked up his plate, cleared it, and then marched off to his room. A few hours later, he apologized for being so rude. I forgave him, and the cycle began anew. He'd act perfectly normal for a while. Then some weird outburst would occur, making me reconsider Brad's suggestion to keep an eye out for a new apartment. Until I could get more hours, though, that just wasn't an option for me. If you remember, I moved into the apartment during the fall, and Richard's behavior had been, at worst, amusingly bizarre for the majority of my stay. The closer we got to Christmas, though, the more he seemed to be slipping further and further into some downward spiral, and this turned out to be one he'd never fully recover from. Definitely made worse by the use of recreational drugs. Like I said, late-blooming hippie here. When Richard suggested we get our hands on some pot and LSD, I just thought, groovy. I didn't really stop to consider that that might be a terrible idea, given his already problematic psychological issues. I actually kind of thought drugs might help him, but that turned out to be total naivete. Like I said, I thought a trip or two might help Richard, give him a little perspective, but it seemed to spark some sort of fire in him. He didn't just use them recreationally, he started to use them habitually. He tripped every night for a week, until I literally had to hide away the dropper of acid I'd bought for us. When he finally came out of it, he was all kinds of messed up. I heard him coming down for breakfast. When he walked into the kitchen area, I looked up, and he was as naked as the day he was born. Obviously, I screamed at him to put some clothes on. He just ignored me. I was getting more and more uncomfortable as he sat down to eat. I couldn't bring myself to eat in front of this naked man like that, so I got up and walked out. Huge mistake. Because I didn't properly address the whole nudity thing, he took that as him having a free pass. With infuriating frequency, he'd stumble around the house totally nude, taking pills and downing bottles of Jack Daniels. The final straw was coming home finding him making cocktails. Like I said, I walked into the house one day and heard the blender in the kitchen whirring. I waited for the break in the whirring to call out to him. As I walked into the TV room, he had to walk that way to get to the kitchen. I asked him what he was making, and he just replied cocktails in this dull, flat tone to let me know he was completely wasted. When I entered the kitchen, there was this strong odor of whiskey, along with something else. It appeared he'd attempted to clean up after himself, but he hadn't been completely thorough. On the plain white countertop, I could still make out what looked like streaks of thick red liquid. I ran my finger over a patch of it, rubbing it together between my fingertips. It had a distinctly sticky texture to it. "Richard," I said, "is this blood?" He immediately went quiet. I got this sudden urge to lift up the lid of the trash can, but at the same time I was also filled with dread. Whatever or whoever that blood belonged to, there'd surely be remnants of it in the trash. In fact, upon seeing a small bloody fingerprint on the trash can's lid, I was sure I'd find some remains. Of course, I opened up the trash to see a blood-soaked paper bag with what was clearly a stripy raccoon tail sticking out of it. During the mother of all arguments that followed when I asked him what he was doing, he tried to palm me off with an excuse that I've never forgotten. He briefly stopped the blender and said, "It's gonna stop my heart from shrinking." He then carried on grinding up this brown mess of soda, ice, and what I could only assume was raccoon parts. This crazy guy thought he had some rare medical condition where his heart was basically wasting away, and the only cure was to blend up the organs of trapped animals with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola. Like I said, that was the final straw. By that time, another guy was living there with us too. We discussed giving Richard a kind of ultimatum, either shape up or ship out, but considering he'd reached the point of butchering animals and eating them raw in this stage of madness, we agreed the best thing to do was to get out of there. I called up my old camp buddy that night and begged my way back into his parents' spare room. I carried on working at the subway for a time, got some more hours, and since I wasn't paying rent in my buddy's parents' place, I got some bus money and a security deposit, much easier than before. I heard no more of Richard for a time. I finally left in January of '77 and never looked back. Cut to just over 2 years later, I think about March of 1979. I was living back with my parents in Little Rock, and I cleaned up my act. I was working at another grocery store, with my mind set on applying to colleges. Sometimes I used to get up real early and head down to the grocery store at around 6:30 to help the owner prep for opening hours. A small part of that was unpacking and arranging newspapers near the smaller front counter. I used to take my time with this particular job, sipping my coffee and flicking through all the reports and sports sections, away from the prying eyes of the owner, away in his office counting money or something. One morning, I caught a headline. It said, "Albany Killer's Trial Date Set." Obviously, that's not the sort of headline you read every day, so I started reading the article to get more details. Guess whose name I saw? Yep, just a few lines down, my insane, crazy old roommate, Richard Chase. There was even a little picture of him in the margin. Clear as day, it was the same guy I lived with for the better part of 5 months. This is all from memory, so you'd have to ask Google for all the specific details. Here's what I know, though. After I left the home I shared with Richard, his condition worsened greatly over the course of the year, until finally, in the winter of '77, he committed his first murder by randomly shooting a guy in the street. A few weeks later, he tried a home invasion, only the family was not home, so he could not hurt anyone. He decided to wait until they did get home, but he got nervous and turned tail and ran. A short time later, he tried another home, and this time he killed a pregnant woman. Here's the really messed up part. Before sleeping with her corpse, he put dog feces in the poor girl's mouth. It makes you wonder what goes through a man's head to do something absolutely insane like that. I followed the case for a while after, and I was happy when I heard he got the death penalty for the things he did. He ended up taking his own life before they could get him to the gas chamber, though. Figured he wanted to go out on his own terms. The only thing that messes with me is that some people say he wasn't crazy, that he knew what he was doing when he killed those people and did those awful things to them. I'm not saying that he didn't deserve punishment. That's not what I'm saying at all. Heck, I'd kick the chair out from under the guy in a hot minute if he gave me the chance. But the only thing that's crazy is saying that he ain't. You understand me? I live with that man. I ate with him. I knew him. The cheese slid off that boy's cracker a long time before he started killing. He was as crazy as a dog in a hubcap factory the entire time I knew him. And although what he did was a tragedy, it wasn't entirely surprising either. I feel lucky to have gotten out when I did. Hang around for another year and it might have been me getting shot dead on the side of the road. Way back when I was in my mid-20s in the late 1980s, I used to be hardcore into hiking and camping. Given that my home state of Rhode Island is about the size of a postage stamp, relatively speaking, I exhausted a lot of the more local campgrounds pretty quickly and began to long for something a little wilder. I've heard a lot of great things about the Appalachian Trail, how hiking it was a real badge of honor for a lot of people who shared my passion for the outdoors. My uncle, on my dad's side, had hiked the whole thing over the course of a summer back in the 50s, and he basically never shut up about it. Whenever he'd see me and the subject of hiking came up, he made it sound absolutely magical, like there was true wilderness out there just waiting to be explored. I made up my mind to mimic the journey my uncle took over one summer. I couldn't get the time off work to walk the whole trail, mind you, but if I timed it right, I could walk the southern portion of the trail from Harper's Ferry to Asheville, North Carolina in just a couple of weeks, fulfilling a hiking dream I've had for what seemed like ages. In the summer of 1989, I traveled down to Harper's Ferry by bus and by train, with all my hiking and camping gear on my back. After picking up a few final supplies, I hiked up onto the Appalachian Trail and kicked off the journey of a lifetime. Needless to say, the first few days were pretty tough, but I soon got used to the level of strain. I'm telling you now, I've never been as hungry or tired as I was on those first few nights up in Appalachia. I brought a hammock with me as I'd heard some pretty intense stories about the bugs down in West Virginia. Nasty little beasties. Things like assassin bugs, bugs that have spikes for mouths, or cow killer ants whose stings are so painful that they're said to have taken down actual cows once or twice. I was sure that had to be a rumor, but it was intimidating nonetheless. Every night after my day's hike, I'd take out my hammock and tie it up between two trees before getting some shut-eye. It didn't make for the comfiest night's sleep I'd ever had, but I wasn't complaining, especially if it kept the black widows off me. Since I was out in the woods most nights without cover, every little hoot or squawk from a nocturnal animal would wake me up. It was irritating for sure, but part and parcel with being out there bonding with nature. This one night, I woke up pretty sure I'd heard some rustling leaves close by. I shifted my hammock, peering over my shoulder, and felt my blood run cold. I saw this big, dark shape looming over me. I froze for a moment, feeling my eyes adjust to the darkness. I could tell that it was a person, just standing there statue still, staring at me. In one fluid motion, I rolled out of my hammock and hit the ground running, bolting off into the trees. I didn't care who it was standing over me. Whoever does that kind of thing definitely did not have the best intentions, and I wasn't about to stick around to make some small talk either. I ran a safe distance into the woods, caught my breath, and circled around. I started to sneak back toward my camp area. My intention was to make sure it was clear before gathering up my things and moving on to a safer spot. I took it slowly, scanning the darkness for any sign of the shadowy figure. Eventually, I found my way back to camp, only to discover it was deserted, with all my gear seemingly untouched. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that whoever had been standing over me had just backed off to watch from a distance and was waiting for me to come back and grab my things before ambushing me. If they weren't there to steal something from me, there was obviously something else they wanted, and I dreaded to think what exactly that was that it could be. Regardless, I grabbed up my stuff and got out of the area without anyone managing to sneak up on me. The next few days, I moved hard and fast, exhausting myself in my attempt to get as far away from the area as possible. After that, I figured I was safe. No one had bothered me during the previous few days hiking, so I figured I'd be okay from there on out. I was wrong, though. Hideously wrong. Every single night since that incident, I had been struggling to get to sleep. I kept picturing that person standing over me, staring down at me in the darkness. I had no idea how long they'd been there, or what they had in mind for me. I was just glad to be able to get out of the area, but I still couldn't start to feel safe again. I bought some fishing line from a sporting goods store in one of the small towns I passed through on my way down the trail. I actually set up some tripwires that ran between the trees close to where I was camping. Then I also strung a couple empty cans of beans together. Whoever snagged their foot on that wire would make the clans clank together, alerting me of their presence immediately. I had one big scare when a fox snagged the line one night. I rolled out of my hammock, knife in hand, ready to take on whoever was about to creep up on me, only to find the little furry guy scurrying away into the night. I ended up laughing to myself about that one. After that, I stopped sleeping with a knife in hand. All it would have taken was one little slip and I'd be in a world of trouble. About a week had gone by since that night. I had just about gotten over the whole shadowy figure in the night incident. I had to be almost 100 miles away from where it had taken place initially. I'd had no trouble at all in any of the other nights, and save the incident with Mr. Fantastic Fox that scared the life out of me, nothing else had happened at all. I started being able to sleep again without much trouble. One night, though, I woke up suddenly to find I couldn't move properly. I couldn't bring my arms up from my sides at all, and the material from the hammock seemed to be pushed up right into my face. I was cocooned by it, like the fabric was wrapped around my entire body. This only just registered in my half-awake brain when I heard the sound of fabric snapping. Boom, I hit the dirt completely, knocking the wind out of me. I had no idea what was going on. I struggled to break out of the hammock, only I couldn't do so. I felt someone dragging the hammock across the forest floor. Then it hit me. Whoever was dragging me across the ground right now had wrapped me up with my own hammock with some kind of cord. They cut the ropes tying me to the tree and were proceeding to drag me off to God knows where. I screamed at the top of my lungs for whoever was out there to let me out, but no one responded. All I could hear was the sound of the fabric rustling against the forest floor. I knew I had to think fast, or whatever was going on would not end well for me at all. Like I said, I had stopped sleeping with my knife in my hand or nearby me in my hammock, because that was just an accident waiting to happen. Because of this, I had absolutely nothing handy to cut through the material and make my escape. Or so I initially thought. In a flash, I had an idea. A few years back, my dad had gifted his old wristwatch to me. It was a reliable thing, but I had just one complaint about it. The little latch that kept it tied to my wrist was worn with age and was actually fairly sharp from the years of use. I'd managed to accidentally poke myself a few times with it in the process of picking it up or putting it on. One time, it actually drew blood. I knew immediately what I had to do. I unbuckled my watch as quickly as I could, which wasn't easy considering I was getting dragged along the ground in the pitch darkness. I pinched the sharp clasp between my thumb and index finger, and when I did, I raked it against the fabric of the hammock. It was just as effective at cutting canvas as it was with cutting my skin, although it took a few good tries. It didn't take very long, though, until I could see the glow of the silvery moonlight from the other side. I kept cutting as quietly and quickly as I could, until there were so many cuts that I could rip myself out of the cocoon like a terrified newborn bursting outward. Excuse the analogy, but in retrospect, that's exactly what it seems like happened, because I was born again that night. I got a second chance at living escaping that hammock. I know that staying in it would have meant death for me. For the second time in about 10 days, I found myself now bounding through the dark woods. Only, now the terror far dwarfed what I had felt the first time around. I don't even know how I managed to escape. Assuming it was the same figure standing over me the first night, they had somehow managed to track me for over 100 miles and sneak past all my tripwires. They were a far better woodsman than I was, probably physically fitter too. I just know by the time I reached a house with its lights on, I turned to look behind me. As I was banging on the door, there was no one else around. The family who lived there were kind enough to help put me up for the night. After that, I called the local sheriff, who came out in the morning to help me retrace my steps through the woods. We found my camp, but not the hammock, and although I told him everything in excruciating detail, I could tell he was skeptical of my story. He even suggested that I'd gotten lost and frightened in the dark and had ended up jumping at shadows, maybe even had a bad dream that seemed a little too vivid because of lack of proper rest. I knew that it was real, though, just in the way my palms were sweating. I'm really certain that night did happen. I remember everything. I never did finish that dream hike. The next day, I caught a bus back towards Harper's Ferry and took the train all the way back to Providence. I've only ever told a handful of people what happened out on that trail. I figured not many would really believe me. They'd just think I was telling a campfire tale or something. I didn't tell my hiking uncle for the longest time either. I thought that he'd just gloat or whatever and tell me I didn't have it in me to do something that tough. When I finally did share my story, though, I got a reaction that I definitely wasn't expecting. He just nodded and told me that there were some nights he didn't think he'd make it out alive either. That there are people who live in those mountains, who've been outlaws for generations, who live outside of society and outside of the natural order of things. He'd had some pretty close calls himself at times, bumping into people who weren't nearly as friendly as the majority of West Virginians, and sometimes seeing things that he knew well he wasn't meant to see. Just what those things were, he didn't seem to want to say. I always told myself I'd try my little Appalachian adventure another time, maybe when I'm a little older and a little wiser, and when I've got something a little more to defend myself with. The trail will still be waiting for me after all, but then again, so might whoever tried to drag me off that night. There was this old house that was set on a hill outside of the town I grew up in. As far as I'm aware, even now, there was no one who ever truly lived inside that house. By that I mean no one officially. There may have been vagrants or homeless people that stayed there every now and then. There might also have been people who were dared to spend the night there. The reason for this was because it was well thought in the town that the house was haunted. Every now and then, someone would be dared to stay overnight. Of course, the house wasn't really haunted, and nothing bad ever happened to any of the people who stayed there. At most, they came out with a new story to tell, which probably was not very true to begin with. If you were driving into town, you would see this house immediately, sitting up on the hill all alone. It was a pretty big place, and I still have no idea who owned the property. It was nestled nicely into the trees, and in my own opinion, was even scarier than the house from the Psycho movies. When I was younger, we used to dare each other to go up to the house and knock on the door. None of my group of friends ever even made it up to the porch. We couldn't dare to go even as a group. That's how scared we were of that place. Lots of boys got mocked by the others when they eventually chickened out. The only way to get out of being made fun of was to find someone new to make fun of instead. Luckily, when I was much younger, all of my friends were just as much of chickens as I was. Nobody dared to tell each other to go up to the house because we were scared that we would be dared next. Our only option would be to chicken out. When I entered high school, though, I began hanging out with different friends than I had before. They were a bit more of a popular clique, so I felt I was moving up in the world. I never thought by hanging out with them, though, that I would stumble upon the scariest moment of my life. My new friends and I were walking along the rural road outside of town. We had been out there for all day, and the sun had been setting. It was still relatively early, because it was mid-fall at the time. In fact, one of the reasons we'd been out that day was because we enjoyed watching the falling leaves. When we got up to the fence that cut off the land the house was on from the road, all of my friends began talking about it. We were sharing all the old stories we'd heard about the place. I don't remember any of them specifically. However, I can still picture the house in my mind on the side of the hill there. On that day, most of the trees on that property were already bare, which made the house look even more frightening. They were definitely deader than the trees on the other hills, which were all still shedding their leaves. I don't recall exactly how it got started, but my new friends dared me to break into the home, go up to the second-floor window, and wave to them. They could probably tell that I was already too scared to even consider doing such a thing. But the way they prodded me, it was almost like they were telling me I had to, or they wouldn't be friends with me any longer. I was told that I should be able to get in through the back door. So I walked up to the house and got myself over into the side yard. Even walking around the house was scarier than I could have ever imagined. It was rotting and decaying, and every gust of wind sent a cold shiver down my spine. The back porch was in better condition than the front one. I noticed that the back door had a broken window on it. However, I couldn't see inside. There were old curtains hanging on the inside of the window blocking the view. I went up to the door and tried the handle. Of course, it wouldn't turn. It was locked. I almost considered giving up and telling my friends I couldn't get in. However, I didn't want to face the ridicule that I would if I did. The broken window was one of 6 small pieces of glass in the door. The one that was broken out was close to the doorknob. I figured that must have been how people got in before. I reached in and unlocked the door that way. Slowly, I reached in and grabbed for the doorknob. I didn't think about moving the curtain and peering in first. In retrospect, I really wish I had. Instantly, someone grabbed my wrist as my hand entered. I struggled at first, but they were too strong for me to pull away from. I cried out, hoping my friends would come and help me, but there was really no hope of that happening. While I kept trying to pull my arm away, I looked up at the door. I wasn't able to see much, but whoever had my hand was looking out from behind the curtain. Their face was scary. I could only see it partially, maybe a fourth of it, but what I could see was pale, wrinkled, and looking down on me. I assumed whoever it was had to be pretty big and strong. I began panicking even harder. I tried like crazy to pull my arm loose and get free. After panicking and screaming, the figure finally let go of my arm. I fell down hard on the floor, but I didn't stay there for long. I got up, running down the steps and through the side yard. I slid and fell on the leaves at one point, and almost a second time as well. I could see all my friends there laughing at me. Needless to say, they were surprised when I ran right past them without even looking back. In fact, I was the first of us to make it over the fence and take off down the road. My friends hadn't seen anything, but they could tell how scared I was. They came after me, but I didn't stop running until I couldn't anymore. We didn't tell anyone what happened. I mean, we were trespassing after all, and my friends did not at all hold it against me for running either. I think they all knew they would have done the same in my place. I grew up in a very beautiful country home. I lived my entire life there until I moved out for college. My father had built it himself before I was born. He was a carpenter. I liked being there during all seasons of the year, but I have to admit that autumn was always my favorite period of time. Things were just so beautiful there, with the leaves turning all colors and falling all over the place. There was a fall day, however, where it wasn't exactly what I would call beautiful in any way. It was very wet and blustery. I didn't know what was falling harder, the leaves or the rain, but it didn't matter because it was a weekend day, so at least I didn't have to go out into that and go to school. I did have some schoolwork to do, though, so I stayed in my bedroom, which was on the second story of the home, and did my homework at my desk. My parents were not at home. They both worked long hours on the weekend, so I was home alone. This was a very usual thing, and it didn't bother me at all, even when the weather outside was as dark and creepy as it was on this day. My room faced the front of the house. My desk was right under the front window in my room, so it looked out over the front lawn and driveway. While I was studying, I would occasionally glance up and out the window at the mix of weather going on outside. I actually found it calming and an aid to my studies. I could see all the way down our driveway and out to the road that went past our house. When I looked up at one point, though, I noticed someone walking along the road. It didn't mean much to me at the time, so I didn't pay it much mind. People in the area were always taking walks down that road. It did seem a bit weird that they were doing it while the weather was so bad, but some people like to take walks in bad weather too. I went back to studying until a few moments later, when I was trying to answer a focus question at the end of the chapter I was reading. I looked up again briefly and saw the person who was walking now standing at the entrance of our driveway. They were no longer moving at all at that point, standing still and looking at my home. This made me curious. We did live in a beautiful home, so they may have just been admiring it though. As I began to look back at my work, I noticed they had begun slowly moving up our driveway. I wondered who this could be. I wasn't anxious or anything. I assumed it was someone that we knew, who must have a legitimate reason for being in our yard. I couldn't reconcile the body dimensions of the person with anyone that I could think of though, and for some reason I couldn't make out their features very well either. As the person kept getting closer and closer, I tried my best to discern who this could be, but it was not working. I began wondering if this might be a salesman or someone like that. If they were, why would they be walking on foot though, especially on a day like today? When they got up close to the house, I expected them to go to the porch and knock on the front door. However, they slipped around the side. This was the first moment that I began to get scared, not being able to think of any valid reason they should be doing that. Suddenly, the power cut off altogether, and I immediately knew it was because of that person. There was a box and switch on that side of the home that would cut the power in the entire house. Not knowing what exactly to do, but now being really scared, I went and grabbed my rifle out of the closet. I'd had the rifle for several years, as I occasionally enjoyed hunting with my dad. I loaded it up, hoping that I was just overreacting. I crept down the stairs to the first floor, feeling nervous, but not feeling like I was in danger yet. I hadn't heard any noises that indicated someone might have broken in. On the first floor, I didn't see anything out the front door or the front windows. I decided to check the kitchen, which was at the back of the home. Going back there, I was stunned when I looked out the window of the back door. There was someone there, wearing a rubber clown mask and staring through the back door window. This wasn't a normal run-of-the-mill clown mask either. It was definitely a horror one, deliberately made to be scary. The person was covered in wet leaves, which made them look even more intimidating. They lifted their hand up and waved at me as I stood there stunned. I'm not afraid of clowns, mind you, but I am afraid of mysterious people wearing masks and shutting down my electricity while my parents aren't home. Maybe he would have chosen to wear that mask because a lot of people are afraid of clowns, and he was trying to scare me. I pulled up the rifle and pointed it right at him. He immediately changed his wave to a goodbye and quickly disappeared. I grabbed the kitchen phone and called my dad at work. He was a mechanic and owned his own shop, so he told me he would come home right away. He insisted I stay inside. I listened to him, but it was difficult. I had my rifle, so I wasn't scared of going out and confronting the guy, but I waited until my dad got home. He searched around the area and wasn't able to find anyone, but that was no surprise. He worked in town, and it was a bit of a long drive to get to our house from there. He didn't find anyone. Whoever that person was, they were very lucky. My dad could be a bit of a violent guy when he wanted to, and there's no telling what he would have done if he got his hands on that guy. The clown never came back, so we never found out who it was. We eventually chalked it up to a random event with a random a-hole, just trying to scare someone, but we never knew for sure. I grew up in a small town and lived out in the country. My mom and I were coming home from Walmart really late one night and decided to take the back way home. I still had my learner's permit, so I wanted to take a road with less traffic. Anyone who ever lived or has been to the country knows how creepy those roads can get at night. I remember I was going around a curve right before a one-lane bridge. I slowed down in case I had to stop for something, when out of nowhere, a woman jumped right in front of me onto the driver's side of my car and started pounding on the windshield. Her mouth was moving, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. My mom started freaking out and told me not to stop and just keep driving. I kept going and she slid off. We both looked back to see where she was, and no one was there. To this day, my mom and I still remember it clearly. It turns out that apparently there's a legend about a woman who died around that bridge area, and supposedly she comes out late at night. I still get goosebumps to this day just thinking about it. It was 11 o'clock at night. My SO was driving us back from his job. This was usually how this worked for us back then. He drove me to work, dropped that car off during my lunch break, took a bus to his job, and then I'd pick him up at the end of his shift. We usually took the same back road every time, because it was a straight shot to the main roads that took us home. We were in the left-hand lane of this two-lane road, cruising at 45 miles per hour, listening to the radio, and chatting about what we were going to do when we got home. It was such a nice night. All of a sudden, though, we heard the sound of screeching tires behind us, and they sounded close by. We looked into the mirrors to see what was going on. The very bright headlights of a large truck or SUV were lighting up our entire rear window. I don't know what the other driver was doing, but they tried to brake and swerve onto the grassy median. They were going so fast that when their bumper made contact with our driver's side rear bumper, it forcibly increased our car's speed. I still remember the sound of that awful harsh rev and the immediate smell of a hot engine. A part of myself was really hoping my SO would be able to maneuver this okay. He's an amazing driver, but out of the corner of my eye, I watched the wheel jerk over to the right. He yelled out in a panic, and I began to panic as well. The car swerved right, gravity shifted, and we watched the ground just roll around us. The windshield caved in, glass and dirt showered us, and scents of hot oil and fuel assaulted our noses. The car had flipped forwards when it hit a concrete block for a drainage ditch, rolled once, and landed facing the opposite we were driving. The other driver was long gone. By far the scariest seconds of my life. There was nothing the authorities could go off of. We didn't see enough of the other car, and there were no cameras or anything to record the incident. The officers that looked over the skid marks on the road asked us if we had anyone that wanted to hurt us because the evidence at the scene made this look like it had been done on purpose. Every once in a while, I get really nervous driving and sort of relive it all. It's worse because we never got any justice either. I had to beg my bank for a loan and bought a car for $900 on Craigslist. It needs another major repair every single time we get something fixed. I miss my old car that was wrecked. That car saved our lives that day, and it was so sad to see her go. When I was in high school, one of my best friends was sleeping over on a Friday night. Naturally, we liked to stay up late and watch movies, gossip, eat snacks, etc. When we ran out of snack food, we decided to walk to the local gas station to get some more, like we'd done several times before. The station was about a mile away, so it made for a nice, brief outing. It was a good time, and we didn't have any problems like always. That is, until we were walking back to my home. It was very dark out, when suddenly we heard this low voice whisper, "Well, well, well. What do we have here? Two girls all alone out late at night. You could really get hurt like that. But not by me, of course." We frantically looked around for the source of this voice, and finally saw this very rough-looking guy on the road facing the other direction. We froze, and he just laughed at us. "You have a good night now, girls." We ran the whole way back to my house holding hands, and locked every door. Not much sleep was had that night. This was over 10 years ago. Every time I see a news story about a murder or an abduction, I consider how lucky we were to have gotten out of that situation unharmed. This happened just a couple weeks ago on a Friday. I had two friends in my car. We were coming back from a restaurant to celebrate finishing up the school play. I'd just dropped the first friend off and was now making the 4 to 5 mile drive to my second friend's home. It was down a narrow road that cut through some pretty dense woodlands. She was in the front seat, and we were listening to some ballads, just talking about life. It was nothing too out of the ordinary. I was driving behind a deep red pickup truck that had a motorcycle stored in the bed. I wasn't tailgating them or anything, even though the driver was going a bit slow for my taste and swerving around just a tad too much. I was about to reach this intersection that's not even a block away from my second friend's home when the guy suddenly pulled over for no reason. He just pulled over to the side of the road, about 1 or 2 car lengths from the blinking red light. As I passed him to stop up ahead, I saw his face. He was pretty generic looking, like any guy you'd see out walking on the street, but for some reason, he was staring right at us with fury in his eyes. He was so angry that it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I sensed something was not right here. My friend looked out the window and asked me, "What is he doing?" I looked at my rearview mirror, only to see the man getting out of his seat and pulling a ski mask over his face. He was wielding a huge, I'd say 10-inch knife in his hand. He started sprinting towards our car, almost reaching the passenger side. I screamed and slammed on the gas, driving around for a while. To my surprise, I could still see the man trying to chase my car for a few blocks until he knew he was not going to catch us on foot. I went down a few random roads to lose him, and when I got back to the intersection a few minutes later to finally drop my friend off, the man seemed to be long gone. My friend ran inside as soon as I let her out and locked her doors. I sped away from the area, but it was surely terrifying. I told the police and filled out a report as well. I don't think I'll ever be crossing that intersection if I can help it again. My parents were out one night, and my brother and I were home alone. We were probably 10 and 12 years old at that time. I remember there was a knock at the front door, and I heard a voice call out, "Pizza's here." I remember initially thinking it was my father playing a joke on us. I instinctively went to open the door, when suddenly it hit me. That wasn't my dad's voice, and we didn't order any pizza either. I said so out loud through the door. There was no reply, and no audible movement either. I went to my bathroom window, which allowed some vision of the footpath leading to the front of our property and to the front door. You couldn't see the door itself, though. Me and my brother waited for about 15 minutes, grabbing a baseball bat and some ornamental fireplace pokers, until eventually we saw the guy move away from the door and walk away. It was just some random guy with dark hair and a ponytail. He had a big dark coat on and was covering his face with a mask. There was no pizza in his hands either. One night when I was about 7 years old, I went to sleep at around 9:30 and got into the second level of my bunk bed. I soon fell asleep, but I was woken up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone whispering no repeatedly, as if they were in some deep pain. Thinking I just imagined it, I tried to go back to sleep, but that's when I began to hear the creaking of the wooden boards on the stairs slowly getting louder, and that whisper getting louder as well. I knew it couldn't be my parents because they were sleeping in the bed next to mine. Then I heard someone screaming, along with footsteps coming up the stairs, and again the whispering of no over and over. I slowly got out of bed and crept toward the ladder to get to the floor. I began to crawl towards the bedroom door in the dark, which had a full view of the stairs. I saw nothing moving in the dark nooks of the stairs, but now I heard the whisper coming from a room upstairs which nobody used. I silently crept toward the stairs, but I kept the lights off and began to creep down them so I could check the front door. Nothing seemed to be out of place. I turned on the living room lights, and that's when I saw it for an instant, the silhouette of 3 people outside the living room window. As soon as I'd seen them, though, they already fled. I proceeded to turn on every light in the house and wake up my parents to check all the rooms. We didn't find any evidence of anyone inside. I waited for it to be morning so we could check even further, but there was no evidence of anyone having been inside our house. It was such a strange and frightening occurrence. I was 25 and decided to take a trip into the city after my mom's passing. She died very unexpectedly, and I still lived with her at the time, so I really needed to get out of that house. Everything inside of it reminded me of her. I chose a hotel that had relatively good reviews, and the price for the room was way too good to pass up. I won't reveal the hotel's name for obvious reasons, the main one being I'm trying to forget this experience altogether, and even typing out its name is hard for me. The hotel had an old-world charm to it that instantly drew me in. As I checked in, I couldn't help but admire how clean everything was. It was the kind of place that you see in the postcards, and I was looking forward to getting my room and finally being able to relax after everything I'd been through that month. My room was on the second floor, and it was nice to see that it had a good view of the garden. The hotel staff was friendly and everything seemed perfect. It all started innocently enough. On the first night, I went down to the hotel's restaurant for dinner. As I sat alone at the corner table, I noticed a man at the bar. He was tall with messy hair and a pretty scruffy beard. He seemed to be in his 40s or so and was wearing a faded leather jacket and jeans. I don't know why I remember what he was wearing so well, but I do know I caught his eye for a moment and he gave me a nod. I'm a pretty awkward person, so I just looked away and pretended like I hadn't seen anything. The night went on, and I tried not to think too much about it. After dinner, I returned to my room and settled in for the night. I watched some TV, read a book, and eventually fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, though, things felt a little off. As I stepped out of my room and made my way towards the elevator, I noticed the exact same man from the night before. He was just leaning against the wall a few feet away from my room. His eyes immediately locked onto me, and it sent a shiver down my spine. It was not the good kind. I tried to shake off this uneasy feeling that I was getting, thinking it must all be a coincidence, but that voice in my head was telling me that something was off here. I should have listened to it. I decided to try and go about my day without being too paranoid, but being a woman all by myself and fairly small, paranoia is a bit of a requirement. I wanted to see the sights and explore the city, but no matter where I would go, I had this eerie feeling that someone was following me. I just couldn't escape the feeling of being watched. That night, I got back to the hotel and decided to have dinner in that restaurant again. I really didn't want to run into that dude once more, but the convenience of eating and being able to go straight up to your room was just way too tempting to pass up. I also hoped that being around other people would ease my nerves. As I sat down at my table, the same man walked in once again and sat down at the bar. This time he was a bit closer though, and he was facing me. He had a drink in his hand and was staring at me very intently. I tried not to look at him, but when someone is staring at you so hard and won't stop or even blink when you look back at them, you can't help but take a peek every so often to see if they're continuing to do so. After a short while, his face changed into a sort of smile that thoroughly creeped me out. I got up to leave and noticed he got up at the same time and began walking out after me. He was eerily close behind me as he did so. I swear, I could almost feel him breathing on the back of my neck as we walked. I tried asking the man nicely to stand a bit further back, but he just started to laugh. He followed me all the way up to my floor and stopped a few doors down from my room. I entered my room quickly, glancing back at him, and I noticed he was doing the same thing as before, just leaning against the wall, clearly waiting for me, or waiting to do something to me, all without saying a single word. I knew I probably shouldn't ignore it anymore. I was scared and confused. I decided to approach the hotel staff about the situation first, before I went so far as to just call the police. The man hadn't actually done anything to physically harm me, so I doubt there was anything they would have been able to do anyway. I explained my discomfort and the fact I had seen the man loitering near my room multiple times, and he seemed to be following me. They were understanding and assured me they would keep an eye on things. For the next couple of days, I stayed close to the hotel and inside my room for the most part. I even considered cutting my trip short. but I didn't want to let fear dictate my choices. This was supposed to be my time to heal, and I didn't want to let some weirdo ruin that. As a person traveling alone, I was determined to reclaim my sense of security. Unfortunately, every day I was there, I saw that guy. Sometimes he would be waiting in the lobby, other times in the hallway, or other times right outside my room. Occasionally, he would be at the restaurant. He even managed to show up at the gym the few times I'd randomly decided to work out. It was as if he was playing some twisted game of cat and mouse with me. I became increasingly paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder and wondering when and where he'd appear next. One night after I'd been there for about a week, I returned to my room after dinner and was shocked to find a note had been slipped under the door. The handwriting almost looked like it was hurried and barely legible. All it said was, "I was watching you." My heart raced as I read that note over and over again. I knew it had to have come from him. I immediately called the front desk and reported the note to staff, who told me they were taking the situation very seriously. They advised me to lock my door, stay in the room, and wait for them to check the security tapes. They assured me they'd find the man and get police involved if necessary. I sat in my room, waiting anxiously for anyone to tell me the man had been kicked out, or even that he'd been arrested. That I'd be okay somehow. Minutes turned into hours, and the sense of dread only intensified. What if the staff couldn't find the guy? What if he was waiting for me somewhere in the hotel? What if he was in my room? I just didn't know. It almost felt like I was being hunted. Finally, a knock at my door broke the silence. It was the hotel manager, along with the security guard. They informed me they had found the man, who was in the process of being escorted off the premises. They assured me that he would not be allowed back into the hotel, and that they were involving the police to be sure all necessary steps were being taken to resolve the issue. I was relieved, but still a bit shaken up. I thanked the hotel staff for their quick response, and for believing me when I told them something was wrong. I was later contacted by a detective who informed me the man had been arrested after they found many pictures of me in his coat pockets. It turned out the man had been stalking me for almost a year without me ever knowing. They investigated his apartment, and it was filled with pictures of me out on town, pictures of me doing everyday things. There were even candid shots of me at my mother's funeral, pictures of me in my house taken through my windows. I have no idea how I never noticed that someone was constantly following me. I guess realizing when I did, before he tried to do anything to hurt me, was better than realizing too late. He was charged with aggravated stalking. Looking back, this experience taught me the importance of trusting my instincts and taking action when I feel unsafe. I'm a 22-year-old woman who currently lives with my family, along with my current partner. I'm going to be keeping his name anonymous for privacy reasons. I had just come home late from work. It was about midnight or so when I had gotten home, and my family was already asleep. My boyfriend was still awake and waiting for me though. After getting out of my work clothes and into my PJs, him and I were relaxing with our cat when she started crying about wanting to go outside. I couldn't let her out the back door though, since I'd heard some dogs outside. It was about 2 a.m. or so. She just kept yapping and pawing at the door, so I decided to let her out the front door instead. She's an indoor and an outdoor cat. She only goes outside a few times a week though. She mostly likes to socialize with other cats or just roam around. I had opened the front door and walked out with her for a brief minute. As she walked out, I noticed she was staring out at the street behind our cars, out of the neighboring street. She kept walking, but then bolted the other way. I suddenly heard this weird grunting. I looked over and saw a figure of a man who I didn't know. He was dirty with messy hair, and he just wore a pair of jeans and a brown jacket. I saw him start approaching the door, and without saying anything, I started to back away, still facing him. As I reached the doorway, I noticed he began to walk a little faster toward me. I got inside just in time and locked the door behind me. I then heard what I imagined was him trying to open it. The doorknob wiggled violently, then it went quiet. I could still hear some shuffling from outside. Luckily, I had my phone on me, so I texted my boyfriend and told him what was going on. I then called my mom, waking her up, because I wasn't sure if her window was open that night, since her room was at the front of the house. This was way before we had any guns in the home, mind you. This happened to be occurring on the one night my father was out of town for a work project. After my mom woke up, she came out into the living room, and since we were both there, we felt it was safe to check out the window. We could see that the guy was still there. My mom jumped back away from the window, as I guess the man had made eye contact with her. We then saw a silhouette as the man began trying to peek into the house. He still wasn't saying anything, just mumbling and pacing around our door. My boyfriend came out with whatever he could find to use as a weapon, just in case it was needed. My mom called the police, explaining what I had told her, as well as what she had just experienced. The man was trying his best to peer inside our house. The cops then said they were sending out a patrol car to us. By the time the cops got to our house, though, the guy had managed to leave without making a sound. The cops showed up, and I gave them a full description of the man and told them anything I could remember. They decided to drive around a bit to see if they could find the man, down the street or anywhere in between, maybe even hiding around the outer areas of the house. It was all clear, thankfully. There were no other issues or anything going on that night, nor did the man ever come back. My cat eventually returned when they felt like it. I know this may not be that scary to a lot of you, but it was for me. I have my cat to thank, really, because I don't think I would have even realized there was a person there since it was so dark, and I didn't see him or even become aware of him until I was already headed back into the house. All I can say is stay safe out there and try to be aware of your surroundings. We've also gotten a new litter box and some toys, so my cat doesn't feel the need to wander out so much. I think it's much safer that way. In 2019, I did deliveries for a pizza place near my school. I'd work most days after class, so I could afford to pay for my car and rent. It wasn't a great job in any aspect, but it was good enough to get me through college without being completely broke. This night was no different than most in the beginning. I clocked in at 6 o'clock and delivered for 3 hours straight. Then I took my lunch break and started again at 9:30. I picked up the next order and started heading to the place. The address didn't look like a house, and the route it took me on to get there was not what I was expecting. It took me further out from town, away from most houses and stores, into this business center. It was an area full of small office buildings and absolutely nothing else. I drove down the road and couldn't really tell what any of the addresses were. I just followed the directions on the GPS and hoped it would take me into the right parking lot. When I turned, I drove in through a pretty long parking area until I reached the front of the building and could finally read the address. It matched up with the one on the order, but something was wrong here. The parking lot was completely empty, not even the street lights were on, and the office building had no signs of anyone being inside. I double-checked the address, thinking there must have surely been some sort of mistake, but everything checked out. I even tried searching it on Google for any places nearby with the same address, but no, this was it. I set my car in park and got out, glancing around before walking up to the door. It was a glass door with a dark tint covering it. I knocked and then took a step back and waited. It only took a moment before the door opened. There was a middle-aged man there, wearing some very casual clothes and holding a strange grin on his face. He was almost overly excited, He said he was so happy the food had finally arrived and that everyone was so hungry. I looked behind him, not seeing anyone else inside. There was only a single light on in the middle of the hallway, but I ignored everything and just told the man his total. He must have realized what I was looking for, though, as he quickly explained that everyone else was in the rec room on the 3rd floor for a company party. I smiled to be polite, but the man was talking with an eerie amount of excitement, so much so that I was sure the man was faking it. He pulled out his wallet and handed me the cash for the pizzas, along with a $10 tip. As I took the money, though, he said that he needed a favor real quick. He wanted me to help bring the pizzas up to the 3rd floor. The man had put me in a strange position. Having taken the generous tip already, it felt like it would only be right to help him. On the other hand, though, carrying a few pizzas is not exactly difficult, and it didn't seem necessary by any means. He started walking without me having answered, yet urged me to follow him. He made his way to a door leading to some stairs. I trailed behind, keeping my distance, but followed him into the stairwell. As I entered, though, I felt a cold rush of air and noticed that all of the lights were off. Only the small light from the hallway lit the entrance to the stairs. The man started making his way up, but stopped once he realized I hadn't continued following him. He turned and made some humorous remark about the lights, but his grin was quick to leave once he saw I was not going to follow him anymore. There was no hesitation, as he came rushing down toward me with anger in his eyes. I tossed the pizzas on the ground and rushed out the door into the hallway. I then ran for the exit and bolted to my car. I saw the man come partly out the front doors. Before going back in and slamming them shut, I immediately called the police after driving to a different parking lot. The man had run off by the time they got there. Since he'd paid in cash, there was no way to know who he really was. The office building was completely empty, though, and there was nobody else on the 3rd floor, unsurprisingly. It was clear this was some sort of trap. What he had ready for me on that 3rd floor is unknown, and I hope that nobody ever has to know. This happened when I was a high school student during the summer holidays. My friends and I wanted to make some memories, so we decided to have a barbecue. We set up our barbecue in a field. One of my friends mentioned that there was an abandoned hospital nearby. Because I'd never been ghost hunting or anything like that, he asked if I was up for checking out the abandoned hospital. We were all pumped up for some late-night urban exploration. We went to inspect the place at around 11 p.m. I don't know how long ago the hospital was built, but it was really old, and it was practically crumbling down in some places. We approached the entrance cautiously, and my friend told us, "Hey guys, it's easy if we go in a big group, but that's so boring. Let's split up a bit." We split up into 2 groups of 3. The first group were ready to go in. Then, after a little while, the second group was set to go in as well. I was in the first group. The atmosphere even in the entrance was so heavy. I don't know if you know what I mean. My heart was thundering in my chest. We tried to open the doors, but it seemed they were locked. I thought that maybe we could break the door down if we tried, but the other lads didn't fancy that. I decided to look around the perimeter for a weak spot to gain access. I found that one of the walls had collapsed around the back side, and I could see inside the building. I let the others in my group know, and we decided to go in. It was really humid in there. The air was moist and damp. It was the usual stuff you would expect to find in an abandoned hospital. Some syringes, some random equipment. The walls were covered in scribblings, and they didn't really make much sense. There were beds as well in the hallways, and something was placed on top of one of these beds, some twisted shape beneath a black cloth. It really creeped me out. I also noticed that someone had strewn origami cranes around the place. I thought about why they might be there. Maybe someone had put there for some reason I didn't understand. Needless to say, it was extremely weird. We crept through even further into the property until we came upon a room with a closed door. I pushed it open, and that's when we saw it. There was this strange doll in front of something resembling an altar. It looked like a crude offering. The doll was quite big and was tattered and raggedy. We went closer to it. None of us wanted to be the one to chicken out and say, "Let's get out of here," but I could tell my friends all wanted to get out of there just as much as I did. There was this cup in front of the doll, and there were some leaves in the cup, as well as a green plate with some black, bad-smelling thing on it. I looked into the doll's eyes. In that moment, I felt a fear of terror for some reason. I knew we had to get out of there immediately. We went back to the barbecue area and started to pack all our things away. I called one of my friends in the second group to see how they were getting on back at the barbecue. When we got back, my friends and I didn't say anything for a while. That was until one of them piped up. "Man, that altar was really weird and messed up, huh? I really hated it. It gave me such a weird feeling." I replied that it looked like an offering of some kind. When we discussed our findings, we all saw the doll in the first group, but apparently the second group had also gone in for a moment, and no one saw the doll. We wondered if in some of the other rooms there might be some other weird offerings or altars. It was honestly the strangest place I'd ever been in. The next week, all three of us who saw that strange doll ended up with an injury. I broke my finger in PE, my friend got into a moped accident and broke his toe, and my other friend got into an accident as well. He was in the hospital for days. A teacher asked us while laughing, "What's happened to you three? Were you cursed or something?" Now, I don't know if I believe in curses myself, but it certainly seemed like no laughing matter after such an eerie occult experience. Even to this day, that abandoned hospital still stands. It hasn't been demolished yet, but a sign that reads "Keep Out" has since been put up, and a large metal fence surrounds it as well. One thing's for sure, I don't think I'll be looking around in there anytime soon. Okay, so I guess I'll just try to get straight to the point when telling you about the most terrifying day of my life. I work in a bookstore, and not the cozy, cutesy, small-town vibes kind either. Though do I wish I did. No, I work in one of those obnoxiously huge, forces small bookstores to close bookstores. Knowing small businesses in the town I grew up in are forced to close their doors for good because of the company I work for setting up shop in town isn't the best feeling in the world, not even close. In fact, it makes me quite sad at times, especially when my mom comes complaining to me that all her friends complain to her about what I'm doing to the community. She's always asking me to quit, or at the very least give back to the community she says I'm stealing from. Funny thing is, I don't run the store, I don't run the company either. I just work in the offices connected to the bookstore and manage mid-level marketing for the company locally and in the surrounding areas. I should also say I still work for the same company, even after what happened. It wasn't really their fault after all. Alright, so there was this random Thursday afternoon in October, my favorite month to work, by the way. There was an incredible view of Main Street from my desk on the third floor. The city had gone all out with decorations for Halloween. On every street sign and lamppost, there were fake spider webs and fall-colored leaves clinging on and swinging in the wind. The trees were all changing color, and I couldn't help but stare at the world outside my office. The world I wish I spent more time in, instead of stuck behind a desk. This day, however, when I found myself looking out the window, I saw something I really wished I had not. The bank across the street was a local one. Not one of those big branch banks scattered around every city in the country. It was always very quiet, and my mom actually worked there. She liked to wave at me through the front window every day at noon exactly. While she was having her lunch, I always found it a very sweet gesture. Only this day at noon, when I'd gone to the window to give my mom a little wave and a smile, she wasn't there. Actually, no one was. Usually there'd be people walking in and out of the bank at this time of day, but there was no one there, and that's when I saw him. A man in a mask, holding a gun at his side, peering out the window as though he was looking for someone. That's when panic mode set in. I rushed to the phone on my desk and dialed 911 while trying to keep my eyes on the man inside that building, with my mom and who knows how many other people inside. My heart was racing so fast I could barely speak. When the dispatcher answered, it felt like it took everything in me to force the words out, to describe what was happening before my eyes. She started to ask me a bunch of questions I couldn't possibly have the answer to, considering the only thing I could see was just barely inside the front doors. I made sure to inform them as much as I could, though. The man inside was armed and I had no idea if he had any partners. I guess that's all they needed from me, though, since they insisted I didn't need to stay on the phone with them. In my haste to explain the situation, though, I hadn't realized the masked man was no longer looking out the window down the street anymore. Now he was facing directly toward me. I slammed the phone onto the receiver and closed the blinds as fast as I could. I couldn't help myself, though. I had to take a peek and see if he was still looking toward my window. I slid my fingers through the cracks in the blinds and bent them down slightly. It was just small enough a gap to peer through, and to my relief and somewhat surprise, it didn't seem he was looking toward me anymore. Actually, I couldn't see him at all. He wasn't standing at the front of the bank anymore. I felt this sense of relief fill me for just a second, and then fear came creeping in again. I realized not being able to see him meant I didn't know what he was doing anymore, and not knowing was the worst. He could be in there hurting someone, and there would be nothing I could do. In that moment of panic, not knowing if my mother was okay, my phone started ringing. It was her. I picked up the phone and answered immediately, asking if she was okay. She was crying and scared. She said she was okay, and so was everyone else, and that's when she told me something that gave me the chills. She said something had spooked the man real bad. He'd walked right out the doors across the street and into my building. She told me I needed to get out of there as fast as possible. Without even thinking, I walked calmly toward my office door and down the row of desks. I told everyone along the way they needed to exit the building as well. Just as I reached the stairwell, I heard gunshots from behind me. About eye level on the wall next to the door was the fire alarm. I slammed my hand down on it, and I couldn't help but cringe when the loud alarm began to blare overhead. That's when I felt a hand grasp my forearm from behind and pull me backward. "You shouldn't have done that!" The man's voice sounded very raspy. I turned to face him, knowing I had a better chance of fighting him off if we were face to face. I could somewhat predict what he was going to do next. "Everyone down on the ground now! I don't want to hurt anyone, but I will if I have to, got it?" He looked around after he said that, like someone would have the guts to actually answer this man. He was still holding on to me at that point, and it was starting to hurt. I just stared at the guy. I had no idea what he planned, or why he'd come here in the first place. I, nor anyone in the building, had interest in questioning him. "Alright, since you're the one who set off the fire alarm, you're gonna be the one to turn it off." He looked more annoyed than anything when he said that. My voice was shaky, and I finally worked up the courage to answer him. "I don't know how to turn it off. That's something the fire department does." He rolled his eyes and shoved me into a chair. "Then you're gonna call the fire department and tell them everything is alright here and it was just a stupid misunderstanding, and you're gonna do it without complaining. Otherwise, I'm gonna shoot one of these very nice people here, okay?" He sat down next to me and let me use the computer to look up the phone number to the local fire department. When I finally reached them on the phone and repeated what the guy wanted me to say, they told me they were aware of the situation already. Thankfully, it was not on speaker, so when he asked me what they said, I was able to lie to him. A few minutes later, the alarm turned off, and the masked man continued his tirade about how life was not fair and I hated him. how his dad left when he was a kid and that to him, making bad decisions while he was growing up was just what led him here. This man was telling us his whole life story, almost like he was trying to justify what he was doing. I was toward the back office, so I couldn't tell when the police would get there. I just knew that they had arrived from the look on his face, though, and the sweat now pooling on his shirt. That's when the phone calls started coming in. Hostage negotiator, I'm assuming. Every time they'd call, the man would get angrier and angrier and demand the most outrageous things. At first, he wanted a car to drive away and for no one to follow. Classic demand. That escalated to him begging whoever was on the other end of the phone for a helicopter to land on the roof of the building and fly him away. A fake passport, $10 billion in cash. I was scared, but something was also telling me this was winding down. If he was going to hurt someone, he would have already done so. Eventually, he started letting a few of us go at the time. I was among the last 3 still trapped inside with him. It had been hours, and I was exhausted mentally and physically. Just done. The phone calls became less frequent. He became even more antsy, just so genuinely desperate for a way to get out of there that didn't involve jail time. To be totally honest with you, some strange part of me actually started to feel bad for the guy. As he continued to explain his rough, unfortunate life, I couldn't help but wonder how things could have ended up differently. After some time, he finally let the rest of us go out of the building. My mother was standing there waiting for me. I ran into her arms so fast. Only minutes after exiting the front doors, a loud gunshot was heard coming from the building. The police all rushed in. Turns out he decided ending his life was a better option than going to prison for his crimes. He chose my office to do so, which only made me feel that much worse. I watched as they brought him out in a body bag and loaded him into the city's coroner's van. I found myself standing there, watching as the van drove away and the police cleared the scene. The man had no funeral. No one cared about his passing, considering there wasn't even an obituary written for him. Just his death announced in the local paper, tied into the article about what happened that day. I requested to switch offices, of course, and to this day the view outside the window just doesn't look the same. Some part of it now felt tainted, like the happiness I once saw in the world was clouded by the harsh reality I hadn't realized before, that one person isn't always the only one to blame for the sad or dark outcome of their life. All I can say in the end is that I hope in death he finally found the peace he was so desperately searching for in life. You see, I'm a huge camping and hiking enthusiast, so one of the holy grails of my hobby has always been the Appalachian Trail. Unfortunately, I've never had the time to dedicate to hike the whole thing, so throughout the years, me and a few friends of mine visited certain sections of the trail for about a week or so at a time. We were based over in New Jersey, so we crossed Mount Mincy off our list fairly early. Then, the next year, we suffered through the part of the trail near Anthony's Nose that leads up to Camp Smith. Year after that, we conquered the 100-mile wilderness up in Maine. But then, in 2018, we decided to venture a little further south. We'd heard a lot of good things about the George Washington and Jefferson National Parks. They're some of the wildest sections of the trail, and now the parks are home to some really cool features, like the oldest fire lookout tower in the eastern U.S. The place I had my heart set on visiting, though, was an old ghost town called Lignite. You see, I'm really into ruins and abandoned places, things like that. I think I'd be more into urban exploration if the stories I've heard about it didn't put me off the idea entirely. See, the idea of getting to see an old ruined town like that is extremely appealing to me. In reality, though, venturing out near Lignite was probably one of the worst mistakes we'd ever come to make while on a hiking trip, and honestly, it's some kind of miracle that none of us were seriously hurt during. So, to cut to the chase here, we started out near Covington, then hiked our way down into the forest until we hit the trail. After that, we followed it about 20 miles or so up all these winding trails until we finally found Lignite. The whole hike took us about 9 hours, so as you can imagine, we were pretty exhausted by the time we arrived at this old ghost town. Instead of moving off to find more covered campsite for the night, we decided to just bed down near the ruins themselves so we could go explore them in the morning. There wasn't all that much to see, to be perfectly honest, just some of the old foundations and a few crumbling chimney stacks. It was worth it to take a few pictures before we moved on down the trail, though. The next morning, we got up, and before we packed our stuff away, my buddy Joey and I decided to take a little stroll amongst the ruins. We were just meandering along, so kind of half asleep from the grueling hike the day before. Joey was taking the lead, while I followed along with my phone taking pictures. All of a sudden, though, my eyes darted towards something that Joey seemed to be walking toward while in blissful ignorance. I found myself reaching out to grab the back of his shirt, tugging him back to stop him from walking any further. Right there, hidden amongst the dead yellow grass, was an old rusted bear trap. At first, we were kind of amazed at what we were looking at. The thing looked like it could have been an antique, like it had been laying there for 100 years, just rusting away in the wilderness. Joey then tried to make out, jokingly I should add, that I'd basically saved him from nothing, and that he would have been kind of impressed if the thing even worked and clamped itself down around his leg, if he'd actually managed to stand on it. We debated with each other for a little bit over whether or not it was even still functioning, before picking up a few rocks and bits of old brick to toss at the small round trigger in the middle. It took a few tries, but in the end Joey managed it, and then, snap, we found ourselves recoiling in horror as the thing violently snapped shut. We both shared this kind of nervous laughter, because it could have easily been a leg trapped in that thing if we'd stood on it. Although we were laughing, we were definitely pretty freaked out. It was only when we realized that there might be more of them hidden around here that we actually got much more serious. A threat dealt with was one thing, but a threat unknown was another thing entirely. We then very carefully made our way back to where we were camped out and told the other guys about the bear trap. We suggested we move someplace else, since there might be more of them out there in the grass or something. This guy Mike didn't believe us. Thought we were playing a prank on him or something. He only realized we were serious when I showed him the picture on my phone. After that, we packed up our stuff and very carefully hiked out of the area, making sure to keep our eyes on the ground in front of us the whole way. We ended up walking around 5 miles west towards a place called Barber's Creek, hoping it would provide us a much safer campsite, as well as a source of fresh, clean water. It definitely provided us with one of those things, as there was a fast-flowing part of the river that allowed us to fill up our water bottles. Although it seemed fine and deserted to us at first, though, we found something the next day that proved otherwise. One of our usual routines when deciding on where to camp would be to mark out an area for us to use as a bathroom. I won't gross you out with all the gory details of digging holes and whatnot, but it was a silent agreement to confine all our grumpies, as Johnny Depp so elegantly phrased it, to a certain area away from the campground to remain as hygienic as possible. Once the sun had set, we made ourselves some hot food over a fire, shared some bourbon Mike had brought along, and got ourselves some much-needed rest. We didn't hear any weird sounds moving in the darkness. We didn't hear any voices or sounds of metal or anything. The whole night was perfectly quiet and still, apart from a few crickets and cicadas. And that's why we found it extra creepy the next morning. When Mike got up and wandered off to the bathroom area, he found something that had him calling out to us through the trees. I remember waking up with a startle at the sound of panic in his voice, not knowing what the deal was. I could hear enough fear in his cry of, "You better come see this," to know that something was definitely wrong, though. I pulled my shorts and boots on and joined the other 2 guys and rushed through the woods in the direction of Mike's voice. As soon as he came into view, he started shouting, "Don't run!" with this look of absolute terror on his face. We all froze, thinking he might be facing down a black bear or something, but the whole woods in front of him was completely clear. That's when he pointed to the ground in front of us. This wasn't here yesterday, was it? He was pointing at another rusty old bear trap, and no, it was definitely not there the day before. It was lying right where we'd all been walking to and from the bathroom area we'd designated, right out in the open too. We all agreed that whoever had put this there during the night was surely banking on one of us stepping on it during a nocturnal bathroom break. We had to repeat the process of being extremely careful where we stood as we trudged back towards our campground and packed up everything. We applied the same amount of care to where we stepped when making our way south, away from Barbara's Creek, towards a small town called Newcastle. We were in no mood to stay out on the trail, not after it had become painfully obvious that whoever had laid the bear trap initially had followed us all the way down to Barbara's Creek. It was a deeply unsettling realization that the bear trap we'd found at Lignite probably wasn't there by accident either. Like I said, given its condition, we figured it had been set years before our arrival, when by then, it seemed much more likely someone had set it down as we'd slept. Once we got to Newcastle, I made sure to call our find into the local cops, as just about anyone could accidentally walk on something hidden like that, God forbid if they were alone and didn't have a cell phone or something. When the question about who might have placed them came up, neither us nor the cops had any clue who might have done something like that. In fact, they found it quite weird that someone wouldn't cover the thing up with leaves or make any attempt to hide it, really. It was like whoever had laid it there wanted us to find it. More about sending a message than actually trying to maim one of us. We ended up catching a bus to completely throw whoever it was off our trail. There was a period where Mike didn't want us to carry on at all. He was freaked out by the idea of someone following us totally unseen. Not only that, but they were somehow able to lay the traps without making any noise. We found that intensely creepy all on its own, especially at night. Thankfully, we were not followed for the rest of the trip, not to our knowledge anyway. There were no further hidden traps near any of the other campsites. That didn't mean we didn't have some seriously sleepless nights for a few days, and the first night we got back out on the trail, we spent it all night sitting around a dead fire, shining our flashlights into the darkness, and scanning the woods for any signs of someone creeping around. It was only when we were 100% sure we weren't in any more real danger that we were able to get any decent sleep. But I think by that point, whoever had been laying those traps was confident we'd gotten the message to leave. So back when me and my brother were fairly young, our parents weren't exactly well off. Mom had been out of regular work for more than 2 years due to the childbirths and needing to take care of us, and Dad was still basically at entry level for his career. Because they worked so hard on carving out life for us as a family though, they were in dire need of a vacation. Only thing was that because of our financial situation, it had to be a real budget vacation. Which is how they found a cheap log cabin in the Cascades that was available for just over $100 a week. From what they'd told us, it wasn't like one of those too good to be true kind of deals either. There wasn't anything remotely suspicious about that place, though it was rough around the edges. From what the owner told them, it was quiet, secluded, and well off the beaten path. The perfect place to get some peace and quiet, away from the hustle and bustle of Seattle. I think all it took was making sure it was safe for kids, ensuring there were no bodies of water around or anything. Then they went ahead and booked it for 5 days in June or July. I was really into animals and nature stuff back then. Still am really. My brother was a pretty chill kid, so they could have taken him anywhere and he'd have found something to keep himself occupied. When we arrived at the cabin, we were both pretty excited with these new surroundings. Even if it meant we had to share a bed in a small, rustic-looking one-room cabin. We didn't care if it was too small or if it was in the middle of nowhere. It was like a real adventure to us at that age. Being so immersed in nature was something I particularly found really exciting. The first day we arrived in the early afternoon, I remember running around the cabin with my mom before she took my brother and I out to explore the surrounding area. We had a small dinner that my dad cooked on the stove with the groceries we'd bought. Then we ended up playing board games until it was time for bed. Everything was really good for the first day. It was only during the night that I noticed something seemed to be off. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to to find that my dad was out of bed and over by the small window near the cabin's front door. Mom was sat up as well, whispering to him in the low light. My brother was fast asleep as I asked them what was wrong and why Dad was out of bed. I remember them both kind of jumping when I spoke. I guess I'd surprised them. They told me Dad couldn't sleep. The bed was too small or something, and he was letting Mom get some sleep before he went to bed himself. I remember thinking that was kind of a weird explanation. The bed looked plenty big for me. At that age, kids just kind of take their parents' word for stuff like that though, don't they? As they continued to whisper to each other in the darkness, I went back to sleep. The next morning, Mom and Dad were sat at the table, looking all worried and stressed out about something. I could tell something was wrong even at that age, but I was still excited to be on vacation. I was definitely excited to get back into the great outdoors to try and spot some animals. I asked if I could play outside, and my parents said it was okay, just as long as I didn't go anywhere near where they couldn't see me from the window. If I couldn't see the window myself, I'd already gone too far. That's what they told me. I opened the cabin door, walked outside, and on the edge of the porch was what looked like a little figurine. It was shaped like a tiny little man. It looked to me like it had been carved out of wood or something. I remember picking it up and playing with it for a little while, making the little guy run through the grass and jump out onto logs and stuff. Next thing I know, I saw one sitting on the hood of my mom and dad's car as well. Naturally, I ran over to grab that one too. Now I had two little stick men to play with. I was in the middle of my little game when my brother came outside. He's older than me, and back then he was definitely more attuned to mom and dad's moods. He told me something was wrong with them. They seemed worried or sad about something. That made me sad too. This was supposed to be a happy vacation for us all. An adventure, just like they'd said. I remember it being much harder to have fun after that, knowing my mom and dad were worried about something. Still, I showed my brother the new toys and invited him to play along with me. I gave him one of the little figurines. Then he kept asking to play with the other one too. It wasn't long before an unimportant childish scuffle started between he and I. He attempted to wrestle the little figurine out of my hand. It didn't take long before I started to cry, which prompted our mom and dad to come running out of the cabin at the sound. I don't remember them running out with any particular urgency, but years later they told us that sound terrified them in the moment, especially in light of what had happened the night before. They asked what we were fighting over, and that's how they discovered the little white figurines we'd been playing with. Right then, my dad took them from my brother, and he immediately started asking us, "Where did you get these? Tell me where they were." He was so angry that my brother started crying too. He pointed at me and said that it was me that had found them. I was already upset, but I remember getting even more upset when I realized we might get in trouble for having played with them. I told my mom and dad exactly where I'd found them. They'd just been sitting right there. I hadn't stolen them or taken them from someone else or anything. It seemed totally harmless to me, just playing with little wood-carved figures. I had no idea they weren't made of wood at all. Next thing I remember, Mom and Dad rushed us back into the cabin, then weirdly changed their approach as they reassured us we weren't in any trouble. Mom proceeded to comfort my brother and I. I noticed my dad was now packing all our stuff back into our suitcases at 100 miles per hour. He was the same way, making sure to put on a brave face as he got ready to get us out of there. Then they explained to us they had to take us home early because Dad needed to get back to work or something. I can't remember the exact excuse. They promised it wasn't because we'd done anything bad though. We could continue playing in the backyard when we got home. I asked if we could take the little figures with us. Both of them almost snapped at me, saying no at the same time. Within maybe 10 or 15 minutes, we were back in the car driving back to Seattle again, with this real tense mood in the car as we drove. It was pretty tense for the rest of the day. Then, Mom took us into the small backyard we had and told us we'd have our very own little nature play session right there. It was only a small backyard, but we still had fun watching the birds. Then we had a little picnic. All the trouble back at the cabin was forgotten about amongst my brother and I. So, cut to like 20 years later. It's during the holiday, and me and my brother had come home for Christmas dinner. We were sitting around reminiscing in the TV room, talking about this and that, when my brother suddenly brought up the aborted cabin vacation from when we were kids. He hadn't forgotten about the two little figures either, and why Mom and Dad had seemingly got so weirdly mad about me finding them. My mom and dad just gave each other this look. My mom shook her head and covered her face with her hands, like she couldn't bear to remember the whole thing. And that's when my dad told the actual story of what happened back then. So as they were drifting off to sleep that night, Dad had heard someone moving around outside the cabin. Not just like walking by casually either. The footsteps were slow and careful, like whoever was making them didn't want to be found. That's how Dad ended up peering out the window so late at night. Although I hadn't seen at the time, he'd had his old kitchen knife in his hand, just waiting for someone to burst through the door. That had scared them both pretty badly, but they didn't want to just bail on the vacation they'd already paid for, the one they both felt they needed so badly. They were of two minds about it though. They decided to stay one more night, just to make sure it wasn't some kids messing around or something. If it happened again, we were just going to leave, but they didn't even get that far. Right around the same time they were discussing this, the incident with the little figurines happened. They weren't made of wood at all. They were figurines made from bones. I'm not going to pretend to know what kind of bone or animal they came from. God forbid they came from a person or whatever, but like I said, my dad was smart enough to recognize the texture and realized that whoever had been outside the previous night must have left them there for some reason. I mean, you don't leave bone figures on someone's porch as a welcome gift, do you? Not in the middle of the night anyway. Instead of sticking around like they thought they might, they just said, "Let's get out of there." My dad figured he could protect the family from some lone peeping Tom or something, but from someone who carved stuff out of bone to leave as a warning, that wasn't someone you wanted to go up against in the middle of nowhere. Personally, I think that was a smart move myself, and I respect them for making the hard decision they had to. My sisters and I, of which I have 3, grew up in a smallish country town in rural Australia. As you could probably imagine, there was not a whole lot going on there. One by one, we jumped ship and moved on to greener pastures. In this instance, bigger, more exciting cities. This story is not mine. It's my younger sister's. When it came time for her to follow suit and move out, she followed the rest of us to Sydney. At the time this story takes place, she was 19 years old. At her first work Christmas party, not long after she arrived in town, she got slightly intoxicated. Not knowing the city very well, she opted to pay for a taxi in order to get home safely. She left the party, flagged one down, and jumped in the front seat next to the driver. She advised her destination and began making play conversation as she tells it. The driver was fine at first, but before too long he began turning the conversation to her looks and her job, telling her she was gorgeous and asking if she did any modeling. She laughed it off and told him no. It was at this point that while driving the taxi, he reached underneath his seat and pulled out a camera, snapping photos of her. His compliments grew increasingly cruder. She asked him to stop taking pictures of her, before getting angry and yelling at him to stop the taxi and let her out right now, which he refused to do. Thinking quickly, she looked to see if there were any red lights coming up ahead where he would have to stop the car. Luckily, there was one fast approaching. The driver slowed down gradually, rather than driving to the light and stopping, all the while continuing to take photos of her with one hand. When he was finally moving slow enough she felt like she could exit the car without injuring herself, she opened the door and jumped out. He was moving slowly enough at that point that thankfully she was not injured. Intoxicated, scared, and lost, she sat in the gutter briefly to collect herself, before finally coming to the realization she had no idea where she was. She would have to get another taxi in order to get home. Reluctantly, she flagged down another car, this time getting in the back seat, and once again advising her destination. The driver of the second car saw she'd been crying, and was visibly shaken up. He asked her what had happened, and if she was all right. She explained the events. The driver paused for a moment before gently informing her that the first driver had been taking her the complete opposite direction of where she had told him she needed to go. Attempts were made to find out who this guy was and report him. However, as my sister was drunk and new to the city, she was not able to provide enough specific information, i.e. location, exact time, taxi company, description of the driver, etc. Since this incident, whenever she has no other option to get a taxi home, the first thing she does after getting in the car is take a photo of the driver's license with her phone. It makes my skin crawl to think that the guy who did this is more than likely still driving taxis in the city, and that this is heralded as the safest way to get home if you're a young woman and it's late at night. This all started a couple of days ago, about July 5th or so. I'd get a random call from FedEx around 10 p.m., where they asked me for my name and my address, which they already knew. I gave it to them thinking it might be a package that was lost and somehow found its way back to my home. In hindsight, I should have known FedEx doesn't deliver past 8 p.m. here in Canada. I didn't think anything of it though, until I got another phone call from them saying they couldn't find my unit number. They asked me to come out to the roundabout nearby my place. My dad immediately thought this was really weird, so he patrolled the area to find these people. My dad did around 4 laps. The first lap, there wasn't anything there. Then, though, I got curious and joined him for the second one. Yet again, nothing. My dad did a third lap around the house, only to find a gray SUV hiding in the corner. He went and confronted them. They told my dad they weren't the delivery person, and my dad left to do another confirmation check. As he was doing that last lap, though, the same SUV was no longer there. The next day, July 6th, around 6 to 11 p.m., we heard a doorbell ringing. I went down to check, and it was 2 people I didn't know, around the ages of 20 or so, I'd say. They knew my name, though, and one of them was calling out for me. Again, this was extremely strange, as I'd never seen them before. I didn't feel safe, so I didn't pursue them or try to talk to them. They kept coming over and over again, though, so we called the police soon after and talked about what steps we could take. The cops told me to contact them if this happened again. The next day, July 7th, it was very quiet and nothing weird happened. We thought the worst had ended because of this and went about with our business as usual. On the next day, though, it was that same quietness. When the time approached 11 p.m., my security camera spotted an individual with a mask, seemingly taking photos or videos of our house. That was the breaking point. We contacted the police and informed them about this suspicious behavior. Just when we'd thought it was finally over, I was casually in the living room around 3 a.m. the same day. Suddenly, I heard a thunking outside on my balcony. I thought it could really be anything. I didn't mind it too much until I heard that sound once again. I went to the balcony to see what I was hearing, and then it clicked. I was face to face with an intruder. I started screaming for help. My family ran down to check out the commotion. Thank God I checked the sound that day. Who knows what else could have happened if I just chalked it up to an animal or something. Today is July 9th, and I haven't got a wink of sleep thinking of the terror that I've been facing. Am I one of the targets of a home invasion? How'd they get my name in the first place? And why are they doing this to me? Update. So the house was lit on fire. I repeat, our house was lit on fire. Thankfully, we're all safe, but the police told me they threw a Molotov through the window or something. I really don't know what's going on, but if I have any further updates, I'll be sure to let you know. So this happened a while back. I was probably around 10 or 11 years old, meaning my brother Alex was around 8 or 9. We were walking home from the bus, which takes about 7 minutes to do, when I noticed that something was off here. I didn't see anything at first, but I just could feel that something was wrong. My brother and I started walking home, as the only two who got off at our stop were he and I. This blue and silver beat-up truck drove past us. At first, I didn't think anything of it. It didn't stop or slow down or anything like that, just kept going on its way. Alex and I were holding our hands, as my grandmother had always told me to do with him. He's my baby brother, and I want to make sure he stays by my side to be safe. Nothing happened at first, but then the same truck came around again, driving our way this time. There was a cul-de-sac at the end of our road. It was driving much slower this way around, went up the road, and turned out of our sight. Alex and I were nearing the three-way intersection that connected the cul-de-sac road to the other road, right off the main road the man had just drove down. I happened to look down the street and see the truck driving real slow down the street towards us again. I knew at this moment we had to run. I knew there was no other option. If we didn't, my brother and I would not be safe. At the time, I didn't know how I knew. I just somehow did. As soon as we passed a house that blocked us from view, I turned to Alex and spoke to him exactly 4 words. No questions, just run. And we did. In our driveway, which was about 100 feet long, there was this row of bushes and pine trees that divided our home from our next-door neighbor. I grabbed my brother, dragged him in there, and told him to be quiet. I'd explain everything after the danger had passed. I watched as that same truck drove down and around the cul-de-sac again, before coming to a stop right in front of our house. I had to hold my brother's mouth shut because he was crying at this point. I was scared that whoever was following us would hear him and find us. I was more worried about him than myself at this point. I was in fight or flight mode. I was the big sister, and I had to protect him. I looked at him and said that truck had been following us, and I told him he needed to be brave. I wouldn't let anyone hurt us, and that seemed to calm him down enough to stop crying. After what felt like hours, the truck door opened, and out stepped a man. He was tall, skinny, and messy, short hair covered by a torn-up baseball cap, ripped jean shorts, and a puke green tank top. He entered our yard and began searching around. Alex and I were still in the bushes. I was trying to find a way to get to our house safely without getting this man's attention. After what felt like another eternity, the man entered his car once again. He started it and drove away slowly. I waited a few minutes to make sure he was out of sight before turning to my brother. "We need to run when I count to 3. We're going to run behind the house to the back door, okay?" He agreed. We waited for a few more moments before I started counting. I didn't have a good feeling about this, but I knew we had to move. As soon as I hit 3, we booked it across our driveway, into our front yard to go around the house. As soon as we left our spot, I heard it. The sound of accelerating. The man had seen us. He was waiting there for us to leave. He chased us up our driveway as we ran around the side. I grabbed Alex's hand and practically dragged him around the house. I made him run ahead to the garage door to see if it was locked while I searched for my house key. The garage door was open. I swear to God, I saw the man rounding the opposite corner of the house as we did, just as I entered the home. We entered and I slammed the door shut, locking it and deadbolting it. I didn't stop running until I opened the house door and ran downstairs with Alex, screaming our safe word. My grandmother had made a safe word for us for just this sort of situation. Just had to scream it basically and they'd know what was going on. It woke my aunt who worked the night shift and was sleeping. We told her everything, and she stayed up with us until my grandmother got home. We called the police. That was my first ever interaction with an officer. The man was never caught, though. To this day, we can't be sure what he wanted, but I know it certainly wasn't good. I'm glad my grandma drilled stranger danger into my head. I don't know where my brother or I would be right now if she hadn't done that. So when I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7, in the mid-1990s, we took a family trip to the beach in Florida. We were staying in a beach house a short walking distance away from the beach. When we went down to the beach, I was supposed to stay in sight of my mom, but I'd wandered way down, and before I knew it, I was already lost. A lot of the houses looked the same, and I wasn't sure which one was ours. Plus, I couldn't see my mom anywhere. It started to rain soon after. I came upon a path that I was pretty sure would lead back to the house. Only, it didn't lead to a house at all, but instead a big parking lot. There was a single dirty van parked there. It was the only vehicle in sight. I was about to turn back when I noticed an overweight woman with brown hair, a hot pink tank top, and those big clunky thick glasses that were popular in the 80s, waving and smiling at me from the passenger seat of the van. She called out to me, "Oh my, it's raining so hard. Where's your mommy? Let us take you to her. It's dangerous to be out here in the rain. You could get struck by lightning or something." She was very friendly, almost overtly so. In the driver's seat was a very overweight man as well, without a shirt on. His hairy gray chest was wearing a clunky-looking gold chain. He was wearing yellow-tinted Elvis shades as well, and staring at me very intently. He was smoking a cigarette, which I knew was a bad thing to do. The woman stepped out of the van and kneeled down next to me. She asked me how old I was. When I told her honestly, she gleefully remarked, "Oh my, we have 2 boys your age at our house. You should come over and spend the night. We've got movies, Nintendo. In the morning, we've got all kinds of sugary cereal." I had been taught all about stranger danger, but at this point in my life, no adult had ever given me any reason not to trust them. The lady continued talking about stuff, like how the boys have go-karts and they drink chocolate milk or something like that. She tried to make it seem as enticing as possible for a 7-year-old kid. At this point, I was starting to trust her. Mostly, I liked the idea of getting to play with other kids my age. Then I remembered, though, that I needed to ask my mom first. I told her this, and she told me that was no problem. They lived just up the road, and my mom shouldn't mind that short a distance. It started raining even harder. She opened the sliding door of the van and said something like, "Now let's get you out of this rain and go find your mommy." I knew logically that I shouldn't do this, but the lady just seemed so nice. I was desperately wanting to get out of the rain as well. As I walked toward the open door of the van, though, I noticed an awful stench that almost made me gag. This set off alarm bells in my head that something was not quite right here. There were cigarette butts all over the floor. I looked up at the fat man, who was not only staring at me with this menacing glare, but also had a creepy, toothy smile. His teeth were stained a dark yellow. I could pick up on a very fucked up vibe coming from him, even at that young age. I instantly knew that I should run, but the woman was ushering me to hurry up and get inside. Her demeanor immediately changed. She began demanding, and even literally trying to push me and pick me up and shove me into the van. She started to sound angry. "Get the fuck in already," she said in a tone that was completely opposite of how she'd sounded before. I jumped to the side and started running as fast as I could. The woman managed to grab my wrist, but somehow I was able to slip free and run back to the beach. I think she tried to chase me, but like I'd said, she was very overweight, so she couldn't keep up for long. I made it back to my mom, who was obviously freaking out. I tried explaining what had happened to me, but I don't think at 7 years old that I was able to convey the gravity of what had happened to me, and I didn't even fully understand it myself. One of the worst days of my life started when me and a hiking buddy of mine came across this run-down old hunting cabin out in the woods. I mean, it was so shabby looking that we couldn't have imagined it being anything but abandoned, so we didn't see any harm in exploring it a little bit before we moved back onto the trail we'd been wandering down. We walk inside, start looking around, only to see that it didn't look abandoned at all. The stove had clearly been in use sometime within the last day or so, as it still smelled like burning wood. There were food wrappers strewn about, with what looked like some torn open first aid supplies as well. Someone had definitely been there recently. Instead of continuing our little trespassing, we decided to move on instead of risking making the owner angry or whatever. Then though, that's when we heard this really faint noise coming from somewhere, something that sounded an awful lot like a person's voice. I looked at my buddy. "You hear that?" We both stood real still for a second and strained our ears, only to hear a distinct "help me" coming from beneath us. This hit us like a ton of bricks. We started looking around for some kind of hatch or something, and ended up finding the opening to a root cellar outside. We opened it up, only to find some random guy covered in blood, with what we thought was a gunshot or stab wound to one of his legs. We asked the guy what happened, and his reply was honestly one of the most haunting things I've ever heard in my entire life. "You have to help me. He'll be back soon." Sheesh, dude, it was like something out of a horror movie. Like that stomach-dropping moment, you realize that the main characters have just stumbled upon a world of trouble. Only this time we were the main characters, and this wasn't some dumb story with a happy ending. It was real, and we had no idea what to do. We kept on asking him, "Who'll be back? Who did this to you?" But the man kept begging us to get him out of the cellar. Obviously, that was the first thing we did, as he basically answered our questions in the way that he was all messed up and obviously scared of whoever was coming back. We helped him out of that cellar, got one of his arms over each of our shoulders, and helped him limp down the trail back towards where we'd first walked onto it. No one ever caught up with us or anything. The person who had shot or stabbed him never rounded the trail behind us, but the whole time I was checking everything, expecting some knife-wielding psycho to emerge from the woods intent on killing us. We managed to flag down a truck that was passing down one of the main roads that ran through the park. The guy inside was nice enough to rush the dude to the hospital, even though he'd gotten blood all over the upholstery. Turns out the guy survived, and the person who had attacked him was his hunting buddy, who had snapped after some kind of trivial argument. It's crazy that someone would do something like that to a person they called a friend, but I guess weirder things have happened. Definitely the scariest thing that's ever happened to me while out on a hike. My buddy says the same thing too. It was that line of "he'll be back soon" that I'll never forget so. It was so eerie it had me trembling with fear as we rushed to help this guy get to safety. Sometimes I wonder just how close the guy chasing him actually was. Maybe if we'd been a bit earlier or later, the guy who'd done it might have done the same thing to us just to keep us quiet. For a few summers back when I was a kid, I used to go to a summer camp in the Shenandoah National Park. This place is long gone by now, which is a real shame because I have a lot of happy memories of spending a week in the woods up there with some of my friends for the first few years. Before heading off to sleep, we do the stereotypical campgrounds thing of telling stories around the fire, playing flashlight tag, etc. This one year, though, the camp counselors had us playing this really weird game every so often. It was called Invisible, and the idea was that you run back to your cabin and either hide under the bunk beds or under your sleeping bag on the top bunk, whichever you were assigned to. Then, the counselors would inspect each cabin, and whichever had the most invisible kids got extra marshmallows or s'mores or whatever the after-dinner treat was that evening. I remember thinking it was a pretty weird game, and it definitely was not as fun as flashlight tag. But whatever it took to get the extra marshmallows, I was down for. We didn't play it so often that any of the kids complained or anything, and it did get kind of fun once we all got the hang of it. I remember the best part being the race back to the cabins, and how I was one of the fastest kids there, so I always made it back first. Obviously, that earned me a lot of praise from the camp counselors. We didn't find out why we were playing such a game until years after, when we were old enough to recognize just how weird that really was. Basically, a prisoner had somehow managed to escape the RSW Regional, which is the county jail over near Front Royale. Sheriff's deputies then figured out that the guy had then made his way up into the park because a bunch of food kept going missing from all these campgrounds. Obviously human theft too, not just bears being bears or something. The really scary thing is that the guy had been picked up initially for attempting to kidnap an elementary school girl after following her home from her bus stop. He'd tried it in broad daylight too, right in front of their chaperone guy. Just didn't seem to care, I guess, who saw him do it. Looking back, we were obviously at risk and stuff, but the people I really feel for were the counselors. Hearing that news must have made them sick with fear, knowing that there was an invisible threat to us just lurking out in the woods. Camp actually did end early that year for a lot of us kids. The parents came to pick them up whenever they were able, so it's not like they just kept us there in spite of the risk or whatever. They just had to think of something to keep us safe. Well, they organized getting us all out of there quickly. My dad said that the way some of the counselors looked, it was obvious they hadn't slept in days. They must have been keeping watch at night in shifts or something rather than having to wake up at normal hours to be extra vigilant where we did all of our regular activities as to not give away that anything was wrong. This particular memory stands out to me because we really didn't know anything bad was happening during this. We were all just blissfully ignorant as to how much danger we were in, and then when camp ended early, we were all just bummed out about it. Our parents wouldn't tell us why it had ended, because no doubt it would have traumatized us. I mean, knowing we were in such danger for a while, and there was nothing we could do about it, other than practice how to run and hide, really makes you question what else was going on during our childhoods that was just a cover for something we were too young to handle at the time. I'll never forget that night. It was last year, and I had just turned 25. I had been to a friend's wedding in another state and was returning by train. I reached the station around 5 a.m. It was freezing outside, as the temperature had just hit 4 degrees. All I could think about was getting home fast, so I could sleep for hours after being tired for many nights. I generally avoid traveling home alone in the dark, but it was impossible to wait at the station all the way till sunrise. Even 1 hour seemed like it would be a very long time. I decided to call up a taxi. The distance from the station to my apartment was roughly 40 kilometers. There were 2 taxis, and I got into one of them without even making eye contact with the driver. I told him where I wanted to go, and we started. The man must have been in his late 50s or early 60s. Silver gray hair, big build. I decided to go with this taxi because I thought I'd be more safe with this fellow, since he was an elderly man. Clearly, that was a mistake. Nearly 15 to 20 minutes had passed. I was looking at the road ahead. There were very few cars out, and all I could see were trees close by. The fog covered everywhere else. Suddenly, I noticed that this guy had been staring at me from the rearview mirror. He didn't blink or look away when I looked at him either. It had been over 2 minutes, and he was still staring at me, not even looking at the road ahead. He had these scary, droopy eyes that made me very uncomfortable at this point. I used my scarf to cover half my face. This didn't stop him though. Instead, he suddenly started laughing like a maniac. Then he said some words in some language I don't understand. I asked him to repeat what he'd said, and my heart started beating very fast. "So many people are dying," he said, and started laughing again. I was too afraid to ask him what he meant. I sat there, frozen, regretting why I hadn't just waited at the station. My hands were shivering because I was trying to send a message to my friend. My fingers just wouldn't type properly. He turned around, now fully facing me, and asked if I was married. I managed to nervously say no, and then he said, "You will repent." With these words, he started to speed up. My mind was going crazy now. What the fuck could he mean by that? Why would he just randomly say such a thing to me? I tried looking around to see if it was a good idea to hop out of that taxi. It was still very dark though, and there weren't many cars around. There were maybe 2 or 3 cars that would pass by every 5 to 10 minutes, but by this point, I was convinced he was taking me to some other place. Maybe he wasn't, but I was too terrified to think straight. I was trembling with fear. I was sure he was going to attack me, or even do something worse. Suddenly, he slowed down greatly and started talking to himself. People die, you'll die, she'll die. With those words, he stopped the taxi right in the middle of the road and told me to get out, saying we needed fresh air and the petrol was out. I could tell he wasn't drunk, but he appeared to be hallucinating. He kept blabbering and looking at the empty seat next to him, laughing for no reason. Arguing with him could make him annoyed, so I decided to do what he said until I got some help, or could stop him in some other way. I got out of the taxi, and so did he. Now he was right in front of me, about a car-length distance away, holding a lit torch, playing with it by his neck, and repeating over and over, "You will repent." I was almost crying with fear. Running was going to be impossible. I could easily be run over by a passing car due to the fog, and my mind was not working properly at this point. The thought of calling someone didn't occur to me earlier, and now it was too risky. This maniac was right there, holding that torch and moving around like he was possessed. It was like a scene from a horror movie. His eyes bulged out of his head in the torchlight that illuminated his serious face. He said something again, which I couldn't understand. I was extremely restless, looking around everywhere for help. To my relief, there was a car passing by. It stopped right there, looking at us standing in the middle of the road. The random passerby stopped and came running to me. He asked me to come back to his car, where his daughter, who was nearly my age, opened the door and let me inside. The insane cab driver just ran back to his taxi and sped off in seconds. I was still breathing heavily and told them what had happened in the last 30 to 40 minutes. They told me I was going in the opposite direction of my destination. It was not a safe area either, since many incidents had already occurred with girls in that area. I was right. That driver had been taking me to some other place. They explained that they'd noticed something was wrong by the way the man was just standing there holding that torch and the light shining on my silhouette. They decided to check what was going on. Had they not stopped, I doubt I'd be alive to tell of this incident. Since that night, I never travel alone at night again. I'm thankful to those people who saved my life. Sometimes we see many people who say they need help, but we fear it could be something sinister, so we just pass on by. Had they thought the same thing, I'd surely be dead. I guess the only reason I'm even telling this story is to somehow try and move past the things that happened that day and the trauma and scars it left on me. My therapist says to move on. I have to talk about it, and I don't want to talk to anyone I actually know. Here I am telling strangers on the internet about the worst day of my life. I live in what some people would call a third world country. I'm from the United States originally, but I moved to this place when I was relocated for work. Honestly, I figured it wouldn't be that bad considering I was a man and men are usually treated well in that country. I don't want to name exactly where this was because I don't want things to turn political or for people to make assumptions about what happened just based on the place. Part of me is also worried that if I tell you where this happened, you'd find an article about it online and find out who I am. Maybe that's just the paranoia though. Anyway, a little bit about me. I'm currently 32 years old, but when this happened, I was in my late 20s. I was somewhat overweight and didn't get out very much, so when my job needed someone to relocate to another country, I volunteered. I figured it would be the push I needed to try new things and go new places. I had to take 5 flights just to get there, and by the time the last flight landed, I was completely exhausted and not at all excited about starting work in a whole new place. I had a few days to settle into my new apartment before my first day at the office about 30 minutes away. What I do isn't exactly super interesting. Lots of paperwork and phone calls, really. A part of me didn't even understand why they actually needed me to be there. Everything I was doing was something that could be done back home. But I was already there now, and I had a contract for 1 year, so I had to stick it out whether I liked it or not. Got to the apartment and was immediately disappointed. It looked nothing like the pictures that had been posted online. In fact, it was a whole different layout. When I tried to complain to the building manager, he just stared at me until I realized he couldn't even understand what I was saying. I made my way back up to my cockroach-infested apartment and had no hope for the next year. I immediately regretted my decision to come here, but unfortunately there was no going back now. My first day went okay actually. No one cared I was there, and for the most part everyone left me alone. My boss barely spoke any English, so we said as much as we could to each other in terms of introductions before I went and sat down at my dusty old desk. It seemed this was going to be the whole next year of my life. The first week was alright. I noticed a few of my coworkers staring at me and whispering things to each other while they did. I honestly didn't care at all though, considering I had no idea what they were saying anyway. I like keeping to myself. It made the time pass by faster when I zoned out everything else. I even bought myself a pair of noise-canceling headphones to make it even quieter. Next month, I got a notice not to come in for a few days since they were remodeling. I happily stayed home, and thank God for the time off. It was much needed. By the time I went back to work, they had added all new cubicles and lots of furnishing as well. It was much nicer. Honestly, it made me want to stay at work longer, to escape all the bugs in my apartment building. I found myself soon working 12-hour days. At first, I would have thought this would be an issue for the company, considering 4 of those hours were overtime. But it didn't seem to be a problem. I was actually getting so much work done, I got an email from corporate congratulating me on how fast I was helping the branch catch up with their late work. By month 3, I had the whole routine down. I woke up at 6 a.m. every morning, made myself breakfast, checked the news. Then, 7:30, I began my walk to work, and by 8, I was there. Usually, I was the first person there as well. I would put on my noise-canceling headphones and get right to work. Some days, I wouldn't take them off at all. This was one of those days. I got to work at 8 a.m. as usual. Everything seemed very normal. I sat down at my desk, plopped in my trusty noise-canceling headphones, and got right to work. I loved sitting in those cubicles because they secluded me so much more than regular desks. Even in the little doorway to the cubicle, I added a curtain to block myself off more. It was like my own little room where no one ever disturbed me. It was great. I got to work, and for the next few hours, everything went smoothly. I kept my head down, did my work as usual. Everything was like every other day. At around 1 p.m. though, I felt a vibration underneath my feet of a lot of footsteps walking quickly out of the office. It even felt like some people might be running, but it was lunchtime and I naively chalked it up to people heading out to lunch. I never even lifted my head to see what was going on. By 1:15, the power had suddenly gone out. The whole floor was dark, with only bits of sunlight peering in between the blinds on the windows. I removed my headphones and stood up, and that's when I realized I was the only person still in the office. I walked to our manager's doorway, but he was also nowhere to be found, and that's when I noticed the smoke. It had gone from completely clear air in the room to smoke so thick I could barely see 5 feet in front of me in the span of only 10 minutes. It was seeping from the ground below me. I started to cough so hard, it felt like my lungs were going to burst out of my chest. I started to make my way to the stairwell, but with every step it felt like my body was getting heavier and heavier. At some point I ripped off my shirt, balled it up and shoved it against my mouth and nose to try and filter the air. I knew my lungs had already absorbed a lot of smoke, but I had to do something. The ground underneath me was hot, burning hot. My shoes were almost melting, and the bottoms of my feet were being branded like white-hot metal. It was excruciating. I had about 50 feet between me and the stairwell door, but to me in this situation, it felt like 500 feet. At that point, the walls around me even started to catch fire. The flames were so hot that even when I was standing 20 feet away from them, they were burning my skin. I was terrified. It was like I was a kid again. All I wanted was my dad to come and save me from this horrible situation. I started to pray, praying every second that I was in the building. Every second I felt my skin burning away. Please God, let me survive this. Give me the strength to escape this building. Every step I took was like walking on lava. I was determined to live though. The building around me even started to fall apart as I was now surrounded by flames. At 1:35 p.m., I made it to the stairwell door. I placed my hand on the door handle, and the searing pain of the metal touching my skin had me pulling my hand back so fast I hit myself in the chest. I had to think quickly. I lowered my shirt from my mouth and wrapped it around my hand. I knew the handle would still be hot, but any barrier was better than none. I braced myself for the pain I was about to experience, and again set my hand on the knob and pulled it open quickly. It hurt, but at this point, I think my body was going into shock. I felt my legs burning, and when I looked down, I saw my pants had burned away entirely from my body. My legs were now exposed to the flames and heat that had started to engulf me. I knew I had to make a decision. I had to go as fast as I could down those stairs, no matter how painful it would be, or I would die. I took as deep a breath as I could and began jumping down the stairs. I skipped as many as I could in hopes it would get me down faster. I screamed in pain with each step, but eventually I found myself on the bottom floor, in front of the door that would lead me to salvation. The stairwell had begun to fall apart above me, pieces of metal and wood raining down as I pushed against the door. Once outside, I was greeted by firemen yelling in my face in a language I didn't understand. The shock must have worn off, because then everything went black. The next thing I remember, I was in the hospital. The doctor told me that 70% of my body had been seriously burned, but I would likely survive. The pain even in the hospital was excruciating. I called my mom and dad, who were already arranging for me to be transported home for better medical care. I was in the hospital in that foreign country for 2 months before I was stable enough to be moved. The worst part was the debridement, which is where they remove dead tissue from your wounds. They were literally taking off chunks of skin to ensure I didn't get an infection. I knew it was part of the treatment process, but it felt like literal torture. For the longest time, I blamed my coworkers. I felt like they'd left me there to die. In reality, because I was so isolated, my boss told me they didn't even know I was still there. I'd made no sound throughout the whole day, and because I always arrived at work 30 minutes early, no one had actually seen me come in. My resentment toward them eventually went away, and I realized it was not their fault. As it turned out, a car had caught on fire parked in the alleyway next to the building. Because the building was so old, it was made of cheap materials, and they'd caught fire easily as well. There was no stopping it. Apparently, my boss thought that everyone had gotten out. I guess no one had thought to get a total head count. Apparently, when I'd come out of the building, everyone was shocked and terrified to see I'd been in there the entire time. Recovery has been one of the hardest things I've ever gone through, but I'm grateful I escaped with my life. One thing I've learned from all of this is that it really doesn't pay to be a totally isolated loner. Make sure someone knows where you are at all times. So I play amateur football here in Montana, and I played for a couple of different teams now. This one game I played back in 2014 though, ended really badly for me. I ended up getting my bell rung, which is bad enough, but when I woke up and tried to move, what I can only describe as the worst pain in my life shot up through my leg. I heard one of the guys near me say something like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, dude, look at his leg." I knew it must have been pretty bad, but what I didn't realize is that it was a complete compound fracture that would take more than a year to fully heal. My tibia had torn right out through the meat of my skin, meaning I needed to be rushed into surgery or I might actually have lost my leg. Then, once that whole process was out of the way, I needed some serious rehab in order to get back on my feet. I put on a bunch of weight, ended up getting hooked on pain meds for a while, which was a whole nother drama, and basically became a totally different person over the course of about 6 or 7 months. It was probably my lowest point in my life so far, and I knew it was going to be a hard road to get back to playing football again. My first goal, though, was to lose all that weight and gain back the strength in my legs. For that, I needed some harder forms of training. Trouble was, I was feeling seriously embarrassed getting back in the gym, which I know is kind of a dumb issue that's completely in my own head, but it felt pretty real to me at the time. Instead, I opted for another kind of exercise to get back into shape, and that was hiking. My hiking spot of choice ended up being this one particular trail in the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest, which is about 30 miles south of my hometown of Butte. So I drive on down to this little town called the Wise River, park my truck near this awesome little saloon whose owner I was pretty friendly with. Then I tried hiking up to Round Top Mountain, getting further and further to the summit every try. Between the buck and change in weight that I put on and my weak shins, it was absolute agony at first. I even remember this one time. I was sitting down on a log on the side of the trail, pouring Advil down my neck and feeling like a piece of trash. When I looked up the trailway, I saw this log cabin sitting there on the ridgeline, looking all lofty and king-like, staring out over the valley. I told myself, I'm going to make it up to you one day, and when I do, I'm gonna drink from my water bottle like it's full of champagne. And that became my goal over the summer, to make it all the way up to that cabin on the ridge. Surely by that point, my leg would be back to normal, and I'd be back to my usual 190 pounds. That was me for almost the whole month of July, hiking up Round Top at least twice a week, and feeling it get a bit easier each time as well. Then, one day, I finally did it. My God, seeing that cabin up close and personal came with a feeling of pure elation. Only thing was, I'd completely sank the contents of my water bottle by the time I'd reached it, and since it would be another hour of hike back to my truck, I figured I might as well see if the owners had an outside faucet or something I could use to fill up. So I start walking up the trail, then turn off to walk up the path that leads to the cabin. As soon as I got within earshot, I could hear someone singing on the inside. That was kind of a relief in itself, to know someone was home, and I'd definitely at least get some water. I wasn't worried if I'd be welcome or not, as someone singing that loud to themselves, what sounded like a happy tune, I doubted they'd be grumpy enough to turn away a stranger for just asking for water, especially on such a hot day. I got right up close to the front door of the cabin. The man inside was still singing a song. I looked it up later, and it was from a Jerry Lee Lewis song called She Even Woke Me Up to Say Goodbye. The way the guy was singing was all loud and stuff. He was either in a sort of good mood or really drunk. Probably both if I had to guess. Next thing I know, I knock on the guy's door and announce myself. He didn't respond in any way, so I figured he might have earbuds or headphones on or something. The door to the cabin was slightly ajar, something I'd only noticed after already knocking. So while half praying that he didn't freak out or shoot me or something, I edged the door open to look inside, maybe give him a wave to let him know I was there. So I pushed the door open, and I see the little kitchen and dining room is empty, with the singing coming from the bedroom now. Somehow, the guy still hadn't heard me, but that made sense, considering the whole place stunk of strong booze. I could tell there was something else in the air though, something that smelled almost metallic. Before I had a chance to truly think about what that might mean, the owner of the cabin appeared shirtless from the bedroom area, carrying a jug of what looked like moonshine or some other kind of home brew. What surprised me was that he was not drinking it though. He was splashing it all over the floor for some reason. When he locked eyes with me, he had this oh kind of look on his face that made me instantly nervous. As I was starting to back out of the open doorway, I noticed why he'd look so frightened about being disturbed. In the corner of that small room he'd emerged from, there was a woman sitting slumped on the floor with her back to the wall. Above her, coating the wall, was a smatter of blood, like she'd slid down the wall after being shot or something. I turned to run, not even thinking about it. I knew I needed to get out of there. Instead of running the way I came though, which would have made me an easy shot should the guy pull a gun or something, I went running through the trees at the side of the house for more cover. Keep in mind, I couldn't run properly at this stage in my healing. My shin was hollering at me something fierce. If I had gone off running the way of the trail, the man would have been able to just line up his sights and shoot me down like fish in a barrel. My fears were confirmed when I heard a gunshot ring out behind me. That really got rid of the pain in my leg almost instantly. Adrenaline is one heck of a drug as it turns out. I almost went tumbling down the slopes a bunch of times. I think I skidded down on my butt for most of it, but eventually I got to a point where I felt safe enough to pull out my cell phone and call 911. I was able to tell the cops about the body and the shot I thought had been fired at me. The guy looked like he was about to burn the place down, so they better get there quick. Then again, there was no fast way of getting up a steep hill like Round Top, so by the time the cops got there, the place was fully ablaze. I think that was the case anyway. I mean, I could see the smoke rising all the way from my car when I'd hiked back down. After I drove back home, I only got the full story when the cops came to talk to me about what exactly I'd seen. Turns out the guy had gone through his wife's phone or something and found out she was cheating, flew into a rage and blasted her. Only what I didn't see was that he'd shot his 2 kids too, and he'd stacked their bodies on the bed before dousing the place with what the cops believed was some kind of homemade liqueur. The sound of the shot wasn't him coming out to take a shot at me. He'd walked outside his burning cabin and shot himself in the face right out front. That was the shot I'd heard, the one that made me run like hell. It made for a real open and shut case from what I can tell. Not much to investigate, not many questions to ask. Just a whole lot of insaneness that's better left forgotten about, I suppose. But then again, what if you can't forget about it? What if every time I look south up at the hills, I think about the way he was just singing to himself after he took his whole family's lives? I just don't get why he wanted to make them victims of a situation that was so messed up to begin with. How can a person feel that entitled to the lives of their own children? Like I said, I think I've come to the depressing conclusion that good things are mostly fleeting. Then, seeing something like I did up there on Round Top, those bad things I was talking about, they have a habit of staying with you for much longer than anyone would like them to. Before I begin this story, just want to let you guys know it does have some animal suffering in it, so go ahead and skip to the next story if you don't like that sort of thing. Otherwise, we'll get started now. Every fall, I take my family and I out to a cabin up in the woods in Maine. Don't let the whole cabin in the woods thing fool you though. It's a very bougie kind of experience, and although my kids would roll their eyes at me using that word, I don't think they'd be quite so pleased with the place if it wasn't for how upmarket it actually is. Has a hot tub outside, a full kitchen, pretty spectacular internet for rural Maine. But I think my favorite part has to be the cozy TV area with its fireplace and fancy sliding glass door. The glass doors face out west, and because the cabin is built in a clearing at the crest of a gentle slope, the sunsets are absolutely incredible. Paying for a hot tub is one thing, but seeing the way the setting sun lights up the red and orange leaves and makes them look like they're on fire, that's something money can't buy right there. By some horrid twist of fate, though, those sliding glass doors ended up being part of one of the scariest things I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. They both protected us and presented us with a sight so horrifying, I don't think I can ever get it out of my mind. Every time we visit that luxurious log cabin up in Maine, it pops up into my mind like it just happened, and it's guaranteed to make me shudder. So we're gonna go back more than 10 years for this, all the way back to 2010. My daughter was still in middle school, and my son was only just out of diapers. Me and my wife had just put my son to bed, and my daughter was up in her room, playing that Nintendo thing we'd just gotten for her birthday. For the first time all that day, me and my wife were just enjoying each other's company in the TV room, watching the sunset and sharing a bottle of wine. We were gazing out the glass doors, silently basking in how much we'd overcome to be where we were now, when suddenly this dog walked into view. It looked like a mongrel of sorts, just lazily wandering into our view. It stopped and let its tongue loll out of its mouth in the way those dogs tend to do. My wife said something like, "Oh, look at that little guy. You think he's lost or something?" The dog seemed to hear her talking though, as it turned its head in our direction, and that's when I noticed there was something not quite right about this dog. Its ribs were showing clearly, which made me think it must be a stray, but then I noticed those flecks of white spittle around its mouth. Some was matted into the fur at the corner of its jaws even. My wife, being the kind-hearted soul that she is, asked if we should open the door and give the poor thing some food and a bowl of water, since she too thought it looked like a stray. She was halfway around to getting up off the couch when I put a hand on her thigh and told her to sit back down. At first, she acted like I was being some sort of Scrooge, not wanting to feed and water this starving animal. But when I told her the dog clearly had rabies, she suddenly understood why I didn't want to open those glass doors. After she sat back down, I took a closer look at the thing, just to make sure I wasn't being overly paranoid. As I took a step towards the glass though, the dog began baring its teeth and snarling so loud we could hear it through the thick glass of the doors. I immediately froze in fear, amazed that even though it looked like nothing more than a domesticated dog, its anger could have such a profound effect on me. It truly looked ferocious. I could tell it wanted to rip my throat out, and I realized how fortunate we are in that moment that most dogs have a friendly disposition. Rather than antagonize any further, we tried to get away as far as possible, intending to find my phone and call animal control. The second I turned to show my back though, it began bounding towards us, something I never would have known if it wasn't for my wife shouting "Oh my God" at the top of her lungs. I turned around just in time to see the dog's face collide with the glass door. It made such an ungodly thudding sound that it makes my skin crawl just thinking about it today. The impact drew another frightened cry from my wife, which in turn had my daughter running into the room to see what was wrong. In that moment, my priority was getting my daughter out of there so she wouldn't have to see what was happening. It was extremely distressing, even for us grown adults, so I can only imagine how disturbing it would be to see for a child. There was a slight smear of blood on the glass, and the dog began walking in a dazed circle outside. My daughter began crying, and though I was sorry to do it, I yelled at her to get out of the room. My next priority was obviously animal control. I was never really afraid that the thing was going to break through the glass, certainly not after that first attempt, but after I dialed the operator and asked them to connect me with animal control, I watched in horror as the dog began to literally bite its way through the glass. It was raking its teeth against it, its fat, swollen tongue lolling out the whole time. That's when I realized it wasn't just hot or thirsty. Its tongue was so big it couldn't actually sit in its mouth properly. Blood was leaking out of it, with it smearing everywhere as it continued to try and bite its way through the glass. It looked furious, like it would attack us if it did manage to break through. At the same time, a look would come into its eyes every so often that to me looked like desperation. There was nothing we could do. I'm not the type to keep a gun in the house. All I could do was wait for animal control to call us back. They weren't picking up the phone immediately. Then we'd tell him where exactly we were and what condition we'd seen the dog in. It did wander off long before the call came. My wife had barely managed to calm down in that time. I can't say that I did a much better job calming down either. Like I said, it was one of the most horrifying things I'd ever been witness to. In the years that followed, my daughter became a huge fan of the TV show The Walking Dead. I was always surprised she didn't make the connection between the virus in that show and what she'd seen at the cabin that day. Naturally, we had to explain to her that the dog was rabid, how the disease works and how dangerous it is, and how she should learn to recognize the symptoms of such animals and never come near them. Personally, I find it very fascinating that people like her take an interest in a fictional zombie apocalypse and talk about it like it's an impossibility. We already have zombie viruses here on Earth, multiple of them. They actually exist. They can turn animals and even people into furious foam-frothing creatures that can pass their disease through their bites. You don't really have to imagine it. It's already here with us. I've been hiking on the Appalachian Trail for the better part of 30 years now. and I've had plenty of hair-raising run-ins that I don't care to repeat. I've come face to face with black bears and their cubs, which, as any experienced person will tell you, is about as close to staring death in the eyes as a hiker can get. I've had fishers running up trees next to my tent at night, which was very unsettling back when I was at an age when skinwalkers still raised the hair on the back of my neck. There was also one time I heard such a sickening crack when crossing a log bridge over a stretch of rushing river that I was convinced I was going to drown the next moment. But let me tell you, there ain't no kind of fear like the fear your fellow man can give you. And the Appalachians have a way of getting into people's heads that can be just as negative as it can be positive. I can tell you firsthand, once you get a taste for hiking, you really start to enjoy it. There's just nothing quite like being up there far away from civilization, relying on nothing but your wits and whatever you can carry on your back. The Appalachians change people. Like, you might have heard about the old tradition of taking a trail name, something like Bear or Sovereign or some other kind of nickname, as a way of expressing how you've left your old self back down in the lowlands, having ascended to a higher plane, both figuratively and literally. It's not just for aesthetic purposes either, folks. Every time you go out into the wilderness, a little bit of wilderness comes into you too. For some folks, namely city folks, that can be somewhat of a good thing. It opens your mind a bit, helps you better appreciate the simple things in life. You know, things you take for granted, like a warm, soft bed, or a good, readily available shower. For other folks, though, the Appalachians get into them in the same way a demon might possess someone's soul. It burns them up inside, burns everything good out of them until all that's left ain't fit to be called human. I've heard stories of people taking their own lives after particularly stressful hikes. They'd walk the whole trail over the course of the summer or fall, then just be unable to go back to their drab, tedious lives in the concrete jungles. I've heard plenty of other stories of folks losing their minds up in the hills too, before running into a group of less experienced hikers and killing them or something. I've never encountered any of that superstitious stuff myself, but I believe I almost did one time. And that's about as far as I ever want to get to one of them. This was way back in the late 90s, when I was doing some solo hiking up in Great Smoky. I was experienced enough to not have to stick to the trails and such, but not experienced enough to know that it's better to wait out approaching bad weather than to try and beat the skies. I thought taking a more direct route over the hills and through the forest would mean I could get a hot shower and hot chow quicker. As it turned out, though, my arrogance meant I was caught in a downpour. Experienced hikers will tell you that a hot sun might burn and blister your skin, but wet feet can really kill you. Wet feet for a long time means foot rot and fungus, and when you're relying on those feet to get you to food and shelter and away from potential dangers, not being able to rely on them can be a real death sentence. I knew enough to know that, so when the heavens suddenly opened up on me, I went running off to find myself some cover and waited out. In the end, I found it nearby, and it came in the form of what I thought was a shallow cave set into a rock face. At the time, I thought it was an actual godsend. I said a little prayer of thanks as I took off my wet clothes and swapped them for some dry ones. I was relieved to be out of that rain. Because of that, I didn't actually check how deep the cave went, not until I was fully dry again, getting bored from having to take shelter for so long. I took my flashlight out from my pack, switched it on, and then saw that this shallow cave went way further back than the daylight had led me to believe. Not only that, but it narrowed into a much smaller passageway that you'd have to get on your hands and knees to traverse. Now, I know what you're thinking. Who in their right mind would want to crawl down a narrow cave tunnel in the middle of the woods when you could just stay warm and dry and safe in the cave's opening while waiting for the rainstorm to pass? Then again, I imagine many of you have gathered that I have something of an adventurous streak, and after about an hour of just sitting there waiting for this rain to pass, I was about to go crazy with boredom. If there was something that could help me kill some time before getting back on the move again, you bet your butt I was going to do it. That's how I ended up creeping towards the opening to the tunnel, flashlight at the ready, and never would I have guessed in a million years what I was about to see. I figured I may see some of those awesome pointy hangy things, stalagmites or whatever they're called, but the first thing I saw when I poked my head through the other side made me immediately stop in my tracks. It was a single rock chamber, and the first thing I saw when I looked was signs of human habitation. There was clearly some kind of bedroll in there, incredibly filthy, but it was there all the same. Then, just as I was thinking about how someone must have been all kinds of smart and resourceful to use this place as shelter, I saw what was on the walls. Whoever had been sleeping there had scratched so many letters and words into the stone that I don't think there was a single inch of rock that was unscathed. I spent so long trying to decipher what this chicken scratch said that I didn't see the skulls lining the bottom of the cave walls at first. So many I couldn't even count them. It looked like they were from every kind of animal that called Appalachia home. I was incredibly nervous after seeing that, but my blood didn't fully run cold until I saw a skull that quite obviously belonged to a human being. I do know how a person could get their hands on such a skull, as there are many old burial sites around these parts. It's not out of the question that maybe they just found one to add to their collection, but as we all know, that's not the only way to get your hands on a human skull, and I definitely didn't want mine to be added to the collection lining the wall of that chamber. After that, I wasn't too keen on sticking around as I had been previously, and although it was raining like the deluge out there, I decided it was better to take my chances getting soaked than hang around and wait for whoever lived here to come back. It didn't exactly seem like the living abode of the kind of person that would appreciate the sudden appearance of a stranger, and by the way the bedroll looked, they'd been sleeping there quite recently too. I've been up to those parts of the Smokies since, but I've stuck to the trail since I found that cave. Anyone I bump into in that area, I always tell them to be very careful of strangers, even folks who seem kind-hearted and friendly such as myself, because like I said, the hills get into people's heads in a way that changes them, sometimes for better, but sometimes for worse. I live in a big city. It's not where I pictured living, but finding a job in a small town like the one I grew up in just was not working out. I'd gone to community college a few towns over, since it was the only higher education school within a 50-mile radius. There were not exactly many options. Pretty much no options, actually. I didn't consider moving for school, since I had no money and my parents had only offered to pay for my schooling if I stayed home while attending. They were the extremely controlling type. They even still tried to give me a curfew when I was 20 years old. I put a stop to that mentality pretty quick though. Maybe it was the fact that I'm their only child, but I had to let them know that as an adult, they couldn't tell me everything to do anymore. It was quite hard for them to accept at first, but they learned to respect my boundaries, and I learned that compromise in a situation is sometimes better than arguing. Eventually, I graduated with an associate degree in journalism. I was extremely excited. I knew I didn't want to do anything in the political field. Those journalists are hated so much. I wanted to write about something a little more lighthearted and fun. I wanted to work for a magazine, maybe fashion or something like home decor. It seemed more fun than business or finance or politics, where everything is so deadly serious all the time. The only problem was there were no writing jobs in my area. The only options job-wise were the local grocery store that people started working at when they were teenagers and never left, or the gas station where all the junkies hang out all the time. Neither of those sounded like appealing options exactly. I didn't want to be one of those people that commute 3 hours to work a day either. Since the city was the only real place that had options, I decided I'd move finally. At first, I didn't know where. I'd considered Los Angeles, but all the writing jobs down there were about celebrities. You know, OMG, he went where with her? Such meaningless drivel in my opinion. I thought about Seattle, but then I remembered the awful weather they have up there. Rains all the time. No thanks. That's when I settled on New York City. I found a couple of places that were hiring for writing positions. I was absolutely interested in all of them, and I applied to them all as well. Of course, I was hoping that even one would take me at that moment. I wanted it more than anything in the world. I'd already found a room to rent in an apartment with 3 other girls for a reasonable price, by New York City standards. Everything in me was telling me this was going to be a good thing, but man, was I wrong. I don't know if bigger cities just have more creeps or if they're all just really bold, but sheesh, I hated all the unnecessary attention I was constantly getting literally everywhere I went. Even just walking up the street or up the stairs to my apartment, I'd be harassed everywhere. It was uncomfortable and really started to get to me. My roommates all told me it was normal, and if I wanted to live in the city, I'd have to learn to get used to this. That just made me even more angry about it all, that it was something so normal to be experienced there, something to just be brushed off and forgotten about the second it happened. It's not like there was anything I could do about it though. I was too scared to say anything back to those people. I guess I did eventually get used to it, and I learned to ignore it as well. I'd gotten a job for a pretty well-known magazine. I wasn't exactly writing any star articles, but I was excited to be there nonetheless. I got a paid internship. I didn't make much, but the experience and opportunity to learn was worth it. Unfortunately, the harassment didn't stop when I entered the workplace. It was actually somewhat worse. The men in the top positions in the building felt emboldened by their status, and obviously knew no one would do anything to them when they did something anyone else would consider wrong. I found myself in an awful position, in a place where anyone I told would just tell me to keep my mouth shut about it all, and that the stuff I was saying wasn't something anyone talked about. There was this one day, after I'd been working with the company for about 6 months, when I was called into one of the higher-ups' offices. I knocked before entering and was told to come in. I noticed right away he was an older man, probably in his 60s. He sat at a large desk in front of a huge window with the most beautiful view overlooking the city. He must have seen me staring because he offered to let me stand by him to get a better look. I thought it was a nice gesture. I made my way next to him and stood admiring the city I now called home. He was sitting directly next to me and had turned his chair to join me in looking out the window. That's when I felt it, his hand traveling up my thigh and making its way up the rest of my butt. I don't even know the words to express my feelings in that moment. It was a mixture of a bunch of emotions. I was angry at the fact he felt he could touch me, scared I was alone in the room with this man, and shamed that it had been about 30 seconds and I still hadn't swatted his hand away. I was scared of what would happen when I did. I couldn't let it go on any longer though. I pushed away from him and asked him what he was doing. He pretended not to know what I was referring to, and like I had made the whole thing up. After arguing with him for a couple of minutes, I decided going to HR was my best option. I made my way to the elevator and pressed the floor I was going to. The second the doors closed, I burst out crying. The elevator dinged and signaled it was my stop. I got out and made my way to the office, where an older woman was sitting behind the desk. I told her there was something I wanted to report, and she very bluntly told me that if it had anything to do with the guy who had just touched me, there was no point, and I should get back to work. I was confused how she knew that's what I was there for, but eventually I understood. I wasn't the only person he'd done this to. I wasn't the only person who'd come to HR to try and report him either. I was always told that whenever something like this happens, to tell someone about it to get help if I needed it. There I was trying to do exactly that, and the person who was supposed to help me was adamant to drop it. The next day, I was called into his office again. I was only an intern, and whenever the other male interns were called in, he would only ask for coffee or for them to run some paperwork. When he asked for me, I would always ask one of the guys to go for me. I was scared of that man and what he might do if I stepped into his office again. Later that day, I got an email from him. It said something like, "The next time I ask for you, it better be you who comes. Don't forget, I can end your career in the city before you can even blink." It was intimidating. Of course it was intimidating. There I was, a 21-year-old girl, faced with a man telling me he was going to ruin my career if I didn't do what he asked. The next day, obviously he asked for me again. I entered his office and stayed right by his door, so I couldn't give him away to get close to me, and I had a quick exit if needed. He began telling me about articles the magazine had published the day before. He sounded weird though. The way he talked wasn't his usual manner of speaking. He began to stutter and his body was shaking. I only realized what he'd been doing when he let out a loud moan and rolled his head back. Yeah, he was doing exactly what you think. I yelled at him that he was disgusting and ran out as fast as I could. Honestly, I didn't care about that internship at that point. I didn't care about anything that man had to say about me around the city. I could find another job somewhere else if I had to move. I didn't care, but I wouldn't let him get away with what he was doing. I went to the police and they told me that without proof there wasn't anything they could do. I filed a report anyways. I went back to the apartment and told my roommates what happened. Of course, they were as creeped out and disgusted as me, but shockingly told me to keep the internship. They said the job was so good that having to put up with one pervy man was worth it. I tried complaining to HR again, this time insistent I be moved to a different floor. I was willing to try to find a new job, but I kind of needed this one to pay rent while I looked for a different one. I was moved a few floors down, and for the next couple of weeks after that I had no issues. That's when the emails started coming in. They were always from a new anonymous email address, and every single one always contained a nude photo, always from the same person. Unfortunately, I could tell. I informed the police, who again told me there was nothing they could do. I started hating everything about that city. I hated how everyone told me this was normal and I should put up with it. I wanted someone to listen to me and agree that what I was going through was not okay. I knew who was sending me those photos, and I couldn't take it anymore. I sent an email to everyone in the office detailing what had happened to me. I explained everything I went to and how many times I'd tried to report it to HR, and they did nothing to help me. Then I quit. For the next few days, I got emails from other women in the office telling me they had experienced the same or similar things with the man who had touched me. I was mad that no one would do anything about it, but at least everyone knew now. I never went back, so I never saw the fallout from my email myself. I hope he got what he deserved, although I know he probably didn't. I found a job at a different company that I adore working at. I'm treated great and can gladly say I've not experienced anything like that since. To any woman out there who's going through or has gone through something similar, and they feel like there's no one out there who understands or who listens, just know you're not alone. When I was younger, mainly in my late teens, I used to babysit. I did this for several people who lived in my neighborhood or within the city. One night, I was asked to babysit 2 kids for the night, while the parents were going out on a date or something. It was going to be about 4 or 5 hours, and the kids were 5 and 3 respectively. They were some pretty young kids. After the parents left, I made food for the children and looked after them. For most of the night, things went really well actually. At about 8:30, it was time for the little ones to go to bed. Their bedrooms were upstairs. I remember telling them around that time that they had to go to bed soon. The 5-year-old boy happened to have a lot more energy than the 3-year-old girl did. After I got them both upstairs, I made sure they got ready for bed. The 3-year-old seemed really sleepy already, so I took her to her bedroom to make sure she got into bed and fell asleep. I turned around, and I guess the 5-year-old boy had wandered back downstairs in that short time, because right as I was about to leave the room, I heard the back door downstairs opening. Of course, I had a bad feeling about this. I knew the children were not supposed to go outside. They were supposed to be going to bed right now. However, I was not at all surprised with how energetic this kid was being. I ran back downstairs and went over to the door. The boy was standing right next to it, and I was relieved to see he hadn't left and gone outside yet. I told him he had to go to bed now, and he said okay. We both started walking back over to the stairs. As we were about to climb them, I asked him why he'd even opened up the back door in the first place. I reminded him that he was not supposed to play outside after dark. The boy then told me that he had opened up the door to let a man in. When I heard this, I instantly felt chills. I was hoping he was talking about his imaginary friend or something. After we got up the stairs, I asked him if he really let a man into the house, and he said yes immediately. I asked him what the man looked like. The boy only told me that he was tall. When I asked him where the man had gone, the boy said that he'd gone into the living room somewhere. I got the boy into his bedroom and had him climb into bed, then decided to creep back downstairs. I hadn't heard or seen anything yet. I was hoping the boy was just using his imagination, but I didn't really think that would be the case. When I got back downstairs, most of the lights were already off because I had turned them off earlier. I couldn't really see much. I carefully walked over to the living room and turned a light on. When I did, I didn't immediately see anything. I called out asking if anybody was there, but it was still silent. I walked around the house very briefly, but as I did, I got creeped out. I ended up pretty much turning around and going right back over to the stairs. I hadn't seen anything, but I stood there for a few moments, just observing, looking around and listening. That was when I heard a noise coming from just out of my view, on the other end of the home. My reaction was to quickly run up the stairs. My heart was racing, and I was sure that somebody really was in the house. At that point, I went into the 3-year-old's room. I woke her up and grabbed her, then carried her to the 5-year-old's bedroom. I closed the door, grabbed my phone, and called the police. I told the police that someone was inside the home that was not supposed to be there. I gave them the address as we waited inside the bedroom. I didn't really hear much of anything outside, but after only a few minutes, I heard footsteps coming closer. This meant they had to be close to climbing the stairs. I could then hear the person beginning to walk up them as they made their way to the top where we were. I got really nervous. There was no lock on the door to the room we were in. I really had no idea what I was going to do if he actually got to us. The footsteps reached a little past halfway up the stairs. Then they seemed to abruptly stop and turn around. It sounded like the person was now going back to the bottom. After that, I could hear them walking away. Just about a minute later, I heard a knocking at the front door. I realized the police must have arrived. Whoever was inside the house must have heard them approaching and left before they could get there. I went down and answered the door and talked to the officers. The parents were called, and they had to come home. Obviously, the kids were fine in the end. The whole thing was really crazy, though. I have no idea why the man was at the back door to the house when the boy let him in. When the man got inside, he must have heard me coming to get the boy and gone straight into the living room or something, because I hadn't seen or heard the man at all when I got down there. I only saw the boy standing at the door. I did babysit for those parents a few more times, during which nothing strange like that ever happened again, but that will always be my craziest memory from babysitting. One night, when I was much younger, my mother and I had a scary situation involving a broken-down car. It was just my mom, Kate, and I at home that night, as my dad was out working late. It was a windy fall night, and I remember helping Kate make a late dinner right around sunset time. We were in the middle of cooking, cutting up a bunch of vegetables, when suddenly the front doorbell rang. I followed Kate over, as she went to see who was there. When we got to the door, there was some man standing right outside. I was instructed to stay out of sight behind the door, as Kate opened it slightly to ask the man what was going on. I listened to the short conversation, as the man explained that he had broken down and was wondering if Kate could help by providing some jumper cables maybe. Kate instructed me to stay inside, as she put on her coat and proceeded outside in an attempt to help the man. We did have some jumper cables. I watched from the window as Kate pulled her car around to face the man's car. It took a little bit to get everything set up, but finally they got the cables working and the stranger's car to turn on. The car seemed to start up after a few attempts, and after a brief conversation, the man thanked Kate profusely and was on his way. At this point, it was getting quite dark out now. Kate came back inside, and we quickly resumed the preparation of our dinner. We were hoping to have it ready by the time Dad got home. I'm not sure exactly how much time had passed by. I'm guessing it was around a half an hour later, though. The doorbell rang again. Kate was visibly frustrated at the second ringing of the doorbell. She went to go see who was there. Since dinner was coming along and stuff was now actually cooking, I stayed in the kitchen to keep it going. As I was mixing the pot of food on the stove, I heard the sliding glass door just to my left make a noise, as if somebody was trying to pull it open. The door was obviously locked. I placed the stirring spoon down that I was using and took a couple of steps to my left to see what had made that noise. As I got closer to the sliding door to see, I couldn't really make anything out at first because of the darkness of the backyard. That's when I saw a man's face emerge. He pressed it right up against the glass of the door. Terrified by this jump scare I had just received, I ran backwards and screamed. It appeared to be the very same man from just a while ago, who Kate had helped to jumpstart his car. I couldn't be 100% certain it was the same guy, because I had only watched him a ways away through the front window, but he was wearing the exact same outfit that the man from earlier was wearing. Kate heard me scream and rushed back into the kitchen. Immediately, she noticed the man outside the sliding door, who was now violently trying to pull it open. The cops and my dad were immediately called. My dad rushed home from work as soon as he heard about it. We went into another room and waited for the cops and my dad to arrive, but obviously the man fled by the time anybody got there. At that point, the making of dinner was a complete afterthought. We ended up having to order pizza, as Kate explained the whole night's events to my dad and the police. Nothing was ever seen of the man again after, but I'll never forget the feeling when I saw that man's face appear in the glass. Last year, I went to the Mall of America. It's one of the biggest malls in the country. I was visiting Minnesota from my home state of South Carolina. I was there to see some family that I have. The first day I was there, I just had to go check out the giant mall. When I got inside, I first explored some of the stores, then walked through the amusement park they have in the center of it. Honestly, I was having a great time. I remember right as I was leaving the amusement park, though, and going back into the mall area, some guy suddenly emerged right behind me. The same guy proceeded to follow me down the giant mall hallways for at least 5 minutes or so. He went right up the escalator right behind me, too. Soon it became obvious this man was trying to follow me. He really wasn't even attempting to try and hide it. I mean, the only reason I was able to notice it so quick was because he was only about 10 feet behind me. When I stopped to look inside a store, he stopped as well. When I kept walking, he'd do the same. He could have easily gone past me by now. When I was going up an escalator, I stood kind of sideways on it and looked behind me to get a better look at who this guy was. He was sort of thin and had on just a simple t-shirt and jeans. He had longer red hair that was tied up in a bun. I took the next escalator up to the 3rd level of the mall, and the guy continued to follow right behind me. When I got to the 3rd level, I left the escalator and walked around to find the food court. After I found it, I sat down. I was a bit hungry and wanted to get some food. Plus, with this guy right behind me, I had no idea what he was going to do. I sat down at a random table just to see what the man would do next. He walked over and sat down at the very next table to me. Then I watched him look around as though he were trying to pretend he wasn't following me. Did this guy seriously think he was being inconspicuous right now? Because if so, he was failing quite miserably. After sitting at the table, texting with some family, and browsing my phone for a while, I decided I'd had about enough of this guy. I stood up from my table and walked right over to him. He didn't look at me at all until I was standing directly in front of him for a good 5 seconds. Then he looked up with a completely surprised expression on his face. When he did, I immediately confronted the man. "Hey, why are you following me?" The man didn't even attempt to deny it or answer me at all. He just got up and quickly walked away. I was surprised by this odd behavior, but I watched him walk all the way until he was completely out of sight. At that point, I was just glad he was gone. I was finally able to order some food and eat it in peace. After that, I wandered around a little bit more and bought a few more things at some of the stores, mostly some souvenir-type stuff as well as a hat. By the time I was done with my shopping and exploring of the mall, my legs were quite tired from all the walking. I'd completely forgotten about the man from earlier. I left through a skyway and started walking to the parking garage where my car was. I was going to drive back to my hotel about 10 minutes away, and the next day go over to my family's home. I was one level too high where I was, so I had to take the parking garage stairs to get down to the correct level. When I started walking down them, though, I turned the corner and saw that very same man that had been following me earlier. He was now just standing by the side of the stairs. He looked at me as I passed by, and after I did, he immediately started following me again. I left the stairs for the parking garage and started moving quickly to my car. He remained behind me the entire time. I was much more concerned now that I wasn't inside the mall where there were a bunch of other people around. I turned around and confronted the man again. "Why are you following me?" Again, he didn't say anything back to me. He was just looking at me. After many moments, he finally spoke. "My car's over there," he said. I didn't believe this at all, especially because of the fact he had been standing in the stairwell until I passed by. Then he magically wanted to leave the stairs all of a sudden. I didn't say anything back to the man. I rushed over to my car. He was still following me at a distance of about 40 feet, if I had to guess. At last, I found my vehicle. I walked around to the side of it and was careful to unlock it. I got right up to the door. The man walked to the third car down from mine but did not get inside. He just kinda stood by the door. As soon as I opened my back door to put the shopping bags inside, the man suddenly rushed out from the car he was next to and began to charge toward me. I had no time to get to my driver's seat. The man was running so fast, plus it caught me completely off guard. Instead, I jumped into the back seat of my vehicle and scrambled to press the lock button on my keys. I heard the little honk signaling my car was now locked on all doors. The man arrived maybe 3 seconds later. Now I was stuck in the back seat as the man was frantically attempting to open my door. He was looking right inside the car at me too, just a couple of feet away. The only thing separating us was the car window. The fact that we were in a parking garage with no one else currently around to help made things much worse. I crawled over to my front seat to get in the driver's side and start my engine. I heard the guy say from outside that I was not going anywhere. He moved to the front of the car as I did, and when he saw me putting the keys in the ignition, he quickly ran around to behind my vehicle, I guess to block me in. There were other cars parked on both sides of me, and in front of me was a concrete barrier, so backing out was my only option. The man stood there just staring into my back window. After a few seconds, he demanded I get out of the car. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I knew I sure wasn't getting out of my vehicle. The man kept standing there, and I was afraid he would try to smash the windows or something. I began honking the horn of my car, pressing it repeatedly and holding it for several seconds as well. I was hoping to draw some attention to myself so that anybody in the area might notice what was going on. After I was honking for maybe 20 seconds straight, the guy suddenly walked away. As soon as he did, I backed out and left. While I was driving away, I was a little concerned the man would get into his own vehicle and attempt to follow me. but I don't think he was even parked anywhere near me. I was able to make it back to my hotel safely. I don't know, though, how the guy seemingly knew where I'd parked already, because he was standing in the stairwell, almost as if he'd been waiting for me the entire time. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but when I told my family about the experience, they said they were sorry it happened and ended up going back to the mall with me. That time, thankfully, none of us were followed. This happened many years ago. I was driving my car home one night, going through a city I was sort of unfamiliar with. I was about an hour and a half away from home at this point in the drive. I was not on the highway, but instead on a much quieter road. I had just driven through a seemingly very small town. Things were very quiet, and it was very late out. I had only seen a couple of other cars out on the road. I was traveling about 35 miles per hour since I saw a stop sign coming up ahead. Things were very dark in this section of the road, with no street lights or anything surrounding the road at all. It was mostly just grassy fields and trees or woods as far as the eye could see. At the stop sign, as I was approaching, I saw it was a four-way intersection. I slowed down and was just about to come to a complete stop. All of a sudden, I heard a knocking coming from my passenger side window. I looked over startled, and when I did, I saw a man standing there. He was sort of tall, and I couldn't really see his face at all. I could see him knocking, though. It really took me by surprise. I was wondering who this guy was and what he wanted. He motioned for me to roll down the window, so I did just a little. I had a bad feeling about this. The man spoke, telling me that he really needed a ride. His car had broken down. He promised me that he was not dangerous or anything, and asked me multiple times for a ride without me even having a chance to respond. To me, this came off as quite sketchy. I started to shake my head and say no to the guy. I could tell that he knew I didn't want to. However, my window was still open a little. The man began attempting to reach inside and open the door. He kept saying please and that he was so desperate. This didn't do anything to change my mind, though. I hit the gas and drove away. He was forced to let go, and I left him standing there in the middle of the road. The whole experience was really strange. As I drove away, I wondered if I'd really done the right thing, or maybe this really was just a guy desperate for a ride. My instincts, though, were telling me no. The way the man reached inside of my car so aggressively made him seem anything but innocent. I definitely felt confident with my decision and went on with my drive. Thankfully, the roads got better, and I made it home just fine. Later that night, following that experience, I got curious and tried to look up on the map online where it was. I was able to find that area and looked up the city as well. What I found was that there had recently been a string of car crashings and robberies in the area. I'm pretty confident that guy was going to either try to rob me, steal my car, or maybe even something worse. This happened when I was in high school. For some detail, I'm a woman, and was a junior at the time this took place. I used to walk to school and back every day because I lived pretty close by. It would usually take me around 10 to 15 minutes to walk there, and I would take sidewalks basically the entire way there. One morning, I left when I usually did, at around 7:30 a.m. School started at 7:50. After walking out the front door and leaving my house with my backpack, I saw a car on the side of the street. It was right in front of the sidewalk where I would normally walk past. I had never seen it there before, so obviously I did not know who it was. I planned to just go right past it. But when I did, I saw the passenger side window rolling down. Somebody said something to me, and I looked over. The car was an older, dark gray BMW, and the driver was a youngish-looking guy. seemed a bit older than me. He then asked me if I needed a ride to school. I had never seen this guy before and didn't think he even went to my school. He told me his name was Ryan, I think, but I can't remember exactly. He said which school he went to, which happened to be a school in the next city over. Then he said he was good friends with Erica, who happened to be one of my best friends. Apparently, he was on his way to pick her up, and she'd asked him to pick me up as well and give us both rides to school. Immediately, I said no thanks. I had never heard Erica talk about this guy before, and it all seemed really weird. The guy asked me why not, and I said maybe some other time. I wanted to confirm with Erica if she even knew this guy at all. Maybe there was a chance that she was friends with him, but she hadn't said anything to me about this. Obviously, it was more than a little bit suspicious. The guy seemed disappointed, but ultimately said okay. I kept walking down the street as he pulled away in his car and drove past me. Right when he got to where I was, though, he stopped his car in the middle of the road and rolled down his window again. He said, "Last chance." I said no once more, and finally he drove off altogether. I walked the rest of the way to school and got there basically at the normal time. As I was walking, I texted Erica about it. In that semester of high school, my first hour class was English. By the time I got to class, I'd gotten a response from Erica. I usually didn't get to see her before school because our first hour classes were on opposite ends from each other. She said she had no idea who I was even talking about. I'd had a feeling already that was what she was going to say. This was a real mystery to me, though. Who was this guy? Why did he try to pick me up in his car? And how did he know that my best friend was named Erica and where I went to school as well? I didn't know anything about him at all. During that same first hour English class, probably about 30 minutes in, the school suddenly went into a lockdown. I had no clue what it was for at the time. We had never had a lockdown before in my entire time there. Just a few drills, really. We were all told to sit at the back of the classroom. Lights were turned off, the door was locked by our teacher. We sat there in silence for what felt like a really long time. Probably about 30 minutes. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted. By that time, we were all very curious as to what was even going on. By the end of the day, I found out that apparently a man had walked into the school after class had started and right past the receptionist. The only door that was open after classes had started was the front door. He was then spotted by a hall monitor who asked him for a pass. The guy walked past him without saying anything and went to the locker commons area. Then he hid there. The school was locked down immediately. Unfortunately, the guy somehow managed to escape from the commons area to the nearest exit without being seen by anyone and was able to get out. The school and property were searched thoroughly, but he had gotten away. It was good that he was gone, but also bad that he was not caught. Some of us were wondering where he went, but he could have been anywhere. There was a large wooded area behind our school, so I think they pretty much gave up on the search for the man. Still, I had no clue who the guy was who had been inside the school either. I didn't even connect the dots at all until after school that day. I was walking home like I always did, less than halfway there, when I saw that same car that had been by my house earlier. I got a bad feeling. This guy was not who he claimed to be. The car was parked on the side of the road that I'd have to walk right past again. I sped up and started moving faster, but when I got even with the car once more, I heard him call out to me. His window was already down this time. "Hi!" I looked over and said hello, all while continuing to move. He then told me to stop. I ignored him. "Did you know I was in your school earlier?" I stopped and couldn't believe what I was hearing. He started to laugh, this really creepy laugh. He bragged about how they'd locked the school down because of him and how he'd managed to escape scot-free. As he was saying this, he opened his car door and got out. I started to go even faster until the man began to run at me. At that point, I started running too. Unfortunately, it seemed as though he was faster than I was. I could already tell he was gaining on me. I left the sidewalk and ran out into the middle of the road. Then came possibly one of the luckiest moments of my entire life. A car started driving down that otherwise completely quiet road. I ran straight for the car, and when I got close, I realized it was somebody that I actually knew. It was one of my classmates, a guy named Matt. He saw me and stopped his car. I ran for the passenger side while the man chasing me continued to come after me. I got inside Matt's vehicle and told him to lock the doors right now. The guy chasing reached the car moments later. The doors were locked, but the guy still tried to get in and then began pounding on the window. Matt asked me who this guy was, and I told him to just get out of there right now. He drove away with the guy standing there in the street. I explained everything to Matt as I got out my cell phone to call the police. I told them everything, and Matt dropped me off at my house a short time later. The police came out and talked with me and my parents and said they would look out for the car I described. Surprisingly, that very same day, the man was caught by the police. He had been stalking me for several days without me even knowing at all. I'm not sure exactly why he went into our school. Maybe he was waiting for me to get back to my locker. He honestly could have passed for a student because he looked very young, but he was actually in his mid-20s and not a student at all. This was years ago now, but I still remember it all the time. I'm really glad Matt was driving by when he did. I don't know what would have happened to me had he not been there for me. My stepmother was a real shit. I mean, she was such a shit that I can't even to this day mention her name without getting extremely pissed off. Because of that, I will not be identifying her in this story, and will simply refer to her as my stepmother. She and my dad got married after my parents got divorced. She was a lot younger than my dad, and I often wondered what she even saw in him. However, when my dad left the military service and became a truck driver, it became all too apparent. We moved from the military base to a house in rural Ohio. It was a huge house, but also pretty run down. My dad had this whole thing about wanting to live out in the country and having us kids live there too, so he took us there with him. The house itself was a good 45-minute drive out of town. Our house was on the top of a small hill, and there was a trailer at the bottom of the hill. Other than that, the only thing around us were tons of trees and hills. She didn't have to get a job at any point during the years I knew her, even though my dad didn't make enough money to keep us above the poverty line. She just kinda sat on her ass all day, while making us stepkids do just about everything. More than just that, though, she was also cheating on my dad nearly every time that he was out of town. The only smart thing she ever seemed to do was that she always had the affairs outside of the home. We knew they happened, though, because not only did she love to brag about them to us, she also violently threatened us in case we ever told our dad what was happening. He was also drunk so often, though, that it likely wouldn't made much of a difference either way. He would probably forget all about it by the time morning came around. Well, that all changed one night, while my dad was away on a job. I was usually happy when she went off on one of her cheating dates, because she would be gone the entire night. This time, though, I noticed something weird. I was up on the second-floor bedroom, reading a book by lamplight. That was when I noticed a car pulling up in our driveway. The day had been the first really severe fall day. You know what I mean, where the trees really start losing their leaves, and they fall down like rain. This continued into the night, of course, and made it hard to distinguish the vehicle coming up the driveway. At first, I thought it may be my dad, but he would have been driving his rig, and this was obviously something else. It wasn't until the people got out of the car and were talking awfully loudly that I figured out it had to be my stepmother and whatever new guy she was with. I was surprised she would have brought him to our home directly, but I guess she figured she was safe, since my dad would be gone for the entire week. Needless to say, I was very uncomfortable hearing her come into our home flirting with this random guy. I tried to do my best to just ignore it and read my book, but it was not going very well. I definitely never thought about turning my light off and then trying to go to sleep, because I could never have gone to sleep with all the noises occurring right in the house with me. I just kept lying in bed reading. Suddenly, I heard someone walking around. Faster than I could have reacted, my bedroom door was thrust open. There was a light on in the hallway, and I saw the shadow of my stepmother come into the room. She began yelling and screaming at me, threatening me in her drunken haze that if I mentioned anything about this to my dad, she would kill me. She came right up to my bed and grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me while screaming threats right in my face. I was in shock. Where had this all come from? I had, of course, never been drunk at that point in my life, so I didn't know how it could really screw with your head. Tired of all her I pried her hands off me and shoved her back away from me. She stumbled and fell against the wall, smacking her head hard. She got up and ran out of the room. She wasn't gone very long. Only moments later, she was back at the door with my dad's gun in hand. She pointed it directly at me and began screaming at me about how dare I put my hands on her, totally forgetting she was assaulting me at the time. She was threatening to shoot me, calling me all sorts of names. When she pulled back the hammer on the gun, I became indescribably terrified. I knew that being drunk could make someone sloppy and unbalanced, and she could have accidentally shot and killed me with no problem. It was a tense few moments, and I didn't really know how long it lasted. Fortunately, though, the guy she was cheating with obviously wasn't as impaired as she was. When he found out what was happening, he took the gun away from her. While he was doing it, I kept expecting her to try and shoot me. He apologized to me profusely, as if that meant anything at the time. I got up and went downstairs, while they went back to my dad's room. I made a phone call, and let's just say that for some reason, both of them were very shocked when the police showed up shortly after. I explained what happened, and nothing was done to the guy, since he hadn't really done anything. My stepmother was arrested, though, and shortly afterwards, my dad kicked her out. This was in the late 80s, and thankfully, I've never seen her since then. This story happened to me 2 weeks ago now. I'm a 20-year-old woman, and I work in a high school located in a part of my city known for its problems. Delinquency, street harassment, drugs, etc. I've been working in this high school for 5 months now, and never really had any problems with the people I met, until March 25th. It was 4:30, and I left work. I was walking toward the bus stop to meet a friend in a park on the other side of the city. Once out, I lit up a well-deserved cigarette and noticed at the same time that a car seemed to be driving by abnormally slowly. I didn't really pay much more attention to it, though. I arrived at the bend in the street and had to go left to get to the stop, which was about 180 meters from where I was at that moment. As I was about to turn, the car that was driving slowly stopped. Not surprising, as there was a yield sign nearby. In the moments that followed, though, the man behind the wheel rolled down his window and called out to me in English. "Hello!" I'm usually suspicious, but the fact he was speaking to me in English made me believe that perhaps he was not from around here and was looking for some directions or something. I approached his window and began asking him what he wanted. He asked me in slightly shaky French if he could have my number. I kindly answered him that no, he could not. When he asked why, I told him I didn't really feel like giving it to some random guy on the street. I was a little pissed off because he was clearly trying to force me. I couldn't see at all inside his car because the back windows were tinted pitch black. The guy said to me, "Can I smoke a joint with you?" Again, I told him no and said goodbye to mark the end of the conversation. At that moment, he yelled out, "Well, I'm gonna fuck you," with a perverted smile. My blood began to boil. I was so angry. I yelled at him, "Who do you think you are? Get out of here, you loser!" The car moved a little further on the street, so its back door was now right in front of me. Suddenly, a man who had been hiding in the back opened it and grabbed my arm, trying to drag me in. Without thinking, I threw all my body weight against the door to close it. It worked. It slammed against his arm and he let go, and I began to run toward the bus shelter. You should know that during this whole scene, people were in the street, watching without doing anything to try and help me. The car followed me, and the man continued to catcall me and make lewd gestures. I screamed, telling him to get lost. I arrived at the stop, and a man with a daughter about 6 years old was sitting there. The father of the little girl asked me why I was screaming and told me that I scared his daughter. I explained to him what had happened and apologized to the little girl. The guy's car was still there at the red light not far from the stop, and from this red light he could turn around to get me whenever he wanted. I pointed him out to the father, but as their bus arrived, he got on with his daughter and simply wished me a good day. My bus would arrive in 10 minutes, but I couldn't just stay there. I was also thinking of all the high school students. It was the weekend and they'd all want to go home. I would not be the only one in danger. It was strange already that something like this was happening right at the exit of a high school. I ran over to the high school and called 2 of my colleagues and told them everything. I waited 20 minutes before leaving, escorted by one of my colleagues. I warned my friend and the parents before going to the park afterwards as planned, and then to a birthday party planned that same evening. It's been 2 weeks now, and I realized the incident affected me a lot more than I thought it would. I have nightmares about it. I have trouble going to my job even though I love it. I have anxiety attacks and the like, and I'm always looking at the cars when I leave work. I went to the police station as soon as possible to report it, but they told me my testimony was not enough for a complaint because I don't have the license plate. I left the station after they asked me what I was wearing during them trying to pull me into the car. The high school also reported the incident to the police, and I guess the story ends there. My name is Sarah. I'm 22, and I think I just experienced the worst urbex experience you can imagine. I'll do my best to describe the scene as much as possible. It was 3 years ago, and at that time I had a boyfriend who was almost 30. My thing was exploring, taking pictures, and learning about the history of places. I just found it so fascinating. On the other hand, my boyfriend at the time was not all that interested in that sort of thing. He had never done it either, though, but he saw me being so in awe of it that he wanted to come with me. I was super happy. Usually I did it all alone because my friends don't like it either. I know it's not really good to go alone, but I'm very stubborn. All happy, I started looking for a good spot. I won't say, of course, how I found it. Top secret information. I searched for an hour or so, checked, and found out a good spot. It was still current and apparently wasn't too well known yet. It was exciting, so much so that we decided to go there that same evening. We took the car hoping for good weather. No such luck though. It started to rain. We didn't back down. We were determined to visit this place. 1 hour of driving later, we struggled a little to find the building, but finally we realized we had to continue on foot. It was hidden behind a small forest, and the path was too damaged for us to get there with the vehicle. We decided to park and turned on our torches, and walked a few minutes until we came across the building. It was actually a large hotel in rather good condition. We decided to go around the building first, and make sure no one besides ourselves was there, just to be a little bit safer. My boyfriend was not very calm at the time. I tried to reassure him as much as possible. After all, this was a first for him. Suddenly, he snapped his head toward one of the hotel windows and had a look of panic on his face. He said he was sure he'd just seen a small light coming from somewhere upstairs. I'll admit, I didn't really believe him at the time. I thought he was hallucinating because of his stress. Don't worry, there's no one in this kind of place. Come on, let's take a little tour and we'll leave. I promise. The poor guy, telling him that when all he wanted to do was to leave. We finally found a small entrance, and I got a strange feeling. You know, that feeling when you turn off your lights and you feel like someone is right behind you. It felt like that, but constant, with every step in every room. We continued to wander, and we ended up hearing these noises, like when someone is pushing a wooden piece of furniture and it creaks and scrapes. The noise was coming from somewhere upstairs. At that point, I remembered the light my boyfriend thought he'd seen before we came in. At that moment, we both looked at each other, not really sure what to do. We had no choice but to call out, "Is anyone there?" No answer. Must have been an animal. Still more and more suspicious, we decided to go upstairs. We went up the stairs step by step, lamp in hand in total silence. We quickly noticed that all of the doors were closed, except for one, the one at the very end of the corridor, which was wide open. As we were about to move forward, we noticed a shape at the very end of the hall, but we couldn't make out what it was. The lights weren't strong enough. We were forced to move closer and closer until a human shape appeared from the darkness. There, we saw clearly with our own eyes a man standing a few meters away from us. He was glaring at us without saying a word and had the most chilling expression I've ever seen in my life. You know the look you give when you have a deep hatred for someone? It was the exact same as this man. My boyfriend pulled me back so we could start running, and I, like an idiot, froze in place. I was afraid to let the man out of my sight. Suddenly, we saw him take something out of his pocket, but we couldn't see what it was. We started running as fast as we could to the car. My boyfriend had lost his flashlight in the panic. We were getting hit by branches, but we didn't care. I kept turning around to see if he was following us, and I saw the light upstairs going in our direction. It was like a little laser. When we got to the car, we turned on the ignition and left immediately. The very next day, I discovered from the news that a body had been found in the trunk of a car abandoned right in front of the building where we were. I can tell you that my boyfriend never wanted to do urbex again after that. So to put this in context, this event takes place in Quebec in December during a snowstorm. It was after 5 p.m., so it was pitch black out. I was more or less 9 years old at the time and lived close to my primary school. Normally, my big sister and I would go to and from school together, but after an extracurricular activity that lasted longer than expected, I had to come home alone. In addition to the darkness, 20 centimeters of snow was forecast for that evening. Suffice to say, before leaving school, I had put on my snow pants, my hat, my gaiter, etc. to face the storm, making me much more late than I'd ever wanted to be. After 10 minutes of walking in the cold and almost zero visibility, I reached the corner of my street. Without warning, a man dressed in all black put his hand on my shoulder out of nowhere and asked me to help him clean his car and his backyard. I shyly answered that I couldn't do so because my parents were waiting for me. He replied that he would give me $100 if I helped him. I hesitated for a moment and unfortunately ended up accepting. He asked me to go toward the door which led to his courtyard, gesturing for me to go first. After walking through the door, I remember thinking to myself, where is this car? There was absolutely no car in sight anywhere. And that's when I heard him bar off his door and say, "Wouldn't you like to have a hot chocolate before we get started, big guy?" I was totally terrified. I understood now that I was in some real trouble. I told him that I absolutely had to go. That's when things took a dramatic turn. The man just ran up to me and hit me, saying, "Didn't your parents teach you good manners?" With a smile and soft voice, he added, "I'll do it for them." He took me by the arm and dragged me toward the door of his home. I did what any child would do in that situation. I screamed at the top of my lungs and began trying to bite him. I managed to break free from his grip. I knew that I had to escape, but how? He blocked off the gate to his courtyard. With my winter boots, my coat, and my snow pants, I didn't have great agility and massive speed. Add to that 10 centimeters of unshoveled snow, and I wasn't getting anywhere quickly. The man approached me, laughing as if taking pleasure in seeing me panic. He had a shovel gripped in his hands. He tried to swing and hit me in the legs, probably to prevent me from fleeing, but I barely managed to dodge. In a last act of hope, I climbed his fence to pass from his yard to the neighbor's yard. I got there, but when I fell on the other side, my snow pants tore open. I took to the adjacent alley and did the biggest sprint of my life until I reached the courtyard of my house. I banged on the back door with all my might until my sister opened it for me. As I closed the door behind me, I saw a figure holding something in their hand in the alleyway. Now in a state of total shock, I couldn't even respond when my sister asked what happened. She called my mother, who was preparing supper in the kitchen. I jumped at my mother and burst into tears. She immediately understood that something serious had happened and asked me to be honest. Completely distraught, all I could say was the man at the end of the street. My mother quickly went to wake up my father, who was taking his daily nap. My father asked me what happened as well. I only got out a few details, but it was enough to make him become mad with rage. He took his coat and a big kitchen knife and asked me to follow him and show him this house. Being far too traumatized to be able to speak about it, though, I just told him it was the depraved house on the corner. After that, the police came and took my statement, but I didn't hear from the investigators or my parents about what happened, probably wanting to spare me from more trauma. The trauma was so great, though, that I finished the school year at home, and we moved after. 10 years later, my father finally told me the truth. When he arrived at the front of the house I'd pointed out, he found the front door was ajar. Inside the house, everything was dark and messy. The only sound was faint music coming out of a radio. My attacker had fled, but the police eventually caught and arrested him. Apparently, the man had already been incarcerated for assault, kidnapping of a child, and child pornography before, but had been released on parole for good behavior. He returned to prison immediately and saw his sentence vastly increased. It took me at least 2 hours to write this, because every time I remember it, his face and his awful laugh come to mind. Hello, my name is Rose. I'm 23 years old and I live in Nouvelle-Aquitaine. This story happened almost 10 years ago, and I admit that I still haven't really gotten over it. I lived in Paris until I was 11, and out of love, my mother moved to Nouvelle-Aquitaine to live with my stepfather and his 2 children. I knew my stepfather and his children very well. We were in the same age group, so we were always together. So much so that we usually forgot we weren't really blood-related brothers and sisters. When I was around 13 or 14 one summer, our parents went on a weekend trip. Things weren't going so well between them at the time. They really always taught us to be independent, so they thought we could handle it alone at home for that week. My stepfather's daughter was the oldest, so she started having little parties with her friends. Of course, she invited us as well. The day after one of these parties, after the guests had left, we started to tidy up the whole home. We were exhausted once everything was cleaned up, and just sat down in front of the TV, grabbing something to eat together. You should know that our house was really worthy of a horror movie. We lived out in the middle of the forest and had only one way to get to our home. That is to say, it was a house in a dead end. Around our house, we had about 100 acres of forest. The closest home was 1 kilometer away. It's an old house that was originally a farm, so it's quite big. It was almost 200 years old as well, so everything creaked and cracked. The stairs, the floor upstairs, everything. But we were all used to it. That night, we were all smoking joints together. At one point, we said that we were going to go to bed after one last joint, each of us going to our room once we were finished. Only thing is, my father-in-law's son, the youngest of us all, had forgotten his phone downstairs, so he went back down to get it. About 5 minutes later, my phone began to ring. It was my little brother. I asked him why he was annoying me by calling when we were just upstairs, but he hung up immediately. We sent him a message to find out what was going on, and immediately after, he sent something back telling us not to talk. We did as he said, not really knowing why, but continued to whisper. About 2 minutes later, he asked us to discreetly look out the upstairs window to see if there was anyone on the terrace outside. At first, we thought he was making fun of us. We'd watched a horror movie that night. Maybe he just wanted to scare us a little. We sent him a message saying, "Ha, that's very funny." Except that only a minute later, there was a huge noise coming from outside. We saw 2 guys out on our terrace, one of them with a big knife. They started screaming, and one of them said something that made my blood run cold. "I swear that yesterday they were here. I could see the light from the forest. We could have had all 3 of them, and even more." Our little brother had hidden in the toilet area on the ground floor, which had no window when he went to get his phone. He stayed there all night, and ended up falling asleep there. We all hid various places upstairs. The next day, when we got up, all our doors had traces of attempted break-ins. We called the police as well as our parents, who came back immediately. They obviously never found the men who did this, because we were in the middle of the countryside, so no cameras. After that, we installed surveillance cameras all around the home, and right at the entrance to the path to get there. Personally, I had nightmares about it for years, and had to sleep in bed with the eldest of us just to get to sleep. That sort of fixed things. Our parents ended up separating, though. I have to say that today, I'm happy to live in the city with surveillance cameras everywhere. August in 2020, I had moved in with my aunt and uncle to an insanely small rural town in California. When I first moved there, a friend of mine had made it a point to show me that someone could drive across the entire town within just 5 minutes. At the time, I didn't realize how important that fact would become to the safety of me and my loved ones. My best friend Haley and I, her being 17 and me being 18 at that time, were hanging out at a park about a 5 to 10 minute walk from where we lived. I say park because there were a few tables and benches, and technically it was a town park, but in reality it was more of a small grass clearing surrounded by woods with a dirt trail near the bank of a river. I had started to frequent this place after moving, walking down to the benches and trail to smoke or sit and watch the water. I had never really noticed any suspicious characters before this, even though I had been plenty warned about a couple creepers that were known in the area for bothering young girls. Haley and I had been smoking for a bit unbothered in the clearing when we decided to finish out our trip with exploring the trail a bit and just taking in the scenery. We had been walking and talking for about 5 minutes when I started to get this tension in my shoulders, that feeling you get when you know someone is looking right at you. I looked behind us, and now there was a man on the trail with us. Granted, this path was pressed right against the side wall of a gated community. Seeing people emerge to go on walks or jog was fairly common. I told my friend of the man's presence, but she wrote it off as me being anxious. She had a good point that I tended to be hyper-aware at times, but something about this man was giving me the wrong vibes. We kept walking. I would periodically look back and keep tabs on the dark-haired, middle-aged man walking 50 feet behind us. After not too long at all, the man started to pick up his pace. Calm, casual walking became more of a speed walk. I turned around completely, and started walking backwards to try and communicate to this man that I was completely aware of his presence. He made toward the side of the trail immediately, looking like he was going to walk through the brush down to the river. I felt a bit stupid in that moment. I turned back around, now walking forward again. I looked back once more a bit further down to make sure he was gone. As I turned around behind us for the last time, though, I saw the man in a full sprint emerging back onto the trail and charging straight for me and Haley. I grabbed her sleeve with one hand and ripped out my pocket knife with the other. I can't remember what I said to her in that moment, but we started sprinting down the trail together. I had never gone very far down that path, and so I had no idea where it was going to be taking us. The man running after us was blocking our path back to the clearing in the road, though, and we could hear his footsteps on the dirt getting closer. I let go of Haley's sleeve so I could pull my phone out and called my uncle as we were running. I told him we were being chased down the trail at the park, but I couldn't exactly tell him where on the trail we were. I had never been much further than the entrance, and so I had no idea where it led to. My uncle told me to stay on the phone and be loud so he could find me. I let out the loudest, shrillest scream I could, and we kept running until we reached what was the clear end of the path. We ran up to an old metal fence surrounding trees and what looked like an old abandoned house or shed. We had also reached the back corner of the outer wall for the gated community. In that split second, this seemed like our best bet. I ripped us off the dirt path into some trees lining the cement wall and yelled at Haley to climb as fast as possible. I pushed her from the bottom so she could use a tree and the ledge to clear the top of the wall. I tossed my pocket knife and phone over. I'm not sure how I scaled the wall myself, but I scrambled up and over as fast as physically able. I landed right next to Haley, basically face first onto a neatly trimmed patch of grass inside the gated community, scaring a poor man who was right there walking his dog. I became innately aware of how strange we probably seemed. Two teenagers panicking and yelling while pointing a knife. The man seemed to know we were in some trouble, though. He came over to ask what was wrong and if we needed any help. Haley started explaining our situation while I got back on the phone with my uncle and told him we'd made it inside the gated community. Not even a minute later, my uncle came barreling toward the end of the path. We could hear him shouting at the man on the trail that he had a firearm and all the things he was going to do with it if the man didn't leave. The man with his dog led us to a little access gate a ways back on the wall and unlocked it so we could meet my uncle on the path. My uncle told us he drove his car through the park all the way to the trail entrance as fast as he could and started running for us, but he didn't see the man as he was going. He checked on us and I retold him what happened with more detail than I could have managed in my initial panic. He escorted us back down the trail to the car, firearm in full sight at the ready, in case the man on the trail decided to reveal himself. We didn't see him on our walk back, and I haven't returned to this place since then. Anytime I left the house before I eventually moved, though, I was constantly paranoid I was being followed. We were never able to figure out who the man was, and I haven't seen him since that day. This happened one summer when I went out to Kansas City. I was 19 years old at the time, and I had to leave my family's house. My parents were both really homophobic, and I never wanted to come out of the closet to them. Although some parents like that may come around eventually, I knew for a fact that mine would not be like those examples. I had a friend who had moved out of there right after high school, who was about a year above me. She was going to school out there, but her parents had rented her an apartment so she didn't have to live in the dorms. She had always been very accepting of me in high school and invited me to come and live out with her while I began to try and establish a life of my own out there. She didn't have internet at the time. It was in the late 1990s, so it wasn't easy for me to meet new people. She invited me onto campus a few times, but honestly, I just didn't feel right there. In order to help myself meet new people, I used to use the phone lines. It was something to do in between the time that I was trying to find myself a job. For people who are too young to remember phone dating lines, they were a far worse way to meet people than meeting online. It was way too easy for people to lie about who they were, because it was very much more difficult to trace when they did so. Because of this, I had quite a few bad experiences meeting people in that sort of way. There was one particular meeting, though, which put an ending to pretty much ever meeting anyone that way ever again. The person I met, Brett, was definitely older than he'd told me he was when he showed up, but that was okay. I knew people lied about their ages often, and it wasn't that huge of a deal for me. Plus, I hate to sound like this, but I was broke at the time and he offered to buy me dinner. It sure beat just staying at the house and being bored, so I decided to give it a shot and go out to dinner with him. Now, one thing I try to never do is lead people on. A lot of the times, these phone dates make me feel really awkward. People generally expect sex or something immediately afterward. This time though, after the dinner, rather than ask me back to his place and me having to turn him down, Brett asked if I wanted to go for a drive with him. I was totally up for that at least, and it felt like the pressure was slightly off to be expected to do anything. We drove around the town and he pointed out quite a lot of the landmarks to me. I was actually happy for it, but I kept being surprised that he never offered to take me back to his place. He had already known I was staying with a friend, so I never made an offer back to him either. This happened about 25 years ago, I think, so I can't quite remember the name of the structure we were on, but there was this bridge over a highway that was closed off for construction. He drove us out there. It was pretty late at night at the time, and it was the weekend as well, so there were not really any people around this area. He parked his car and then asked me to walk out on the bridge with him. It was kind of a weird atmosphere, and I honestly felt awkward about it, but I decided to go ahead and do so. I have to admit though, it was pretty neat. It was pretty dark up on the bridge, and it was so high up as well. It was really cool watching the cars drive up and under the bridge. I can't quite explain it, but it was a really neat feeling. I was already apprehensive about heights to begin with, when I suddenly felt Brett grab me from behind. He lifted me fully off the ground, as if he were trying to toss me over the railing on the bridge. Fortunately for me though, I had very quick reflexes and was in good shape as well. I just barely managed to grab onto the railing and stop him from throwing me over. There was a struggle at first. This guy was seriously trying to throw me off the bridge onto the road below. I actually thought for a moment there was a chance he was going to get me over it too, but I had a good grip on the railing and I was able to find some leverage. Looking under my arm, I found where his knee was. I took my foot and jammed it back into his knee. He yelled but still didn't let me go. I had to kick him again and again before he finally released me. I was able to get myself back onto my feet and on the ground. Brett had almost fallen over, but it seemed he wasn't looking to attack me again quite yet. Instead, he quickly limped over to his car, jumped in, and sped backward really fast. He did all of this before I even had a chance to react. It was obvious to me that I'd hurt him quite badly. I had no intention of going after him though. I didn't have a cell phone or any money on me, so I had to find my way back to my friend's apartment on my own. It took me quite a while to do so, and I had quite a story to tell her when I got home. I didn't spend a lot of time in Kansas City, and I never came across Brett again either, which was a huge relief. I'm a 32-year-old woman who was hired to be a manager at the gym I now work at. It's a pretty boring job, to be totally honest with you. I was hired more for my managerial and office skills than gym knowledge, which is basically zero. I had never gone to the gym a day in my life. It's not exactly my thing. Genetically, I'm skinny as a twig. so I never really even thought about it until I got my job. During the time this happened, I had already started considering quitting. I had already worked there for a few years, and it made me feel like my life was draining away every second I was on the job. Plus, I didn't enjoy that every time a physical fight would happen, which was quite often, people would come to me for help. Yeah, like my 5', 90-pound self is gonna do anything about two men pushing 300 pounds fighting each other. What am I supposed to do exactly? Get in between them and ask them politely to stop? That would probably end in my death. Occasionally, if I was lucky, it would be some teenage girls fighting instead, and all I had to do was threaten to call the police and they'd get scared of getting in trouble with their parents, so they'd stop with the hair pulling and slapping almost immediately. This night, however, I was absolutely not prepared for what was about to happen in a few moments. The day started quite boring as usual. I did all my office work and no one really bothered me. Every so often, I'd do some rounds about the gym just to observe how my employees interacted with everyone and make notes on things I thought could be improved. The gym I worked at was open at some weird hours. 24 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Saturday, we were open from 5 a.m. to 10. It was a Saturday night at around 9:30 when things started to get a bit weird. I was sitting there in my office doing some paperwork and watching the cameras when I saw a woman walk in. I did think it was a little bit strange considering we were closing in only 30 minutes. But occasionally you'd get people wanting to get in a short workout after they got off work or something, so I figured I'd just let her do her thing. If she wasn't done by about 10:10 or so, I'd politely ask her to leave for the night. We still had quite a few people in the gym who were regulars anyway, that got every second of workout time they could, so the gym was about half full or so. I continued watching the woman on the security cameras because I was quite suspicious of her at first. I also noted that she came in wearing what looked like some white scrubs, like she'd just gotten off a nursing job or something. She had no bags with her to change clothes and just went straight to working out in this outfit. Only she did everything in this really strange way. Like using the leg press with only one leg and no weights attached to it. Every time she would do a rep, she would laugh. And not like a regular laugh or a giggle either. She would loudly cackle and look around, then begin talking as if someone was standing next to her, except of course there was nobody there. She did the same thing on multiple machines. I ended up having one of my employees rush into my office and tell me it was a safety issue. I needed to go out there and tell her to use the machines correctly or she could really hurt herself. At first, I told my employee to tell her herself, but she said that she already had, and the woman had just glared at her, then looked directly behind her and started speaking to someone who wasn't there. Needless to say, it freaked out my employee quite a bit, and the woman continued using the equipment in an unsafe manner. She figured she'd have to come to me to tell her. I really didn't want to have to deal with this, but it was part of my job that I had to do continuously every day. So I got on my way. I walked out of my office toward the woman, and immediately noticed she had begun sweating quite profusely. She was holding a dumbbell that could barely stay in her hand without slipping out from the moisture pooling in her palm. I could see the sweat from even 20 feet away. At this point, I was really worried something was wrong with her. She was going to hurt herself by dropping this on her foot and breaking a bone or something. I went up to her, and the smell emanating off of her was disgusting. I mean, totally putrid. It smelled almost like she'd soiled herself and started rotting, and wasn't even noticing. I had to do everything I could to keep myself from gagging, as to not offend this poor woman. Ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you politely to use the equipment properly. There are guides placed on all the machines and walls around the gym displaying the correct way to use them. We don't want you to get hurt. The only response I got from her was this strange growling sound, as if she were growling at me like a dog. I found this super weird, obviously. She wouldn't look at me, and instead of agreeing, she just continued using the dumbbell like she had been before. She was kind of throwing it from one hand to the other while jumping around randomly. It was a lightweight dumbbell, so it wasn't too scary, but at the same time, obviously we can't allow her to continue doing that. There was something really strange going on here. Around this time, I tried telling her to put the weight down and just leave. She ignored me, but this time raised her hand in the air, as though she were going to strike me with it. Now panicked, I did the only thing I could think to do. I reached forward and pulled the weight out of her sweaty hand. And that's when things got really crazy. After I snatched it away from her, a sort of frenzied behavior began. She started screaming like a monkey, then went up and picked the lighter dumbbells and started throwing them randomly across the gym. Mirrors along the wall shattered as they were struck by the weights. She even began throwing them at other people, and unfortunately she managed to hit a middle-aged woman right in the leg, which made her fall to the ground. Weights were being thrown in every direction. The only way I was going to be able to keep as many people safe as I could was by forcing everyone out of the gym and calling the police. Once everyone was out, I went back in to try and de-escalate the situation. The older woman who had been struck with the weight was still on the ground grabbing her leg in pain, unable to get outside by herself, so it seemed she was unable to walk. I had to make sure nothing was going to happen to her. Someone had to go in and protect her from this mentally ill woman throwing things that could kill somebody. Before I went back in, though, I instructed my employee to call the police. They arrived about 20 minutes later and entered the building cautiously. While I was trying to talk the woman down, she started talking again to people who were not there. She kept looking around the gym as she said in a panicked voice, "Please, I don't want to kill them. Don't make me. They won't hurt me. They're the good guys." "You're lying. They won't take me back there." She looked at the officers and screamed, "You can't take me back. I won't let you." That's when she went back to tossing dumbbells at the police, and through all the fear and confusion, I gotta say I was a little bit impressed by her strength. She began running out of the lightweight dumbbells, and she was throwing the heavier ones just as hard. The police pulled out their tasers and warned her that if she didn't stop right now, they'd have to hurt her. I don't really think she knew what they were talking about though, since she wasn't really in her right mind. She kept on tossing them, and before I knew it, she was on the ground convulsing in shock. They put her in handcuffs, but as they were taking her away, she just kept screaming she was sorry over and over. It seemed like she was really scared too. By the time they let her out of the gym, a large group of onlookers had formed outside, and somehow the news got a hold of what was happening as well. They had somehow showed up too. For the next few days, they ran the story as a crazy woman taking massages at the local gym, but that wasn't the case at all. This false narrative actually made me quite mad once I was given the full details of what happened. I gave the police the security footage of everything that happened that night, and they took my statement as well. Thankfully, no one was permanently injured. The woman who was hit in the leg ended up with a pretty nasty bruise and was released from the hospital later. The gym closed for a few days for repairs to fix everything that was damaged by her throwing. I found out the woman was suffering from severe schizophrenia and had actually escaped from the local hospital and somehow made her way into our gym. That kind of explains why she was talking to people who weren't there, because in her mind, they were. Learning about what she was going through actually made me feel really bad for her. She didn't know what she was doing, and she didn't want to hurt anyone. She was just scared, and it made me sad to know she was so afraid of going back to that hospital. After that whole incident, I worked at the gym for another year before quitting. Right now, I'm actually going to school to be a nurse, so I may be able to help people like her in the future. Hello. I wish to tell you where my fear of going into the water comes from. It's not something I'm ashamed of exactly, but I've never told the real details to anyone. To begin with, I didn't have a fear of water when I was younger. I was quite a good swimmer actually, with a lot of imagination. I loved The Little Mermaid, but after meeting someone when I was 13 years old, everything changed suddenly. Now, a little introduction to my childhood to understand the context. My mom couldn't have a baby because of an illness she had, so she and her husband adopted me when I was just a baby. I never had any difficulties regarding that though, and I had a very happy childhood being an only child. They're my mother and my father, that's all. However, one day, they got divorced. My dad had an affair with a younger woman. She got pregnant, and he told my mom when the pregnancy was almost done. I was 9, and it broke the relationship I had with my dad and gave me many insecurities about being unloved by him. My parents stayed friends only for me, and for many years I spent half of the summer holidays with one and the other half with the other. This summer I was with my dad, his new wife, and my little half-brother, and I really hated it. Being a teenager who despised this new side of my family and being forced to go with them to a beach, I was very grumpy and very dramatic. It was a nudist beach as well, a new thing my father had seemingly discovered with his new partner, but I didn't really care since I was allowed to wear a swimsuit if I wanted. One day, my dad came back to us with a guy around 50 years old. He introduced himself as an English teacher. We'll call him Alex. Usually I had nice grades, but I wasn't very good at English since it wasn't my first language. My dad told me Alex had agreed to teach me a bit and help me to do my summer homework. I was quite happy actually, seeing there was an opportunity not to have my father helping me do it instead. The next day, Alex came back to us and helped me do a few exercises while my dad went off swimming. After an hour or so, Alex proposed we go into the water, and I accepted. I said to my father's new wife where I was going, and followed Alex. He gave me a mask with which to watch the fishes. Now, I know that's stupid. I was well aware of stranger danger, but I was happy to have a distraction, and didn't think this guy could possibly be dangerous. After all, my own father had vouched for him. There weren't a lot of waves, and the sea was quite clear, so I remember watching in fascination all of the colorful fishes swimming around me. I followed Alex without difficulty, and we turned around this big cropping of rocks. There, he gave me the sign to go up and told me we could rest there. Like I said at the beginning, I was a good swimmer, so I put my mask away from my mouth and said I was not tired at all. I don't know if he didn't hear me or if he didn't care, because in the very next moment, I felt his hands wrap around my hips and force me onto his naked lap. I panicked, and he shoved my head under the water while trying to pin my back against his front. I couldn't breathe, and my feet couldn't touch the sand at the bottom. I couldn't get to the surface either. I thought the man was about to drown me. I was so scared I don't even remember if he tried to touch me or anything. I kicked and struggled wildly until finally he let go of me. I climbed onto the rocks and rushed onto the shore before running back to the beach on foot. The rest of the day I was completely silent, but nobody seemed to notice, except during the evening when my mom called me on the phone and immediately knew something was wrong. I briefly explained to her what had happened, and she told everything to my father, who confronted Alex the next day. He never contacted the police though. I never met Alex again. Maybe he wasn't really an English teacher to begin with and was simply looking for an excuse to meet a naive teenager. The moment Alex grabbed me was so quick as well, maybe only 20 seconds, but it left a huge scar inside me. I can't go totally underwater without being able to touch the bottom without panicking. I can't swim anymore. I can't look at pictures taken underwater, and I'm very wary of older men. I know it could have ended way worse, and I'm glad that's the only thing that happened. I lived in a small suburbanish area of a small town. My house was very close to my grandparents' house. It was my house on one block, a large church with a large parking lot was the entirety of the next block, and then the block of my grandparents' house right after. My grandparents were both retired, and so every day during the summer, while our parents were at work, a few of my cousins and I would go over to spend the day at my grandparents' house. Honestly, it was a really fun childhood to have. When I was around 11 or so, my parents bought us a dog. One of my chores during the summer was to walk over to my house and let the dog out to use the bathroom, then walk back over to my grandparents'. One of my cousins, who's a year older than me, would always volunteer to go with me. Well, one day, while we were on our way back to my grandparents' house after doing the chores, a random guy drove up right next to us. In one quick motion, he opened his car door and yelled, "Gotcha!" My cousin and I took off running immediately. He slammed his door shut and sped ahead of us to try and intercept us. He pulled into the parking lot of the church, anticipating us trying to run through it, but instead of running through the parking lot, my cousin and I sprinted behind the church and continued in the direction of my grandparents' house. When we emerged from the back side, the man was still in the parking lot watching. He had his head on a swivel for us. We continued to run. A few heartbeats later, he spotted us once again. We heard his tires squeal against the asphalt as he began to chase us. Thankfully, we were very close to my grandparents' house and quickly made it inside. We ran in and told my grandmother, who of course didn't believe us and told us to go back outside and play. And so, my cousin and I were forced back outside. Still spooked though, neither of us felt like playing and just sat down on the front porch wary. Soon, the man drove back around and slowed down as he passed us by. We ran back in and told my grandmother, who again didn't believe us and again told us to go back outside. Well, the third time of us running in and interrupting her soap opera, she finally came out on the porch to check. At the same time, the guy was driving by again. She called the police after, and while we were talking with the officer, the guy drove by once more. We pointed him out, but the police officer only took our statements and left. We never saw the guy again after. I would like to think the officer pulled him over and scared him into not bothering us or anyone else again, but I highly doubt he actually did anything. The scariest case I ever took on was when a woman in her 40s gave me a ring and told me she reckoned her husband bought it for a bit on the side. Those kinds of jobs are my bread and butter, so off I popped following this bloke around, trying to catch him out with his bit of crumpet while the wife's at home bathing the kids or something. About a week goes by, and no matter how much I follow this guy around, he never seemed to do anything too dodgy or go anywhere remotely naughty. Actually, I was getting a bit frustrated when one afternoon after he finished work, he started driving out to the middle of bloody nowhere. All I could think was, I've got him now, don't I? His one bit of unusual behavior, traveling out of town. This has got to be it. Only he didn't go out to some bloody travel lodge or something. He went right out to the beach, into this little boathouse hidden amongst some sand dunes. I'm thinking to myself, what the heck kind of place is this? What kind of bloke meets his bit of skirt in a place like this either? Either way, I grab my camera and start sneaking down toward the shack to get a picture of the two in action. I'm right up on the door, edging it open, getting ready to snap a shot of this fellow's pale hairy bottom going up and down like the clappers, when I feel something cold and metallic push against the back of my head. "You the police?" someone asked. If I'd have said yes, there's no doubt in my mind that my brains would be splattered all over the inside of that boathouse, because what felt like a piece of pipe was actually a single-barrel 12-gauge, a proper old farmer's blunderbuss. I said, "No, I'm not. I'm a private eye investigating things, just shagging about." There was silence for a moment. Then he poked me in the back of the head with the barrel so hard it hurt. "Get in the shack now." I go in and see there's all these black plastic packages in the hull of a small rowing boat. Gargs had to be the only reason he'd be willing to kill a copper. That big boy money, so to speak. The fella held me at gunpoint, made me strip down, went through all of my stuff, making sure I was who I said I was. He was only satisfied when he saw my business card. He asked me again why I was following him, and I told him honestly, "The missus reckons you're shagging about." Good God, my voice was quaking like you wouldn't believe. He took the gun off me and laughed to himself. "Here's what's gonna happen, okay? You're gonna take this $5,000 off me, Go back to my missus and tell her I'm not having an affair. You tell her I take long walks on the beach. Tell her I'm going bird watching or something. You don't tell her the truth. Got it?" He kept one of my business cards to let me know he was deadly serious. "You do any messing about, and there's people I work with that will come find you." I knew he was being deadly serious. Needless to say, getting paid twice for one job was great stuff. But thinking I was about to get my head blown off by a secret ghost dealer in a hidden beachside boating hut, I can't say I'd recommend it, to be honest. I had this really weird thing happen a few decades ago during the summer. Around that time, we lived in this beautiful house out in the country. My older brother and my stepmom's younger brother, who was about my age, would take turns hanging out at each other's houses. I personally didn't like hanging at her brother's house much because it was in Wheeling, West Virginia, and I wasn't really a big fan of that town. On the weekends, though, he would come over to our place, and we almost always went on a hike in the surrounding area. There was a ton of countryside we loved to explore. My brother and Pete, my stepmother's brother, were always out doing things together. And I mean really, really stupid things. Here are just a couple of examples. Once my brother wondered what it would feel like to piss on an electric fence, so he went and did it. Also, once at the top of the hill, there was a circular roll of hay. They decided to unravel it and roll it down the hill. Well, after they did that, every single cow that was grazing went running for that hay. We once came across a huge bulldozer sitting at the top of a hill too. They wanted to climb in the cab and mess with the gears, but fortunately I was able to talk them out of that one. One of the dumbest things I can recall them doing was taking a rock and throwing it at a bull's balls. Fortunately, when I found out they were trying to do something so moronic, I made my way up a tree before it happened. Even more fortunately for them, they were able to get up as well before being bored to death. So every time we went out on our little hikes together, I kept expecting these two guys to do something exceptionally stupid. Honestly though, the most memorable hike we ever didn't involve those two doing something stupid at all though. We'd had some frozen pizzas and watched some videos the night before, so we were really looking for something different to do on this day. We went out together. Now mind you, we lived really way out in the country. I mean, it took nearly an hour and a half to drive to the nearest town from where we were. The houses were obviously very far apart from each other as well. In fact, on the hill that we lived on, we were the first house up there. If you went further down the roads, it was nearly a 30-minute drive to the next house. We didn't know anybody in the area because of this. Plus, every single time we went out for an adventure, we never came across other people. We never came across any other hikers, we never stumbled across other houses. There were plenty of electric and barbed wire fences and animals, but no people to speak of whatsoever. On this particular day, we ended up spending a lot of time outside. I'd brought along a thermos of the worst flavored Kool-Aid, lemon lime. Whenever I tell this story, I can still taste that crap in my mind. We had been out for a really long time, walking across a few streams, climbing up and down hills. What was strange about this day, though, was that we were out a lot longer than we usually would be. Even when we ran out of stuff to drink, we just started drinking water from streams and creeks. As I was bending down to get a sip of water from a creek next to me, Pete came running up behind my brother and I. "Hey guys, you gotta see this, you won't believe this." He was speaking in very whispered, excited tones. "Just don't make too much noise, okay? This is the freakiest thing I've ever seen." My brother and I followed close behind. He kept insisting we try not to make too much noise as we were walking. It was difficult because the ground was littered with dried and decaying leaves. He led us and crouched over to an area overlooking a creek, and that's when I saw the weirdest thing I'd ever seen in my life. Of course, keep in mind I was only 13 at that time. There was a huge man walking by the creek. I mean, he must have been the biggest man I'd ever seen. He was completely naked and covered in matted hair. which practically made up for not having clothes on. Even scarier, he was dragging a corpse behind him slowly. We couldn't tell if it was human or anything. It was skinned and he was dragging it along, which seemed quite weird to us. We all watched as he slowly walked back up the creek. I was trying not to make any noise because I was scared of this terrifying naked behemoth. I didn't want him to turn around and find us. If he did, I had no idea how he would react. That's why I was so tense. Remember how I told you earlier that Pete and my brother liked to do really stupid things when we went out? I just had every feeling they were going to do something to provoke this man's attention. I just remained as still as possible, ready to run faster than both of them if they did something dumb. Surprisingly enough to me, they were too scared to do so. The man kept dragging his corpse and eventually stumbled out of view. The whole thing was so bizarre, but what really got to me was this. Pete and my brother were willing to smack a bull in the balls with a rock, but they weren't willing to do anything to get this man's attention. That means they were more scared of what we saw that day than they were of a raging animal. Just let that sink in. This happened when I was in my teens. I can't remember exactly when, but I think I was around 17 or so at this point. It was the school holidays, and I was at home with my friend, who we'll call Talia, and my domestic worker, who we'll call Lasego. It was around 11 a.m. or so, and we were just hanging out in my room together. Lasego had been washing dishes when she glanced out of the window. In another window, she saw the reflections of two men in our backyard. She ran upstairs to tell me what she had seen, and I immediately hit the panic button. The alarm started sounding loudly throughout the house. I remember calling my dad to tell him what was happening, but he was working quite far away and would take some time to get there. I believe he called the police at that point. I wanted to run downstairs and lock the security gate at the bottom, but at that point, over the loud wailing of the alarm system, I could distinctly hear the crack of wood splintering as they broke in the back door of the house. I was worried they would be faster than me and decided not to go downstairs to lock the gate. Instead, we raced across the upstairs landing to lock ourselves in my parents' bedroom. We reached the bedroom door and there was no key. We ran back across the landing again. Just as we were passing the top of the stairs, we saw those two men bounding up them just a meter away. They were both extremely large, clutching in their hands a screwdriver and a rope. Not a good sign. Lasego tried to grab our cell phones from the guest room as we passed. One of the men slapped her across the face, grabbed the phones, and pushed her into the room. Talia and I kept running, with the two men just a couple of meters behind us. We reached the end of the landing, dashed into my mom's office, and slammed the door hard behind me. My heart sank as I heard the clink of the key hitting the opposite wall. It had been on the other side of the door. At this point, Talia was hysterical, crying in the corner with both hands on her head as I held the door shut. What are we gonna do? I felt strangely calm though. I just remember thinking I could not let anything happen to either of my friends. There was a knock on the door behind me. Hello? I was in utter disbelief as these two intruders calmly knocked on the office door as if what was happening was the most normal thing in the entire world. We didn't respond. They knocked again. Hello? Once again, we didn't respond. The two men started turning the doorknob and pushing the door open against my back. I tried to stop the knob from turning, but I couldn't get a good grip on it. I pushed back against them, digging my heels into the carpet as deep as possible. Just then, the phone started to ring. I knew it must be someone calling to help us. I shouted to Talia to answer the phone and tell them what was happening, and to speak loudly as well. I wanted the intruders to know someone was on their way. While she was on the phone with the security company, I was fighting with these two men with all my strength for control over this single door. They pushed it open wide enough for a small adult to slip through, and I shoved back with all my might to get it just about shut again. This struggle went on for what felt like forever, but in reality it was probably only a few minutes. The whole time the alarm was blaring loudly. Eventually, the men gave up, and after waiting it out for a while, we felt safe enough to leave the room. My dad got there first, and we told them everything that happened. An armed response team arrived 40 minutes after we spoke to them on the phone. Yeah, geez, we'd already be dead or worse at that point. The police arrived 2 hours after them. Yeah, no one relies on the cops in South Africa. It was only when we were explaining the whole thing to the cops that the reality really started to set in and the adrenaline started to wear off. I went into shock and was all shaky for a bit. I felt grateful that everyone was okay in the end. I'm still amazed by what adrenaline can accomplish. How did my tiny teenage girl self hold back these two huge fully grown men? Completely insane. After that day, I realized just what I'm capable of when this hits the fan. And also that if this goes down, you're really on your own sometimes, and you need to have a plan, because chances are no one is getting there in time to actually help you. So I'm not gonna lie, I sell weed. Because I have a car, sometimes I make deliveries for people who live a little bit further away. A couple of weeks ago, one of my homies needed a sack for himself and a friend of his. I've known this dude for 15 plus years now, so if he says his friend is cool, then I'm cool too. Setting up the sack he wanted and some supplies of my other strains for the buddy, I set out on the 30-minute drive to the south side of my city. Now, I'm not a small woman by any means. I'm 5'6" and weigh 200 pounds of thick muscle. I also carry a 380 on my hip at all times, so I'm not really someone people tend to mess about with. When I arrived at my homie's house, we had our introductions, smoked a blunt, and I started sharing my samples with the new guy. He seemed alright at first. He was polite, made eye contact, didn't fidget too much. My homie said he had to make a phone call and stepped outside. Sounded like he was having some sort of spat with his old lady. The friend and I sparked up the blunt again as we discussed pricing and such for the different buds. Then, out of nowhere, he said this. Do you know how dangerous it is for a woman to sell cigars? I stared at him blankly. What the fuck had possessed him to just randomly say that? I shrugged, not really knowing how to respond. Seems like it would be real easy for someone to rob you. And do some other things, too. His voice dripped with something I'd never heard before. Malice, perhaps? This dude was making me feel real nervous, making me cross my legs and drop my hand to my side. I started looking out the window, wondering where my friend was. Oh, he's gonna be a while now. She caught him cheating or something and now they're fighting about it. So, how'd you get into this game? His words seemed genuine once more. The malice I sensed earlier had abated somewhat, so I answered him honestly. Kids, bills, usual story. I began to nervously tap my finger, waiting for my friend to come back in, when he reached out and grabbed a hold of my leg. Not like the gentle caress you would do if you were making advances either, but a tight squeeze on my knee so tight, it made me gasp in pain and left heavy bruises. You know, I should just take you out back and leave you in the desert. No one would ever know. The dude was threatening me now. Everyone thinks they'll act in a certain way in certain situations. I mean, the whole reason I carry a gun is to protect myself. But I was suddenly frozen in a state of shock. Before either of us could say another thing, my friend threw open the door in a huff. A sigh of relief escaped my lips as the guy released his grip on my knee. I quickly ran to my feet, grabbing my bag and the samples from the table, murmuring about how I had to run. Without even making sure I'd gotten the money for the sack, I booked it to my truck, threw it in reverse, and sped out of there as fast as my truck would allow me. I sprayed rocks behind the tires as I peeled out of that gravel driveway. I haven't been back to see that friend since. I've been dodging his phone calls and visits. I don't need his money that bad. 15 plus years thrown away just because he had bad taste in other people. This happened at the end of summer in 2019. I, female, needed a distraction from my boring university revisions, and as lots of bored single people do, I hopped on Tinder. Nothing too serious, really. I was too busy to meet guys anyway. I simply liked talking to people. One day, I matched with a guy who I'll name Ted, who was in the same university as I was. He looked very handsome in his pictures. After talking for a few days on the app, and after I had wrongfully decided he was not a criminal, oh, the irony, I gave him my number. Again, we talked for a while, then he asked to call me. Nothing too exciting, just the usual getting to know each other. We talked on the phone for a couple of weeks. He called me at random hours of the day and almost every night. I didn't really think that much of it though. During our phone calls, he mostly talked about himself. I didn't really mind though because I didn't like talking much about me. It takes time before I trust anyone, and again, I was bored and a bit lonely. I'd been single for a while, so getting the attention felt quite nice. After a few weeks, Ted asked if I wanted to meet. I said yes because I'd finished with my exams. We met at the city center. When I saw him, I was kind of shocked. He looked nothing like the handsome guy in his pictures. It was definitely still him, you could tell, but good angles and Photoshop truly do make miracles is all I can say. I was a bit taken aback, but I'm not one to judge by looks anyway, so I went on with the date. Thinking back now though, there were some obvious red flags I missed. He kept asking weird questions like, "Are you shy? Why won't you stare into my eyes?" Well, buddy, non-stop eye contact is really weird. I do need to take my eyes off you to pick up my beer from the table or light up a cigarette sometimes. The night went on and we'd had quite a few drinks. Usually, I would never ask someone I just met to come home with me, but I was wearing beer mojito vodka goggles that made my brain blind. We left and spent the night together. In the morning, I drove him to the train station and went back home to have a nap. At the end of the day, he called me and asked if we could meet again the next night. I wasn't really sure if I wanted to see him again though. I knew the only reason I'd brought him home was alcohol in the first place. We didn't really click at all on the date. The idea of rejecting him made me feel guilty though, so I agreed anyway. The day after that, he came to my place again. And there, things started to get weird. I started to feel extremely nervous. Something was feeling really off. Thinking back, I think it was probably my guts telling me to get away from this guy. I decided to make things clear. I told him I was not looking for a serious relationship at all, at least not with him. I apologized and decided to bring him home. When we got in the car, he was quite angry. He didn't talk to me and I was embarrassed, so I didn't talk either. We arrived, he got out and slammed the car door quite hard. I knew I'd made quite a few mistakes here. I shouldn't have accepted another date with him knowing I was not into him, and I should have told him sooner I didn't want a relationship. I sincerely did not mean to act so badly. That's why I tried to be honest with him as I could. The next day, I called him and apologized again. He said it was fine and we hung up. I thought that would be it, but oh boy was that not. A few days later, it was time to get back to uni. That morning, I woke up to this gigantic message from him, telling me that the reaction I had a few nights before really threw him off, and he was looking for stability. As soon as I opened the text, he called me. It was 7 in the morning and I'd just woken up, so I couldn't really understand what he was saying. I simply told him again I didn't want to go any further with our relationship. He hung up, and for the next few weeks, things got even weirder. He started following me everywhere on campus, very obviously hiding behind walls to hear my conversations, texting me all hours of the day, even if I was not replying. Calling me 20 times a day even. I thought he was creepy, but that maybe he was hurt and was just coping. Ted was always with a guy we'll call Elliot as well. When I was at the library, they were always sitting together near to where I was. Ted was always watching me as I would study. When I went out for a break, he would follow me. It came to the point where my friends were texting me to warn me he was right behind me. I tried avoiding him, but it was useless. I told him many times I did not want any more contact with him, and he was making me uncomfortable, but nothing worked. He just kept going on, and I was going crazy. 2 weeks later, I was at a party where I met my now boyfriend. I fell in love very quickly. He's the most caring, loving man I've ever met. It's all lovey-dovey, yes, try not to puke on your keyboard. Anyway, in that moment, I knew I needed to put my foot down and stop being so acceptant of Ted's behavior. I explained to him one last time to stop contacting me and finally blocked him. I truly thought it would be over now. He continued to follow me everywhere on campus though, except he was not with Elliot anymore. One day I was studying in the library. Ted was a few tables away from me, of course, when suddenly someone sat at the table in front of mine. It was Elliot. I looked at Ted and he was glaring at Elliot with the most murderous gaze ever. I thought it was weird. I had never spoken to Elliot before, and he never came near me at all either. I was creeped out. I thought maybe Ted had sent him to talk to me or something. But instead, Elliot just ignored me and I kept on studying. When I went outside for a cigarette, he also blocked Ted from following me. I was a bit surprised, but I didn't think much of it. A few moments later, Ted went outside. Elliot turned his head and watched him till he was out of sight. Then he turned to me and spoke in a hurry. "Hey, I really need to talk to you, okay? I think you're in some danger. I'm sorry, I know it's weird because we don't really know each other, but I'm really worried for you." I was stunned. I didn't know what to say. "We don't have a lot of time before he comes back. When you went out, he came yelling at me because I sat in front of you. When he leaves, we need to talk some more, okay?" I said yes, and I was shaking. At around 6 p.m., Ted finally left after watching me the whole day. We waited another hour to make sure he was gone. We didn't want him to know we were in contact with each other. At 7 p.m., we sat down in the cafeteria, and Elliot told me things that made me shiver. He explained that Ted had had really horrible discourses about women and how he would love to control them. He also explained that a few weeks prior, he'd started to have suspicions about Ted's behavior regarding university classes. He followed random classes every week, sometimes even showed up at Elliot's classes, although he did not follow them, and he didn't seem to have access to the university online platforms either. Elliot did a bit more digging and realized that his friend did not have a university email address, which every member of the university was supposed to have. Elliot went to the administration, and they confirmed what he'd suspected. Ted was not a student. He never was. After that, Elliot completely cut off contact with him. Since then, Ted was harassing him, calling and texting him all the time, following him everywhere. Elliot was shaking as he was telling me this story. I was shaken up as well. But what was coming would reveal itself to be even worse. Elliot explained he absolutely needed to warn me because Ted had started saying some really terrifying things about me specifically. I wanted to cry. Ted was talking about me all the time. Shortly before Elliot cut contact, it got to the point where Ted was making very detailed plans about how he was going to rear me. That he knew where I lived, that he could come whenever he wanted and get me by surprise. He even knew where I parked my car on campus, and he wanted to wait for me in the dark. He always said it with this joking tone, but Elliot got real freaked out. I had tears in my eyes. I knew Ted was a creep, but I could have never imagined it was that bad. At this point, we were near the end of the semester, but we still had a few weeks left. Elliot and I decided to take action because we didn't want to be terrified every time we were on campus. First things first, we contacted university security. Things were taken extremely seriously. One morning when I arrived, the walls were completely covered with posters with a campus emergency number. Elliot and I began constant contact with the chief of security, who was very concerned for our safety. They managed to catch Ted at the library and asked him not to come again. We also went to the police. I don't know the right term for it, but we didn't file a complaint exactly. The police added a note to his record so that if anything happened to us, the police would know what we were worried about in the first place. The officer seemed worried as well. I asked him why. He told me he wasn't allowed to say anything specific, but if I ever saw Ted outside of campus, I needed to call the police without hesitation. How reassuring was that? A few days later, I got a voicemail from Elliot. Told me that he knows things he was not supposed to know. Apparently Ted is mentally sick. He's regularly arrested and locked in mental hospitals. Cigarette addict, alcoholic, has violent tendencies, was already accused of attempted rape. He lived off invalidity insurance, which explains why he had so much time on his hands to come to university. I would have never guessed that when I met him initially. Later, I contacted one of my acquaintances who works closely with the police. They weren't supposed to, but they confirmed everything. Sent chills down my spine. After that, things calmed down. Ted was still somehow managing to skulk about campus. but he kept a low profile instead. He stopped following us. It was finally the end of the semester. I went away for a few weeks and never set a foot on the campus. I felt a bit relieved. When spring semester started though, Ted was somehow still there, not following any longer but always watching closely. I was so freaked out. Then COVID hit, fortunately. Since then, all courses are online, and I've not seen Ted again. I don't know if he's still creeping on people or if he's now officially a student or what. When I think of him, I'm still shaky. I hope I never run into him again. Just to preface, I'm not going to include any actual details about myself, as I'm in pure fear that somehow this person will track this back to me. I, 24 and male, live in a quiet neighborhood in a suburban town in Queensland, Australia, with my roommate who's a 25-year-old woman. We're childhood friends and are both finishing our studies at university. These occurrences I'm about to tell you about started around 2 months ago, with the most recent update occurring only last weekend. About 2 months ago, I can't recall the exact date, I was lying in bed late at night, watching a soccer game and drifting in and out of sleep. I usually just use this as background noise to help me get to sleep easier, as I would say I'm a very nocturnal person by nature. I was just on the edge of being awake and asleep at once when I heard an urgent pounding at my front door. With the way the house was shaped, my bedroom was approximately 10 meters away from the front door and backed onto the front courtyard. The knock startled me at first. I was unsure if it was just in my head in a dream or actually happening. I laid still in silence to see if I would hear anything further. I knew it couldn't be my roommate, as she was out of town for the week visiting family and attending a wedding. After a bit of waiting, there was a second knock, just as hard. No one called out or said anything though. I'd like to say I'm not easily scared and enjoy watching horror movies in my free time, but suddenly I found myself frozen in place, not able to move at all. No further knocks came after, but I was too frightened now to fall back asleep and didn't end up resting until around 4 a.m. or so. I called my roommate the next morning, asking if she knew anyone that would have come to our door that late in the night. But she was just as confused as I was. A week passed by and I didn't really give it too much thought anymore. I sort of came to the conclusion that maybe it was some drunk person that had mistaken our house for theirs. It was a Saturday night when this happened. I work in a large chain grocery store doing night stacking a few days a week, with my shifts ending between 2 to 4 a.m. usually. It was the next Saturday, and I was approaching the end of my shift when my roommate texted me saying someone was knocking on the front door again. Even though I wasn't actually there, I was struck with that same kind of fear I had experienced just the week prior. She reassured me the doors were all locked, but was scared knowing the same thing had happened to me as well. She kept in touch with me until my shift was over and told me that this time there was no second knock. When I arrived home, the front yard was untouched and there was no one out walking the street either. I must reinstate that this is a very quiet neighborhood, with mostly elderly couples living on our street. In the morning, my roommate still seemed a bit shaken up, so I put in an anonymous tip with a Crime Stopper service. They never got back to me though. Nothing else seemed to happen for the following month and a half. We were both moving on with our lives like it never even happened. I stopped working Saturday night shifts though, as this was the only similarity between the two occurrences. That was until the most recent Saturday. I was up late in the living room, watching some old Black Mirror episodes as the new season was about to come out. It was about 1 a.m. or so, and I had plans to go to bed after that episode I was watching. For context, the room I was in was right next to the front door this time, with the path to the door going past a large window. As I was watching, I saw the outside motion sensor light turn on from the bottom of the windowsill, under the blinds. I froze up. Until this point, I had completely forgotten about that knocking, and I was struck with fear. A short moment later, an urgent knocking began. At first, I was going to sit there and wait for them to go away, but after a second loud knock, I decided to look through the peephole quietly and see if it was someone familiar. My roommate had had a few failed relationships that did not end on good terms, so I assumed maybe it was one of them trying to mess with her. But as I looked closer, it was not. It was a woman I had never seen before. She was just staring at the door, stood still like a statue. It was like she was frozen solid. Her eyes were staring straight ahead with no expression. It was like she could see me through the eye hole, just staring into my soul. She stood there for another 2 minutes or so until she looked to the side and ran off into the darkness. I called the cops and explained on the phone what had happened, and they sent someone shortly thereafter. They checked all the cars parked on the street, but came up empty-handed. They just told me to call back if anything happened again. The thing that I couldn't get out of my head, though, was the way she just stood there emotionless, staring straight ahead as if she wasn't thinking at all, and the strange way she ran off as well. She looked to be in her 30s or so, wearing a small nightdress and no shoes. Not exactly someone I'd ever seen in a neighborhood before. Not only was this out of the ordinary, but it was completely freezing outside as well. Since then, I've ordered one of those doorbell cameras, just in case she does come back. To be completely honest with you though, I flinch whenever someone knocks on that door now. If I said Medellin, Colombia, what do you think of? Pre-2015, only a handful of people would have given the answer that's commonplace today. But since that Narcos show was on TV, almost everyone knows what Medellin is famous for now, and that's for being the home of the Medellin cartel, headed up by the one and only Pablo Escobar. These days, that cartel is confined to the history books, but the legacy of their violence lives on in the city, and the countless problems didn't exactly die along with Escobar when the law caught up with him back in '93. It's there in that city that I met a girl named Stephanie while I was traveling around South America. Steph was from Canada, on a similar sort of rolling vacation as I was. There was almost this instant chemistry between us that ended with me asking her out. We drank cheap Colombian beers, compared traveling tattoos. She definitely won with her traditional tippy-tap Filipino tribal piece, and generally just had ourselves a great time. When it came to the end of the night, though, we were put in a rather precarious position. You see, the old legacy of violence and suspicion means that in a city like Medellin, you can't get anywhere without the right credentials. As a result, neither of us were allowed any guests in our respective hostels. We thought on our feet and decided the night was warm enough for us to spend it in one of Medellin's public parks. So we spot what seemed like a nice enough place to lay down. Only, as we're walking over, we see these 4 Colombian guys hanging out on a bench. No reason to be suspicious right away, right? I mean, it was a nice enough night. And the South American idea of a late night is totally different to our own. Not everyone hanging out past midnight is some kind of reprobate or something. I suppose that goes for the States too, but I digress. So me and Steph are sitting there for a few minutes when one of the guys from the bench comes over to talk to us. My Spanish was still embarrassingly dire at that time, but I knew enough to know he was asking for a cigarette. I told him I didn't smoke, but he carried on asking for stuff like money, then other things with words I didn't quite understand. I kept telling him I didn't know what he was saying, but he just wouldn't give up. He kept on talking us, then spit out something mean-sounding in Steph's direction. At that point, I took issue. I have enough Dutch courage to tell him to get off before I led Steph off to another spot farther away from them. I'll spare you the finer details of what followed, but needless to say, Steph and I ended up having a little cuddle, shall we say, until we heard and saw something that almost scared us half to death. A police siren and flashing lights, just a few feet away, near the boundary of the park. Steph quickly pulled her dress back on, and we attempted to make ourselves as presentable as possible as the cop car screeched to a stop. 2 guys jumped out, and they came jogging over to us. How they knew we were there, I don't know, but I figured the guy asking for smokes had called them as a kind of screw you for not being generous sort of thing. I was on the verge of a full-on freakout. All I could think of now was how I was going to end up in a Colombian jail, and that would be the end of it for me. Colombia has some of the worst prisons in all of South America, and no offense to our Latin cousins, but that's really saying something. What's worse, I didn't have the money to pay a fine or a bribe, so there was zero chance of me talking my way out of it. Still, I didn't really have much of a choice. The best I could hope for was to pull off a speech skill 100 check, so I got down to it. As this little Colombian cop, I don't even say that to be mean, the guy was literally no bigger than 5'4" or so, was shining his flashlight in my face. I was pouring out a string of bilingual apologetic consciousness. All the cop did was scold us in Spanish, talking so fast I couldn't even understand a word. Steph was welling up with tears at this point, as she too thought she was going to be arrested. All I could do was shut up and let the cop burn off whatever angry energy he had. I prayed he wouldn't just drag us off to jail then and there. I told him I couldn't understand, until he finally calmed down and pulled a smartphone out of his police vest. That's when I saw him pulling up Google Translate, and I knew something wasn't quite right here. If he was here to throw the cuffs on us, surely he'd have already done it, right? So what was he about to type out? I'll never forget what came next, and how I foolishly tried to anticipate his words without stopping to consider the context. The first thing he typed was, "these men," and pointed over to where the cigarette guy and his friends had been. I looked over, expecting to see them all looking smug, but no one was there any longer. It dawned on me that they'd beat feet as soon as they'd seen the cops arrive. I was about to say something like, "Yeah, I know they called you, I'm sorry," but the cop cut me off with a little sock puppet hand gesture. I watched him type further. "These men are very dangerous. You need to leave now. They will come back." The cop stopped for a second, like he was trying to find the right word. "They'll come back and they'll violate the girl, you understand?" My chin was dusting the floor at this point. I had no idea we were in that much danger. Right before I could say anything else, the man typed once more. "These people are known to us. They've done things before and they'll do them again." Again, we just nodded, too stunned by how dumb I'd been to really be relieved that we weren't in any trouble. "Don't come back here again during the night, no matter what." He showed us the message and escorted us to a well-lit street nearby. As you can imagine, that whole thing really killed the mood, and even though I walked Steph back to her hostel, there was never any talk of me getting inside to continue where we left off. I saw her a few more times before she moved on to Argentina. And yes, we did conclude some unfinished business, even kept in touch for a while after I returned to the US. But you can bet your bottom dollar I did not go anywhere near any poorly lit places in Medellin for the remainder of my stay. I learned my lesson, and I learned it real good. I can't say I necessarily enjoyed going out and exploring the countryside, but it is something that I did a whole lot when I was younger. I think mostly because living out in the country, there wasn't exactly a whole lot else to do. My family never had cable back then, because this happened so long ago and it wasn't available in such a rural area. Other than that, we also lived far enough away from any of my friends or relatives that we couldn't spend time with them often and do things together. So, a lot of my free time, especially in the summer, was spent exploring the countryside on my lonesome. I didn't know a lot about the history of the area that we lived in, and this was before it was easy to just look these things up on the internet. Because of this, I never knew if I would find anything interesting or noteworthy out there. I always thought it would be cool to come across an Indian arrowhead or something like that. Like pretty much every kid in the world who goes out exploring in the country, I always hoped I would find something valuable out there one day. I mean, who knew if there was a gold piece stuck out there somewhere or something? Anyway, this one day in this one summer, I was really bored and went off exploring as usual. This time though, I tried heading off in a direction I hadn't really ever gone in before. I had avoided it mostly because my dad told me to. It was private property, I guess, and the man who owned it got very angry if he caught anyone out there. Plus, he claimed there were abandoned mines out there, and if I accidentally fell into one of those, it might be the last time anyone ever saw me alive. I went off in that direction, only slightly worried that one of these fates might befall me. I guess the slight fear made the hike a little bit more interesting. Other than that though, it was kind of fun thinking about the possibility of getting caught too. I don't know how long I had been out there, nor how many hills I had crossed over already. Eventually though, being on one side of a particular hill, I looked over at the one opposite facing it. I saw that inlaid about 3/4 of the way up the hill was what looked like either a cave or some sort of mine driven into the side. I assumed because of where it was most likely just a cave. It didn't look like it would be that easy to climb to, but it seemed very interesting to me, so I decided to go check it out. Getting to the opening was not easy. The hill was a whole lot steeper than the other ones I had experience with. After quite a bit of effort, including grasping onto trees that had thorns and caused my hands to bleed a little, I was finally able to make it up that steep hill and to the opening of this cave. I was actually a little bit apprehensive right away. This was the first such cave I had ever come across, despite all of the time I'd spent out there exploring. It was, as you might imagine, very, very dark, and I had only brought a small flashlight with me. I hadn't expected to come across a cave or be out after dark, so it was only one of those pen flashlights I always had with me in my backpack. It was a little damp inside, but that didn't really bother me so much. It was easy enough to avoid stepping into the water. Mostly, I was worried about the possibility of disturbing any bats that were in there. We didn't have as good an understanding about them back then as we do nowadays, so we thought that all bats bit, and they all carried rabies as well. It was bright enough at the opening. As I made my way into the cave though, I took out my pen light just in case I would need it. Of course, the very first thing I did was look at the ceiling to see if there were any bats inside. Fortunately, at least in the concern of my feelings, I was happy not to see any in there. I probably would have screamed and started running had I seen even one of them. As I kept walking further into the cave, the light I got from the outside was now nearly gone. Soon, it was gone altogether. I suppose I should have headed back when it got to that point, but I was way too captured by curiosity with all of this. Although the entrance seemed to be a normal natural cave, further in it had wooden beams inside that looked like they had been made to reinforce the structure. Perhaps people had mined in this cave before. I mean, I didn't know enough about the differences between caves and mines to really know. The weirdest part though at this point were the echoes. My footfalls would sound like the footfalls of other people. A couple of times I even jumped, thinking that I heard someone following behind me. I was able to calm myself down after each try though, when suddenly I noticed something up ahead. It looked like something was lying on the ground up against the wall of the cave. It was too hard to make out in the dark at first, being that I only had this small light on me. However, as I got closer, I noticed something that stuck with me to this very day. There were bones in that cave. Although it was not a complete skeleton, I was able to tell there was a human skull there. It was the first time I'd ever seen anything like that before, and it truly scared me. I knew though that these bones had been there for a very long time, and whatever had killed this person couldn't possibly still be there to be a danger to me. But then I heard it. It sounded like someone whispering further down the cave. I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly at first, but when I froze and did my best to listen, I began to make it out clearer. There was absolutely someone whispering deeper in the darkness of that cave, echoing all the way up to me. I couldn't make out what was being said, but it was definitely a human voice. That was even scarier to me than finding that skull there. I got up and tried my best to hurry up out of the cave. I heard the whispering following behind me as I made my way back to the entrance. While I wasn't scared before going into the cave with the meager light, I was scared to death coming back out of it. I didn't want to run and make too much noise. If that person deeper in the cave was following me, I didn't want them to know exactly where I was. After I made it out, I ran down that hill fast as I could. I was very lucky not to fall down that steep slope and hurt myself. I don't know who could have been making those whispering sounds, but I never went back to find out. When we're kids, we don't always listen to the adults around us. Part of growing up requires us to push on boundaries, or we'd never know when we go too far. It's just a fact of life. Adults already know this, and they try their best to let us learn on our own. Even then, though, they wouldn't hesitate to put their foot down in the best interest of your safety. I know this now, and I did the same with my kids when they were young. However, there was a time when you couldn't tell me anything. I constantly pushed those boundaries and never learned from my mistakes. That is, until I almost died in my youth. I was very much a handful. Too much for my mother, in fact. My dad had been shot down and killed in Vietnam when I was only 2 years old. My mother didn't date after, and both my grandfathers had also passed away. I lacked any male role models in my life. My mom tried to teach me, but she just couldn't do a very good job filling this role. This was another time, mind you, and my mom was just a small-town, simple lady. I was old enough to know she was overworked and not exactly the assertive type. Naturally, I exploited this. I had not yet fallen into crime, but she feared that I soon would. She searched out a solution to my behavioral problems, and soon came up with what seemed to be a perfect one. Spring break would soon arrive, and she would need someone to look after me during the day. This is when Dad's mother, Granny Jean, came into the picture. Mom and Granny Jean never saw eye to eye, but they kept things very civil. I'd soon discover Granny Jean seemed to be just what I needed. She'd grown up during the Depression, and that made her a tough, no-nonsense type of woman. She had no time for foolishness, but was capable of showing genuine love and kindness whenever appropriate. The two spoke on the phone, and she agreed to take me in for the week. I left for the farm on that Sunday morning and arrived by bus later that day. A daunting trip for a lone 9-year-old. Not that I would have admitted it to anyone. Granny Jean picked me up at the station, and we drove the 25 miles back to the farm in silence. I say in silence, but there was a preacher talking on the radio for most of the ride. I tried to speak up once until I got the stink eye from old Granny, and figured I'd be better off just not talking. Not until breakfast the following morning, actually, did she ever truly talk to me. Afterwards, I received a quick lesson in feeding the animals, and then I was left to entertain myself. Naturally, I took off in search of trouble. Most of the day was spent walking the fields and exploring these woods. I returned briefly for lunch, then renewed my explorations. Around 4 o'clock or so, I came across an old abandoned farmhouse, a massive thing, 2 stories with a big wraparound porch. I just couldn't resist. I quickly looked through the windows to make sure no one was inside. Seeing nobody, I walked around back and entered. There wasn't much to see, but to me this was like a giant clubhouse. It was getting quite late, so I left with the intention of returning. That evening at dinner, I happened to make mention of that old abandoned house. No sooner than I said it, though, Granny Jean jumped down my throat. "That's not your property. Don't you go back there. It's old and dangerous. It's not safe. You understand me?" I was terrified by her sudden reaction, and sheepishly said, "Yes, ma'am." I was shocked at my own sheepishness. I'd not been in the habit of respecting my elders, but she was in full control, and she knew it well. Well, almost full control. That night, as I lay in bed, all I could think about was that old house I'd found. There was still so much to explore. I had to go back, and so I did the next morning, stealing a flashlight on my way out. Beginning where I'd left off the day prior, I climbed the creaky stairs to the 2nd floor. Had I been smarter about the layout of old houses, I would have tried to explore the attic, but I didn't realize it was there at the time. I did encounter a door that likely led to it, but it was locked, so I moved on. I still had much more to see. Having found nothing of note at this point, though, I returned to the kitchen. A door I hadn't tried yet was located there. It was extremely difficult to open, but after a few hard yanks, it broke free. Ahead of me were these dark stairs leading into a basement. The darkness before me beckoned me down into it. With my borrowed flashlight in hand, I descended those old stairs. One step had long since rotten away, and I jumped. It was a miracle the step I landed on didn't snap as well. Eventually reaching the bottom, I swept this large room with the beam of light. I couldn't see much from my position, therefore I made the mistake of taking a closer look. I took 2, maybe 3 steps, when the door above me suddenly slammed shut behind me. I'm not sure what caused it to close. A gust of wind was the most likely guess. But I was almost positive that as soon as I'd started going down the stairs, I'd already closed the door behind me. I mean, I could have been wrong, I guess. I was never good about closing doors, so no matter how improbable, it was still a possibility. I didn't want to spook myself out with any outlandish theories. I drilled back up the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I threw myself against the old door, but it wouldn't budge. Again and again I did this, but to no avail. I was completely trapped. I began to panic. Then, suddenly I remembered the big swinging doors I'd seen when I arrived. Frantically racing back down, jumping steps in pairs, the second to last broke under my weight, sending me tumbling across the floor. The room was now complete darkness. I realized my flashlight wasn't working. I shook it rapidly and banged it against things, and it would flicker back to life briefly over and over again. I returned to my feet and renewed my sprint to freedom. The doors were 2 heavy wooden things that opened out. I needed a lot of power to budge them. I summoned all my strength and threw my body against them, but nothing. I repeated this twice more until I was too tired to continue. I took a break and tried to think. I closed my eyes and concentrated intensely. I tried to picture the doors outside as I'd seen them the day before. My mind's eye scanned every inch, every nail, every single board, and all the hope I had disappeared in an instant. I remembered a large board straddling the doors from the outside, a sturdy 2x4 or something of similar size, spanning the entire breadth of the opening, slightly under 4 metal braces. I wandered back and forth around the room, examining every square inch in the little light I could receive. There were a couple of small windows, it seemed. Perhaps if I broke those, I could squeeze out. A nearby brick was put into use, but it simply bounced off the panes. I found out later it was reinforced storm-proof glass. No matter the amount of foolish optimism I embodied, as the hours passed by, my courage began to fail me. Things wouldn't truly begin to suck until the night came, though. Although the days had always been somewhat warm, the night dipped below freezing. As the sun set down, the basement became colder and colder. To make things even worse, just after 11 p.m. or so, the flashlight gave out completely. Shaking it no longer worked. With no moonlight, it was now completely pitch black. Rats began to scatter all around me, and now I was at the lowest point in my young life. My surroundings terrified me more than the thought of freezing to death. Visions of rats gnawing on my limbs, being too weak to move, overwhelmed me. Sleep became harder and harder to avoid. I knew, though, that if I did fall asleep, I might not ever wake up again. I had no doubt that help would be coming sometime, but would they reach me before I froze? Or even worse, was eaten by rats? Sometime in the early hours of the next morning, I lost the battle and slipped into unconsciousness. In that sleep world, I could almost feel my soul being carried upward. I was no longer shivering. My body was now suddenly warm, and it was no longer painful either. I thought to myself that I was going to heaven. I awoke the next morning, but rather than heaven, I was back in bed. The smell of baked things floated up from the kitchen, and it was all very disorienting. Had I simply dreamed everything? I looked around, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The sun was shining through the white lace curtains. Granny Jean's cat was curled up in the chair watching me. I was wearing my favorite flannel pajamas and all seemed well, but just below the surface, something bothered me. I slipped quietly into my robes. As I stepped down the stairs, the rotten stairs of that basement flashed in my mind. Maybe I was in hell or something, a proper punishment for an unruly child like myself. I expected to be swarmed by a horde of rats at any moment. The cat ran ahead of me and turned the corner. I braced for the gruesome onslaught, but it never came. Looking to the left, I could see Granny Jean, her back to me. She sat down at the kitchen table. I stood and watched for a long time, feeling a tug of tension lurking just below the surface. A few minutes passed and Granny Jean turned to me, kindly wishing me a good morning. "Are you hungry?" "Yeah," I answered with a quick jerk. I stood still and watched as she gathered the food. "I don't think we need to discuss what happened last night. You're safe now, and I'm sure even a boy as stubborn as you learned his lesson." The relief was indescribable. I fought back tears, but a few escaped, the warmth now even more soothing. I didn't want her to see me crying, so I turned my back to her and spoke. "No, ma'am, I've seen now just how difficult I've been. I'm sorry." And that was it. Granny Jean plated up my breakfast and we sat together as I ate, not speaking. The remainder of my visit, I stayed pretty close to the farm. I had meant every word I said that morning. It was like a veil had been lifted. All the trouble I'd caused was revealed to me. The adults around me only had the best in mind for me. Yet all I ever heard in my youthful mind was no. It was like the old version of myself did die that night. When the week came to an end, Granny Jean drove me back to the bus station. As we parted, she gave me a kiss on my cheek. I'd never felt so grateful in my life. I still hold a very special place in my heart for her. When I was about 16, I needed to get a job. I was out of high school and living with my parents who were driving me insane. I needed to get out. I was applying for jobs everywhere I could find. I would walk into a store and immediately ask if they were hiring. I didn't really care where I worked. I just needed the money to get out of my current living situation. The local grocery store was having a mass hire job fair type deal on a specific day and time. I woke up early, got ready, and went. Everyone looking to get a job had to stand in a line and wait to be interviewed. No big deal. I just fumbled with my phone while I waited. The guy in front of me was standing sideways, so he could easily face me and anyone behind me. He continually asked me questions like, "Is this your first job? How old are you? How far would you have to drive to get to work here?" After the last one, I sarcastically told him I didn't know he was the person that was supposed to interview me. I thought he got the point because he stopped talking to me soon after. We got further up in line, and finally he was being interviewed in the little office. It was really just a set of tall pieces of cardboard that gave the illusion of privacy during your interview. It was set up right in front of the grocery store too, so anyone walking outside could see you during it. I was getting nervous because I really wanted the job. When he got done and came out, he said, "Hope you get the job, cutie. I'd love to see more of you." He walked past me. If it weren't for the interview coming up, I probably would have told him to get lost. Anyway, I get into the makeshift cubicle or whatever. The guy hands me some papers and tells me to fill them out. I do so and hand them back to him when I get done. When I lifted my head up, I saw behind the man interviewing me was that same creep from before, standing a little bit away trying to hide and watching me during my interview. I had already been reasonably anxious before, but now I was starting to really worry. I tried my best to make it through without looking at him and answer the questions I was being asked. Occasional glances toward that man, though, rewarded me with witnessing the creep groping the glass, having his hand down his pants, and dashing off. Finally, he began to take pictures of me with his phone. I was ready to call the cops as soon as I got out of there, if he was still around. When my interview was wrapping up, I was given some pamphlets and a gift card for a few bucks off groceries. I shook hands with the interviewer, and when I looked back at the window, the man was no longer there. Relief washed over me. I went to leave, and hoped to God I didn't just fuck up my interview because of that distraction. I walked through the grocery store back to the door I'd entered in, and shortly after walking outside, I saw the man leaning up against the wall, waiting for me. I pulled my keys out and put them in between my knuckles like I was taught to do at a young age. My other hand went straight to my pocket, grabbing hold of my phone. I started to walk towards my car. As I walked past him, he stepped to walk beside me. "So, how'd it go?" "You're really too cute to be working at a grocery store, you know. You'd make a lot more money without even having to leave your house if you just went online." It was disgusting, but I said nothing. "Oh, so you're gonna be like that, huh? Not gonna say anything to me? Probably a good idea, because if you open that mouth of yours, I'd be tempted to stick my..." I cut him off by swinging around towards him and punching him in the throat with my key fist. Unfortunately, my grip on my keys weren't tight enough, and they fell out of my hand on impact. That was enough to shut him up though and get him choking. I grabbed my keys off the ground and sprinted for my car. He was following after me, calling me a fucking bitch and other vulgarities I can't remember. I jumped into my car and locked it just in time as he began to slam his fists on my driver's side window. I was shaking like crazy. I pulled out my phone, and after a few feeble attempts from my shaking hands, I correctly dialed 911. He was pounding on my window, shouting about how I assaulted him, trying to open my doors, walking around to see if any of the doors were unlocked. I tried my best to talk to the dispatcher and tell them where I was at. When he got back to my driver's side door and continued to pound on it and cuss at me, I held my phone up to the window. He could see I'd dialed 911. On that note, his face went white, and he looked around and casually walked away. I waited a bit before telling the dispatcher I thought he was gone. They didn't want to send out a patrol if he'd already left. The dispatcher got the description of the man from me and told me they'd have someone come out and look at the grocery store's camera footage. They would talk to the guy who interviewed me as well to see if they could find out who the guy was. I never heard from the man again. And thankfully, to my knowledge, as I frequent this store quite regularly, the man did not get the job. Unfortunately, neither did I. This happened in New York City. Years ago when I was a freshman in college, I was out partying one night with some friends. I wasn't drunk or on any hard drugs or anything, but I definitely smoked a blunt or two. Around 3 a.m., we decided to go our separate ways. I got off the train and began my long walk home. I had to take an even longer route home that night too, because some of the train lines happened to be under maintenance. When I got off the train, I realized I would have to walk past the cemetery, and I started to feel a bit uneasy. I wasn't afraid for any particular reason though. It was about 10 blocks and then I'd be home. I always saw trucks lined up on the cemetery blocks, and it being a desolate area, I assumed it was truckers parking their trucks by the cemetery to take naps or sleep before continuing on their routes. Back then, I didn't really give it much thought. A few minutes after getting off the train and starting my walk though, I heard the faint sound of what I guessed to be a car or truck door being shut behind me. I turned around, but in the darkness, I couldn't see anything. I tried to scan my surroundings once quickly. I didn't see anyone ahead of or behind me as far as my eye could see. I kept walking, this time a bit faster, and about a minute later, I began to hear footsteps behind me. I turned around so quick, I swear I could have snapped my own neck. I saw a man walking swiftly just a few feet behind me. When he saw me turn around, he began catcalling me by making kissing noises. I was used to these sorts of things, especially living in New York City. By my house, there was always a line of men on the corner every morning, waiting to be picked up for construction work. Every time I passed them to go to the store, I would get catcalled and harassed. Because of this, I simply ignored the man and kept walking. Definitely faster this time though. Only a few seconds later, he was sprinting to catch me. He was now at my side, speaking to me in Spanish, a language which I don't speak. He grabbed my arm tightly enough to leave bruises and began pulling me towards him. I started screaming and fighting him off. He pushed me up against the cemetery fence. In the midst of this, my heart sunk to the floor. I thought I was about to be raped or worse. Seconds later, he had me off my feet by both arms, when suddenly his face turned white in the moonlight. A look of terror passed his face as he looked past me into the cemetery, seemingly fixated on something ahead. He let out a blood-curdling scream and let me go. As I dropped to the floor, he was already sprinting across the street and running out of sight, choking on tears and shaking. Beside myself, I picked myself up and ran so fast the last few blocks to my house. I didn't dare to turn and look back into that cemetery. I didn't turn around at all. I didn't stop until I was home. I never took that train or walked past that cemetery again. To be honest, I never told my parents either. I only told a handful of friends over the years, because to this day, I still don't understand exactly what happened. All I know is that something in that cemetery probably saved my life that day. It's taken so long for me to finally be able to tell this story, because whenever I do, people seem to be underwhelmed, I guess. This was a terrifying experience for me. I can only imagine people find it to be so unbelievable it's kind of hard to sympathize with. Anyway, this was 2 years ago in the summer. I had this coworker I was friends with, and he asked me to hang out around 11 p.m. I told him I was busy and had to walk my dog. I really wasn't in the mood to hang out, but he ended up somehow convincing me anyways. So he gets to my house and we drive to this park about 10 minutes away. We sit on the swing set and talk for a while. We ended up talking about some creepy stuff, so I think we kind of spooked ourselves from the content of our conversation naturally. A bit of time later, I suggested we go to a drive-thru. We both got up to leave the park and walked to his car, which was parked on the side of the street. As we were walking, we noticed a man also walking on the sidewalk. We both mentioned to each other how we'd seen him in the park earlier as well. He creeped us out a bit since he seemed to be watching us, but we really didn't think anything else after he went away. If I remember properly, the man was walking past our car down the sidewalk. We were walking straight to get into the car. We were about 6 or so feet away from him when he turned around and started walking straight towards us. My friend hadn't even had the time to unlock his car doors before the man started screaming. "Are you fucking serious?" We had no clue why he'd be yelling at us like this, so we kinda just stood there frozen beside our car doors. I started to jiggle the passenger door and look at my friend. The man started to get closer, so we knew we had to run. I can't explain how our thought process worked in this moment, because we weren't saying anything to each other. Our instincts just kind of both kicked in after the initial shock wore off. My friend ran the same way the man had been walking before he turned around, and I ran the other way. The man chased after my friend. I kinda half jogged, half stayed in one spot, trying to figure out if my friend was about to be killed by this crazy guy or what. I screamed in their direction I was calling the police, but the guy didn't even skip a beat and kept on yelling and rambling into the night. I'm a girl and my friend was a guy, so I think naturally he wanted to get the guy away from me or something. In that moment, I thought my friend was going to be killed, and the man would come back for me after. Keep in mind, we were on a street on one side of the park. There were houses all lined on this street, and not one person called the police or checked to see if we were okay. My flight kicked in, and I ran behind someone's house to hide in their backyard while I called 911. The funny part is, after explaining the situation and how we were being chased by a man saying he was going to kill us both, the 911 operator asked where I was and told me I needed to leave the backyard in case I scared the owners. I was literally hiding so I don't die, but the operator said, "Nah, go back into his line of sight so you're not hiding on someone's private property." Anyway, I heard my friend yell my name. It took me a minute to come out, but I finally did. He told me the man had run off, and the police showed up soon after. They took our statements, but didn't really seem too concerned. He put his searchlight on the cruiser and just drove around the area. Literally after the police had already left, a woman came out of her house and told us she saw the whole thing. Told me the guy was screaming he was going to rear our corpses after he killed us, and she was so scared for us. Oh, thanks. Anyway, that's my story on how we thought we were being chased by a madman who was saying he was going to rape and murder us. We thought other people would care, but nah, they just stayed inside their house and didn't even call the police for us. Please take this as advice to always watch your own back, and never expect other people to have your best interest in mind. Nobody cared about us, and we were teenagers running for our lives in a public park. People are assholes, and most of the time bystanders, making them nearly as bad as the guy that was chasing us. The police didn't seem to give much of a shit either. Private property was more important than my life. Warning: upsetting content ahead. Where to start with this story? So I work as a veterinary nurse assistant. We get unusual things brought into our clinic, but this one, I just had to share. Today, the 31st of October 2020, was my Saturday to work. I was on reception with the receptionist and vet nurse. Early 9 a.m., we get a call from an elderly man. Says he found a dead cat in his front garden at the time. Looked like its head had been caved in or something. We often get deceased animals brought in as a result of being hit by a car, so we asked him to bring it down to us. Before 10 a.m.-ish, the elderly man came in with a black cat in a plastic bag. We took contact details from the man. Then he told us about how he'd found it and how upset his wife was. Here's where things got creepy though. The cat was in a clear plastic bag. It had no head. It was decapitated. On further inspection, where the cat's head should have been were clean cuts as well. Now, a bit of a background. I live in the UK, and a while back we had a string of mutilated animals being found outside homes and in parks. At that point, the supposed suspect was called the Croydon Cat Killer, or the M25 Cat Killer. The police ruled it out to be foxes, supposedly. I've seen plenty of animals, though, that have been attacked by other animals, and I can say with absolute confidence this was no animal. The whole body, apart from the missing head, was intact. No bites, puncture wounds, broken bones, nothing to suggest the cat had been killed by an animal. It was as if it had been cut clean by a knife. We scanned the poor cat for a microchip and found one. We looked up the details on the microchip system and found the cat's name as well. Lucifer. A black cat named Lucifer found beheaded on Halloween. I wish that wasn't true and I just made it up, but sadly it was not. We tried contacting his owners. Home phone wasn't connecting, so we left a message on the mobile phone number that we'd found Lucifer and to call ASAP. Another disturbing thing was the address where Lucifer was found was 2 streets over from his registered address, and very close by my vet clinic as well. I was very wary when I finished my shift, and waited outside the clinic until my husband was outside to pick me up. It was an unnerving feeling, realizing that whoever did this was still lurking around out there. We alerted the police, RSPCA, and a group called Snarl as well, South Norwood Animal Rescue and Liberty. The lovely old man agreed to be contacted by the police and to help in any way. I've worked alongside animal cruelty and abuse cases, but this was the most chilling, disturbing, and upsetting thing I'd ever encountered. I'm hoping we get good news about this story and find out just who was behind this. This happened in the mid-60s. My family and I lived on a dead-end gravel road without any streetlights whatsoever. It must have been in the summertime, because I remember the door being wide open with only the screen door closed to let the air in. It was after dark, and the whole family was in the living room watching TV together. The whole family being both of my parents, my 2 other siblings, and I. My attention was soon taken away from the TV show, however, when I heard the sound of a car slowly coming down the road. Soon after, I heard a woman inside screaming the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard, either before or since. I don't think any of us decided to get up and look out the door. We just rushed there and were already looking in no time flat. The car slowly turned around and was parked facing down the road the exact way it had come. No lights on inside or out, not even the headlights. It seemed to be some sort of older model car. The woman's screaming just went on and on. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't catch my breath. Finally, my mother moved first and turned on the porch light. As soon as the person in the vehicle saw the light turn on, the car started to slowly drive off down the road. The woman began to scream for help as the car continued to drive out of sight. At this point, my mother shut off the front porch light, and everyone went back to their places and sat down like nothing ever happened. No one said anything. No one did anything. I couldn't believe that my parents weren't going to do anything about this. No one ever spoke of that incident ever again. That's the creepiest thing about that night, honestly. Not the spooky car at night with the woman screaming for help, but the fact that my zombie-like parents had no reaction to that nightmare occurring in their front drive, and they didn't do anything about it either. "6 years ago, I flew over the Atlantic to South Africa for my first ever safari. I've always had a fascination with Africa and the wildlife of the Serengeti, one that actually stems from being obsessed with The Lion King when I was a kid. I had that Elton John soundtrack on cassette too. I used to annoy my mom so much by belting out Circle of Life every time we drove anywhere. Over time, though, that simple love for Simba and his friends evolved and matured, and soon I was researching books on Maasai culture. It got to the point where I was fixated on the idea of traveling to Africa. While my sorority sisters talked about visiting the beaches of Bali or the Bahamas after they graduated, my heart was dead set on the Serengeti. It took me a few years to be able to afford the flights, accommodation, and in-country transportation. But eventually I had a good enough job, and I had enough in my bank account to be able to afford my dream trip. It was every bit as amazing as I'd imagined it would be. I spent a whole week on various jeep safaris, hanging out of a 4x4 with a pair of binoculars, and let me tell you, even at a distance, just knowing you're looking at an actual lion is a serious adrenaline rush. On one of those safaris, a nice Canadian guy mentioned how incredible an experience it was, but lamented that he couldn't get just a little bit closer to some of the wildlife. Our guide reminded us that even at 200 meters away, some of the wildlife we were admiring could close the distance in a matter of seconds. It was every bit as humbling as I expected. Like, I've never felt quite so vulnerable in all my life, even in the relatively safe confines of the various jeeps I was traveling in. That feeling was nothing, though, compared to what I felt when I decided to take a very different kind of safari. I first started properly considering an air safari after I landed in Johannesburg and began to see various commercials for them. I'd never really been interested until I spoke to someone on one of my jeep safaris that talked about air tours like they were God's gift to naturalists. According to her, air safaris were by far the best way to observe the wildlife. She'd choose that every time if she could only afford it. Apparently, the animals don't react in quite the same way to the buzzing of an overhead aircraft as they do to a loud, clearly visible jeep. She also mentioned that the best way to get unfettered views of the animals acting completely naturally was to do an air safari. That settled it for me. It didn't matter if it'd take a chunk out of my budget. I needed to get on that air safari to experience the exact same thing these people had. I ended up exchanging emails with a representative from one particular company. They promised me a very extensive tour at a very reasonable price. A few $1,000s later, I was meeting up with a bush pilot on this little airstrip right in the middle of nowhere. I was staring at the single-engine propeller plane we'd be flying around the Serengeti. The beat-up old thing looked like it'd be at least 20 or 30 years old. The pilot assured me, though, that she was the most reliable aircraft in their inventory, and she'd never failed him yet. I was a little bit apprehensive, but since he seemed so confident in the plane's abilities, I saw no reason to disbelieve him. After all, if he didn't think it was safe, surely he'd be the first person to refuse to fly, right? So, with that in mind, I climbed into the passenger side of the prop plane and off we went into the skies. At first, it was everything I'd hoped for and more. The plane flew low and slow enough for us to get some frankly incredible views of the wildlife. I was actually amazed they didn't react more to some big metal bird flying over their heads. Only the younger animals in each herd seemed to pay any attention to us. All the while, the moms continued to graze like, "Chill, we see these things all the time." Sometimes we'd fly up just a little higher, then lean into a gentle turn that allowed us to circle any herd I took an interest in, giving me a full bird's eye view. I'll admit, it was a little less personal than the Jeep safaris. Didn't quite have the same adrenaline hit, but little did I know I was about to get a lifetime's worth of adrenaline in just a few minutes. After 20 minutes into the flight, we were circling over a herd of elephants, with the steady drone of the plane's engine buzzing in our ears. And then suddenly, the buzzing stopped altogether. It didn't just stop dead either. There was a stuttering, rattling sound as the engine tried to keep itself going for a moment, and then just gave out altogether. I looked over at the pilot, completely baffled, but he waved away my concerns while thumbing the plane's ignition, making out like it happened all the time and this was nothing to worry about. I've stalled my car in traffic before, so I figured what we were going through was the aviation equivalent of just that or something. Irritating at best, scary at worst, but still nothing to actually worry about. Yet as I was waiting for the plane's engine to whir back into life from the pilot's repeated attempts to restart it, it started to dawn on me that this wasn't some run-of-the-mill mechanical problem. The engine had completely died and was not coming back to life. That horrifying fact became obvious once the pilot stopped trying to restart the engine. I don't even know how I managed to avoid a complete mental breakdown. The pilot turned to me and said, "We're gonna have to land. We're going to crash." I remember wanting to ask him if we were going to die, but the words wouldn't leave my mouth. I stayed quiet as the pilot walked me through what we would need to do. "It's gonna be fine, don't worry. But this is gonna be a bit of a bumpy landing, okay?" I couldn't say it at the time, but I was convinced this would be the end. When I realized that, a weird feeling of calm came over me. It was like there was no point worrying about something I was doomed to face. We were going down, and there was nothing I could do about it other than brace for impact. The only thing I could think as we began to drop altitude was hoping the end would be quick and we wouldn't have to burn to death before vultures devoured us or something. At 200 feet, I was concentrating on my breathing, trying to keep calm as the trees and foliage grew bigger and bigger at a fast rate. At 100 feet, I began shaking, unlike anything I've ever experienced before. It was less nervous shaking and more terrified full-body vibration. I turned to the pilot to say something, and I remember him just saying, "Shut up and let me think, woman!" It was the kind of comment that would have me clapping back in a normal situation, but in this dead engine prop plane, I decided to just take it at the chin. At 50 feet, the pilot screamed to hold on. The plane's nose tilted down slightly, and he began to bring us in for the emergency landing. I just remember gripping onto this little handle so tightly. I couldn't bear to watch, so I shut my eyes and hoped for the best. Wham! We hit the dirt hard, but instead of rolling over and crashing, I could feel the landing gear of the plane rumbling against the earth. The plane was shaking like a leaf, and I was convinced it was about to shatter apart. I could hear the pilot shouting, come on, you can do it!" as he talked to the plane. Then, out of nowhere, he started whooping and hollering in celebration. It didn't feel like we were safe, but evidently we were no longer going to explode into a ball of flame or something. When we finally came to a shaky stop, the pilot started laughing maniacally, kissing the dash of the plane. "I told you she hadn't let me down yet." I was in complete shock. I was still shaking, but I turned to the pilot, high-fiving him and telling him he was the man. It was the most intense feeling of my entire life, and one I'll never forget. We were pretty banged up. I had some bruises, but we were otherwise okay. We weren't quite out of trouble yet, though. Once the euphoria died down, we realized we were stranded in the middle of the Serengeti, and our crash had attracted an awful lot of attention. Most animals would have run a mile to get away from the big metal bird that came falling out of the sky, but not all of them. Some of them were attracted to the chaos and destruction, and it led to my closest encounter with any animal in all of Africa. We were quite easily able to relay our coordinates to the rescue team, and the pilot had a few flares he could use to throw on the ground if it got dark. It wasn't like we were going to be stuck there for eternity, but even the 90 minutes we had to wait seemed like forever. We were totally exposed to all the wildlife surrounding us. We got kind of lucky in the end, I think, but we still had a rather close encounter that scared the life out of me. When you think of the scariest animals in Africa, what do you think? Lions, hippos, snakes, spiders? I doubt many people's first answer would be hyenas, but you can bet your butt that was my answer, after a pack of them wandered within just 50 feet and started to surround us. People say they laugh, right? The sound that they make is kind of like a person laughing. Let me tell you, once you hear that sound with your own ears, it sounds nothing like laughter. I remember jumping back in the cockpit of the crashed plane. The pilot was taking a nap, but woke up to show me the pistol we kept in the same place as the flares. If they come any closer, give them a fright, all right? I tried to relax, but it was hard with a gang of baying hyenas a few feet away. If there ever was a clear sign that bush pilot was completely insane, it was this. I still owed him my life though, so I didn't say squat to him. Not long after, I heard the distinct sound of an engine in the distance, and the plane's radio buzzed to life. The rescue team, having driven as fast as they could for 100 miles to reach us, I'd never been so happy to see another human being in my whole life. They drove us back to civilization, and I ate the best meal I've ever had, with the pilot at a little roadside diner. He asked for 2 orders of bunny chow, which turned out to be an entire loaf of bread stuffed with curry. As it turned out, that and several beers are exactly what a person needs after surviving a plane crash in the middle of Africa. I have kind of a weird story to tell. I've only ever told one person, as honestly, I didn't realize how strange the entire situation was until I brought this up to a friend of mine. This happened a few months ago, and at the time, I had just recently been fired from my job. I had been working there for several years, and so the abrupt firing caught me by surprise. I thought everything had been going all right for me, but just like that, they told me to pack up my things and leave right away. Honestly, it made me feel pretty bad. Rather than spend some time trying to find another job immediately, I spent a few weeks moping around my house and not doing much of anything. I had lost both the strength and the will to do anything, especially look for a new job, though at that dark point in my life, one of my close friends tried to help me out. This friend reached out, telling me that a position at one of her other friends' companies had opened up recently. It was nearly the same as the one I'd been fired from, so right away it seemed I'd hit the jackpot. All seemed perfect, though there was still something in my mind saying this was a little bit strange. My friend, who I won't name for privacy's sake, had always been a little bit on the shady side. Maybe they just weren't the most open person to talk to, or maybe they were just simply reserved. But there always seemed to be something a little bit off about them. For the sake of my future, as well as a potential job opportunity though, I put that out of my mind and focused on applying. In just a short time, I'd gotten out of my slump pretty fast, and was preparing for this new job and a new start as well. My friend sent me the phone number of the company, and told me the hours I would be able to call them at. I woke up as early as possible on the day I was going to give them a call, readying myself for the always nerve-wracking interview I was about to have. When the time was right, I called the company, and before I knew it, I was connected to your average phone-answering secretary, it seemed. The fake peppy voice she put on made me feel that I'd had the right number straight away, and I told her the reason I was calling. She was quick to begin asking questions afterward, taking in all my basic information. Name, phone number, just like every other company did as standard procedure. I replied with all the information she was seeking, along with answering a few more filtering personal questions she asked, like what experience I had and any prior jobs I'd had as well. I sat on the call for some time answering her questions before she said she'd gotten all the information she needed out of me. At the end of the call, she informed me that 2 days from then I could come in for an in-person interview. I remember hanging up the phone and sitting still for a few moments after. I was as happy as I could be. After going through such a tough time unexpectedly, it felt like I was really getting somewhere. It was easy to say I was ecstatic about getting an interview. Thus, I spent the next few days preparing before the day was finally here. I woke up early, got dressed in my finest. A black suit over a button-up shirt underneath, along with a pair of fine dress pants. I went the full 9 yards with everything that morning, as I knew I had to be my best for any interview. I pepped myself up the entire time as well, until I was finally ready to leave. Still though, I was really nervous. I took a few deep breaths before leaving the house. I got into my car and started heading to the address. I remember the drive actually wasn't too far away, only about 10 minutes or so. As I got closer though, it began to feel as if my destination was hours away. I got closer to the address, and my nerves got even worse. I had been through many interviews before, and the thought of one more shouldn't have made me as nervous as I was. It got the best of me during the car drive, and I was completely caught up in them. Before I even realized I'd pulled right into a parking space of where my GPS had told me to go. As I parked, I came to my senses and realized where I was. I managed to get even more nervous as I realized this. I wanted to go home and forget about this interview, as I thought about how unexpectedly my last job had ended. Still though, I shook him off and looked at where my GPS had taken me. I stepped out and looked at the building in front of me. Instead of what I assumed was going to be a typical office space or something, there was a gigantic run-down building in front of me. I remember staring at every inch for some time. All the windows were either broken or boarded up completely. The coloring of the bricks was faded as well, and there wasn't even a front door on the place. I began to think that I simply had the wrong address, but my GPS confirmed this seemed to be the correct destination. I even checked the address I'd typed in multiple times. Each time I looked, the numbers were the same and correct. I realized that this really seemed to be the right place. My mind was all over the place in this moment. My nerves about the interview were gone, although in their place was a whole new set of anxiousness. I went closer to the building to inspect it. I had to see for myself that the building was the right one before I decided to leave. As I approached, I was stopped by someone coming out from the side of the building, a man in a reflective high-visibility jacket. "Hey, what are you doing here? This is a construction zone," the man yelled. I was even more confused. I understood what he meant though when I walked closer to him and caught a peek around the other side. There was indeed a construction crew with tons of heavy machinery just sitting there. "Oh, sorry, I thought this was the place for my interview. I was looking for so-and-so, but it seems I have the wrong place." No, this is so-and-so, but I don't know what interview you're going to be having here. The building's been abandoned for a few decades," the man said. My face turned to shock, and I got even more of a headache from the situation. "But I called a few days ago. Someone answered and said she was with a company called so-and-so." The man stared at me. "I don't know who's trying to fool you here, but this building did belong to that company back in the day. They haven't been around for a few decades, though. Now get along there. The building's supposed to be demolished today, and my guys have to get back to work," the man said again. I could do nothing but leave. The company seemingly didn't exist anymore. It seemed like I'd been the victim of some sort of cruel prank at the hand of whoever was on the other line. But something put me off. The call had seemed so legitimate. The girl on the other line had certainly fooled me for being a secretary of some company. I didn't think much more of it, though. The man had said the company I was trying to join hadn't existed in that place in decades. Just like that, I was back to square one. No job and no interview. The drive back home was long and silent. It hardly even fazed me just how weird the encounter had been, as all I could think about was now I wasn't even able to have that much to be excited about. I got home and went right back to where I'd started. I holed up in my house for a couple of weeks, not having the motivation to do anything, as I once again found myself in a depressive episode. As more time went by, I slowly healed again and found the will to look for a job once more. This was several months ago, mind you, and since then I fixed myself even more. I was able to find a new job, much better for my own health than the one I'd been fired from. Over the several months in between this story I just told and now, I'd been so focused on my new job and working hard enough to keep it that the situation had gone through and slipped my mind entirely. It wasn't up until the point that I told my friend the entire story of what happened to me that I realized just how strange it was. When I informed my friend the number they had given me, I realized it was actually incorrect from the one she'd meant to give me. She apologized a lot after realizing her mistake and ended up giving me the actual phone number, which is actually how I found my current job. The fact of what I had gone through was still up for question. I had accidentally been given a wrong number, but was put through to a seemingly real company. On top of that, I even got told to come in for an interview to a real address, and for a real company that once existed, even if it no longer did. The whole situation is just kind of a big mystery to me. My friend and I threw out many ideas, some that were pretty ordinary like a simple prank call, and some that were farther out. You know, some like how I could have gone through an insane phenomenon like time travel through a phone call or something. Some of the ideas were of course ridiculous, and even now I have no clue what happened to me on that day. Somewhere on the wind-blown plains of Middle America, there stands a home. It's a regular, unassuming home. Nothing in its appearance draws your attention, nor marks it out as any different from the others. But this home once held a dark secret, one that would remain hidden for the most part. At least, until today. You see, once upon a time, not all that long ago actually, this was my home. I was among a small number of young men. We resided in the dark depths of the home's basement, 5 in total. We existed there not by choice, but by decree. Our days were consumed with work, while our nights were spent in dreaming. Among those dreams, we often entertained the idea of freedom. Fortunately for myself and the others, one brave member of our community would make these dreams a reality. She's the reason I'm able to share my story with you today. I suppose I'll start with the larger aspects of the tale before focusing on myself. Of course, no real names or locations will be used for the sake of privacy. It all began way before I was actually born, around the mid-1960s or so. A young charismatic preacher built a dedicated group around him. His theology was different from most in the faith. According to his teachings, Mary Magdalene was given the power to speak the word of God by Jesus himself. Upon his ascent to heaven, Mary effectively became the head of the Christian church. Through generations, this line was passed down into our Holy Father, who traced himself back to Mary Magdalene herself. This idea was surprisingly well received at the time. By 1980, they'd amassed a congregation of over 3,500. However, as times changed, more and more devotees left the church for a number of different reasons. When I was born in 1993, our group had dwindled to a paltry 125 members. A few years earlier, this church had purchased a small piece of land in the upper area of the Midwest. All the buildings were built by hand by the congregation. Everyone was required to live on this compound, and all labor was evenly divided amongst the members. It was very similar to the communes popular in the 1960s and 70s. I can only assume our church was built around the same model. I'm leaving out quite a bit, but I just wanted to give you the general idea. The community was very similar to the agrarian lifestyles of centuries past, and most all work was done by hand. It wasn't like in my time machines were shunned or anything. Many people just took pride in doing them on their own, no matter the hardship. That was the type of environment I grew up in. I'll take a few moments to explain what led to us living in a basement. From the start, females enjoyed an exalted position in our particular faith. They served as apostles and teachers to the young and newer members. Other than our leader himself, no other man held any position of power. This was just an accepted part of life, really, and rarely ever questioned. A male had to be married to even remain in or join the congregation. In later years, our leader even put a severe restriction on new marriages. Therefore, the younger men unable to find a partner or simply uninterested in marrying would be excommunicated after reaching the age of 21. Nearing the end of that time, we became little more than beasts of burden, strong hands for the fields and other things. The biggest change, though, came in 1998. The Holy Father decreed that all males must be sent to live in the youth dorm at the time of puberty. For propriety's sake, this was a basement that he'd termed the youth dorm. But we all knew it was just a regular old musty, mold-filled basement. This pronouncement only served to further fracture our already ailing group. Unfortunately for me, though, my parents were true diehards. We remained along with the very last of the devotees, so when my time came at 13 years old, I couldn't do anything. I had to take my place in the basement. Although the adjustment period was very difficult, a strong bond soon formed with my fellow prisoners, at least as I put it. From dawn till dusk, we were worked ragged, our only respite coming on Sundays, in which we spent the mornings in holy services. The remainder of the day was our own. However, those that didn't volunteer to do additional work were required to remain locked in the basement. While far more terrible things would be suffered by us during our time there, I'm still unfortunately unable to discuss them. I think it's better they stay buried, honestly. Out of nowhere, in 2010, an unlikely individual would change everything, though. Ruth was just another congregant, but by advantage of being born a woman in our group, she held a leadership position. Although not lofty by any means, it was a substantial amount of power due to the dwindling group at our time. Unknown to anyone else inside the group, she'd been building a body of information implicating our Holy Father in multiple crimes. On several visits into town, she met up with law enforcement and their colleagues in the district attorney's office. They seemed especially interested in the treatment of males in the church. Luckily, he'd also been cheating on his taxes as well, the crime he was ultimately imprisoned for. When the day came that Ruth turned over all the documents to authorities, that church ceased to exist. A judge ruled our treatment to be inhumane and immoral, and we left the basement for the final time later that week. Everything else was handled quietly behind closed doors, as to prevent embarrassment to the local community. When I was finally able to speak to Ruth face to face, I asked her why she'd done it. She said our treatment within the congregation had always bothered her father's in particular. Just a year prior, she had begun a secret relationship with one of the young men locked in the basement. She knew they would likely not be allowed to marry as long as things continued as they did. The last straw was what she discovered while digging, though. The extent of the Holy Father's corruption sickened her. Her initial intent had not been to destroy our group, but she realized he was inextricably woven into it. I greatly admired her, and any person willing to sacrifice everything for those they love. She managed to build a respectable and happy life outside the church. My wife and I named our first daughter Ruth as a sign of respect for her. To close things out, I want to share the fate of my fellow dorm mates as well. It seems that our horrible experiences did not have any noticeable long-term side effects. All of us are now married with families. Mark, my closest friend from the church, has been with his partner for quite some time after. It's a story with many dark aspects, and I'd like to end it with a positive message. I know many of us have suffered terrible things in our lives. A great deal of us may still be suffering. Rather than my story being one of sadness, though, I prefer to view it as one of hope. I want you to make note of this. No matter how dark things may seem at the moment, better things may be waiting just around the corner. Back in 2004, my wife and I decided we couldn't face freezing our bits off for yet another British winter and started looking for a much more tropical location to spend that festive period. We were working on a bit of a budget and couldn't quite afford the Thai or Vietnamese beaches we'd had our hearts set on, but after a bit of searching, we came across this lovely little beachside bed and breakfast in a little town called Galle on the southwestern coast of Sri Lanka. It was definitely priced as a budget hotel, but the photos the owners had taken showed it to be a quaint, clean, and beautiful little place. Once my wife was taken with it, I had very little choice on the matter anyway, so I made us a booking. The food was amazing, the people were welcoming, and the beaches were everything we could have hoped for. Come Christmas Day, we had the most unusual Christmas dinner of our lives, sharing a veritable banquet of different dolls and curries at a local restaurant. It was so good that neither of us missed the pigs and blankets that year. I'm sure most of you will agree that's really saying something. We finished off with a few drinks on the beach, stopping every so often to giggle at how surreal it all was that we were here sunbathing on Christmas Day. Then, once we were drowsy enough, we headed off to bed for an early night. The next morning was even better. No hangovers, no dodgy leftovers to work through, no going down to the local park in the freezing cold to pretend that a brisk Boxing Day walk is anything but absolute balls. Just sun, sea, and sandy beaches for 5 more days. Me and the wife replaced the horrid Boxing Day park walk with drinks and nibbles in a beachside cafe, nibbling on dips and wondering how we were going to readjust to life back in the UK again. I mean, it had been literally paradise for almost a full fortnight. We could have never probably guessed in that moment that our festive little Asian trip would turn out to be the biggest mistake of our lives. We soon learned that any dream day can turn into a living nightmare in a matter of minutes. So we're just sitting there in this open-air restaurant, holding hands, enjoying the lovely rhythmic sound of the waves gently breaking against the beach, when suddenly it stopped. We heard a big rush of water as the water was pulled back away from the shore, but no crash followed. Me and my wife watched as the water crept further and further back away from the shore. And I don't mean like a few feet or something. It kept going and going until we could barely even see the edge anymore. There was only wet sand as far as the eye could see. I distinctly remember the moment I saw these tiny specks on the wet sand in the distance, and how it almost looked like they were jumping up and down. And then I realized that's exactly what they were doing. These were fish that had been swimming in the shallows when the water had just disappeared. Now they were flapping around in the sand and gasping for breath. I turned to see the young waitress standing behind us. I asked her what was happening, but her face told me all I needed to know. She was gawking even harder than we were, and had obviously never seen anything like this in her life. Next thing I know, there were people sprinting out onto the wet sand with plastic bags, scooping up the fish into them before moving on to the next poor flounder or whatever. It was actually quite amusing for a moment, thinking it must have been the easiest morning's fishing any of them had ever experienced. But in the next moment, I heard this absolute roar of a shout coming from down on the beach. An older man was screaming something to the lads out scooping up fish. He turned and started shouting with his hands cupped around his mouth, like he was trying to announce something serious to everyone. I turned to the waitress to ask her what he was saying, but by that time her dad had showed up and had this horrified look on his face. I could tell he was looking out to the sea, so I turned to see just what it was he was looking at. That's when I saw the water was starting to come back, only it wasn't returning as gently as it had gone away. It was getting faster and faster, the wave getting bigger and bigger. "Sir, ma'am, come upstairs right now," I remember the owner saying very suddenly. "There's a big wave coming. We have to get upstairs now." The cafe was basically a big hollowed-out concrete block, so I was confident we would indeed be safe if we went upstairs where there was another open-air dining area. The only trouble was getting everyone up there. The owner's elderly mother was confined to a wheelchair. I didn't actually see her at first. She was in another room when we all started to move. I was halfway up the stairs already by the time I saw the owner desperately trying to pull her up from the bottom. It was one of the most horrifying moments of my life. I could see the man trying to pull her up the stairs backwards in the wheelchair, but it was clear he didn't have the strength to do it on his own. I basically pushed my wife up the stairs, then forced my way back down towards where the owner was struggling. I grabbed one handle and he grabbed the other, but that wasn't working either. We actually tried to carry the whole thing by grabbing the wheel spokes, but that still wasn't working. The whole time I could hear the wave getting closer and closer. I could hear my wife on the top floor screaming, "Oh my God," as it was getting nearer to the building. Then it struck. We didn't have the owner's mom up as high as we needed. All this water and debris came crashing over us. It was pure chaos for a second. I grabbed onto the banister. All of a sudden, the water level dropped a bit, but it was still rushing past us. This let me see that I'd gotten a hold of the owner's arm, while he had a hold of his mom's hands. The wheelchair had been swept away. It was there one moment, and gone the next. Dragged away by what turned out to be a 15-foot-high tsunami. I'm sorry if this writing takes a turn at this point. Remembering it is really painful, and I'm sure you'll understand why in a moment. I was pulling up with all my might, trying to keep the owner and by proxy his mom from being washed away. They were too heavy for me to drag out of the water, and I was struggling to hold on myself. I was terrified I was going to lose my grip, which would mean not only would I die, but they would die too. I can't even express how ashamed I am to say this, but there was a moment I thought about just letting go. The kind of terror I felt in that moment, I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. It was like something else just took over, a screw everyone but me kind of attitude that placed my life above all else. But even in that moment, I knew I couldn't let go. If I lost grip on them, if they got ripped away from me, that was different. But for me to let go seemed like murder for me to go through with it. The next thing I knew, I was snapped out of that horrible moment by screaming from the owner and his mom. I didn't have a clue what they were saying. I'm choking up as I'm writing this. The owner suddenly let go of his mom's hand. I thought she might have slipped or something, but the way he turned so purposefully and ran back up the stairs, I knew he'd just let her go. I was stunned. I didn't know what to do, so I followed him up the stairs to the safety of the top floor. I felt my wife hug me before she burst into tears. It hadn't occurred to me, but because she hadn't been able to see what I was doing, she thought I'd been washed away the whole time. She was crying and screaming at me. I swear I wanted to tell her what just happened, but I just couldn't. Instead, I looked over the edge of the open-top dining area and gasped at the utter destruction below us. The entire landscape had been transformed, almost unrecognizable. The water kept going and going inland, never slowing down and never stopping. I remember the moment I realized it could have been happening to the entire island. Miles and miles of coastline, completely and utterly destroyed in a few moments. Yet although it was bad enough when the water was coming in, it was even worse when the tide dragged it back out again. All that death and destruction that was caused bulldozing its way inland was pulled back past us as the wave returned to the ocean. I saw so many bodies I lost count. Every other second I saw a patch of pink or brown floating on the surface, a streak of color from someone's clothing. So many dead people, so many who didn't see it coming. But the hardest part for me to bear was yet to come. When the majority of the danger had passed by, there was just stagnant water on the floor below us. The owner and one of his sons ventured downstairs to bring up what little food and water they could salvage from the kitchen. We knew the rescue wouldn't be quick, and the people were already working their way through the mess outside, pulling out dead bodies and survivors alike. Me and my wife pitched in as best as we could, but the fact remained there just wasn't much we could do, other than try to comfort the handful of people with us. That night, none of us could sleep, even with the free beer that the owner had given us. So when I saw him smoking a cigarette in the darkness all on his own, I thought I should give him a bit of company. I hadn't smoked since I first tried in college, but that night I asked him for a cigarette. Out of nowhere, he said to me, I didn't want to let her go. I didn't even really know what to say. I knew he was referring to his mom, but I didn't know if he was just trying to rationalize or what, so I nodded. He went on to tell me that his mom had told him to let her go. She knew I wasn't strong enough to pull them both in, and she also knew it wouldn't be long before we'd all be dragged off. So she sacrificed herself for us. The owner told me their little exchange went something like this. Let me go. No, you'll drown. If you don't let me go, we'll all die. Son, I've had a long life, and I've had a good life. You've been a good son, and you've made me very proud. But your family, you need to take care of them, so do as I tell you." He couldn't bring himself to say goodbye, so he just let her go, then turned and went to look after his family, just like his mom had told him to. This all happened 16 years ago, and I still can't talk or think about it without tearing up every time. I can't even imagine being in that position. Just knowing it happened was completely traumatizing. Only God knows how the man dealt with it himself. I think that's why this has been so helpful to type up. I can't really talk to anyone about what happened that day, besides my wife, anyway. They either get frustrated or they don't understand. If they ask too many questions, I start thinking about the owner's mom again. I choke up and then there's no more talking at all. I think to an extent, the trauma just kind of becomes part of you. It doesn't hurt anyone, it's not debilitating, but it's always there, like the scar left behind after a deep wound. When the headline screamed "Local man tortured in basement," I was naturally curious. Little did I know that I would be in the same position not even a week later. According to the story in the paper, a group of home invaders had burst into a nearby jewel dealer's home to steal a stash of diamonds he was rumored to have on site. Having caught the dealer unawares, they demanded to know the location of said stash. The dealer, as it would turn out, truthfully told the gang that no such thing existed. The only thing he did have was an empty safe in his bedroom closet. Of course, this revelation did not make the group very happy. They chose to disbelieve the homeowner, and for the next hour or so, the burglars took turns torturing him for the location of this non-existent stash. It would only be the arrival of a nosy neighbor that would cause the thieves to scatter, but by this point, the homeowner was mere minutes away from death had he not been so swiftly rushed to the hospital. A harrowing story to be sure, but never once had I ever thought that I would have anything to do with it. The extent of my riches amassed was only about 25 grand or so. It consisted of a 19th century gold and silver coin collection my father had left me. I just had the collection appraised the year before, probably why I was chosen as a target. The appraiser at the time had offered me $10,000 for it, but I politely declined. The coins sat collecting dust in my floor-side safe. After that week or more went by, I was loafing on my couch watching a movie, about 2 p.m. on a Saturday, I believe, when suddenly a loud crashing came from my front door. I was so focused on the television in that moment, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I peeked around the corner just in time to see 3 masked figures pouring in one by one through my recently shattered door. They were surrounding me, guns raised. Within a few seconds, I was told to get down on my knees, and naturally I did so. My heart was pounding, and my mouth was bone dry. Instead of shooting me, though, one of them demanded I give him the combination to my safe. This was the moment I realized who I was dealing with. I tried to play dumb. "There's no safe. Do I look like a guy that would have a safe?" I said. I know my ability to lie is usually better, but I wasn't exactly prepared for the situation. The shortest of the group gave me a quick attitude correction with the barrel of his pistol. Still, I could not tell. My pride and love for my father prevented me from doing so. I wouldn't be caught dead letting some thugs steal his life's work. Had I been more clear-headed and given more time to think things over, perhaps I would have chosen a wiser path. To their credit, I was given plenty of opportunity to concede, but once they had me tied up in the basement, they were all business. Even as they tightened the knots and applied the gag, I was convinced it was simply a fear tactic. Surely after what had happened before, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake. But by God was I wrong. Right out the gate, one of them smashed my left hand with a hammer. The pain was unimaginable. My right hand was next. It was even worse, if that's possible. I was ready to tell them anything at that point, but I'd angered them, and they simply wanted to make me pay for that. My feet were next, then my knees. I was barely even conscious. Only then was I permitted to speak. While one guy went upstairs, the remaining two huddled in the corner talking. I could imagine my fate was being discussed. I never saw their faces. There was no reason to add murder to their list of crimes, I thought. I knew this instinctively, but I was convinced I'd not live to see the morning. The next few hours were hazy. All the adrenaline had worn off, and the pain was coming in waves so severe I passed out more than once. In the moment, it seemed death would have been more preferable, but due to some fortune, I stayed alive. I can't exactly tell you when that gang left. I wouldn't have known how long I spent tied up had my son not told me so later. Yes, my son's stubbornness was my savior. After multiple unanswered calls, he began to believe I was dodging him. The young man drove 45 miles one way just to give me an earful. I thought I was dreaming. His voice echoed down the basement stairs, and I thought I was having a death hallucination. The paramedics moving me finally woke me up, though. For a split second, I actually believed them to be my captors. Their faces were bare, so I was sure death was coming, but my son calmly placed his hands on my shoulders and assured me everything was all right. It's probably clear what followed next. My time in the hospital extended a long period with multiple surgeries, and the recovery after was spent in various casts, even a period of time in a wheelchair. For the most part, I managed to completely heal. The cold and damp are a chore now, but since I moved south, I rarely experienced that sort of pain. As sad as this may sound, I harbor no lasting hatred of those thieves. They may have taken something valuable, but they gave me a much more important thing back, my life and my relationship with my son. Nonetheless, when I was notified of their arrest 7 months later, I was overjoyed. Only a small amount of the collection was reclaimed, most being sold long ago. Honestly, I was surprised to get any of it back at all. Presently, all of these gentlemen are a guest of the correctional system, likely for the next 30 years or more. I briefly returned to work after my recovery, but I subsequently had to retire soon after. The majority of my days are now spent in leisurely pursuits, like fishing and hunting. I learned an important lesson in that moment all those years ago. Life is a special and fleeting thing, and you should enjoy every day like it's your last. I'd gladly sacrifice 1 million coin collections for another day with those I love. This happened to me just a few weeks ago. I've dwelled on telling this story to anyone that wasn't close to me over that time, and now I believe that I'm doing well enough to come out about what happened. I, 24 and female, have been living on my own for several years now. I settled into my own house shortly after finishing college. I hadn't had any major problems with the house so far, and everything seemed to be great all around. On top of that, the neighborhood I settled into was amazing as well. All my neighbors were very lovely, and I was able to interact with all of them and become somewhat close. It seemed like I had found a place I could live in forever. There wasn't a single problem in sight, at least until one of my neighbors that I had grown close to over the time I'd spent in that house moved away one day. At first, my neighbor leaving was nothing more than an unfortunate life event. Sure, I would miss them, but there wasn't much I could do about it, and it wasn't as if something horrific had happened to them and I'd never hear from them again. Them leaving, though, was just the start of the problem, as what was brought in their vacancy was far worse than I could have ever suspected. When my neighbor found a home elsewhere, they had put their house up for sale, and over the coming weeks, many people came and went in and out of the house. First off were the movers, removing everything that my neighbors had told them to before putting them up in their new home. Once everything was out, it was time to sell off the house, which brought in people that were looking to move. Tons of people were moving in and out daily, as it seemed like the area I had moved into was quite the hot commodity. I watched as families, couples, and even rich singles walked in and out of the house every day. Cars lined the street as the same female realtor walked them all through the house one by one. This went on for quite some time. I would go to work when the people began to pour in and look around. And when I came back, around the time when it finished up, the last groups were just getting done with their tours. One particular day I came home, and just like any other, people were getting in their cars and leaving as the street cleared out for the day. As I walked up to my front door, though, I realized that the realtor and a viewer were having a conversation on the front lawn. I let them be as they talked, until I noticed that both of their gazes were now fixated upon me. I looked back at them as they waved over to me. Like any normal person would, I gave a polite wave back before going back inside my house. I really didn't think that much about it at the time, but the viewer that I had waved to was a little bit unsettling to look at. Something about them just set me off slightly. I didn't really give it much mind though, especially since I figured I would never see them again. Hundreds of people had viewed the house, and chances of him buying it seemed slim to me. With this thought in my head, I went about my night before going to bed. When I woke up the next morning though, something was different. As I prepared to leave for work, there was no bustle of cars outside the house next door. No group after group going inside and looking around. There was silence. It was nice, but that silence meant something. The house had been sold off, as there was now a sold sticker over the sign on the front lawn. That wasn't much for me to think about for the time being, other than wondering who my new neighbors were going to be. I at least hoped they were going to be up to the standard of my last ones. I went to work, and at the end of the day when I came back home, I had my very first encounter with my new neighbor. I walked inside, enjoying the silence of the house next door. I sat down at my kitchen table, grabbing something to eat from my fridge. When I sat down, I looked over at that house next door and saw someone inside. They were surveying the room they were in before they glanced out their window. I remember the piercing glare they hit me with as the eyes of the man from the other day met my own. Even though he was glaring at me, somehow the look on his face still managed to be quite friendly, and thus I gave a forced smile and a slight wave. I was shocked to see that man from before inside the house now, but that only meant one thing. My new neighbor was him. It made me feel a little bit strange, honestly, but maybe that was just the impression I was getting from him. Didn't want to judge a book by its cover. Besides, he seemed to be really nice. That's what I told myself in my head at least, as I tried to get that original strange encounter with him out of my mind. Little did I know I would be seeing his gaze a lot more after that first encounter with him, partly because he was going to move in very shortly thereafter. After that day, he was at his new house daily, moving in his stuff with the help of movers and other workers. I went about the next week as if it was any other, with the only difference being that instead of people coming to view the house and it being noisy, there was a man next door moving in being noisy at all hours of the day. On top of that, he always seemed to be gazing at me, his eyes always tracking mine. Each time he would give a friendly wave before going on about his day and continuing what he was doing, as if it had never happened. This went on until just about a week and a half after he had bought the house, as he'd fully moved into it now. I tried to tell myself the man was very friendly, but something about him still put me on edge when I was around him. With nothing else to do, I would welcome him to the neighborhood and go over to his house myself with a small gift. It was a good thing to do as a neighbor in the first place. Without a real plan, I went over next door and introduced myself, as well as scoped out the person I had so many suspicions about. In all honesty, it went perfectly fine. He graciously accepted my gift and introduced himself kindly as my new neighbor. I introduced myself right back. It was such a pleasant, normal interaction that I immediately wrote off all my suspicions of him being anything other than a completely normal guy. Maybe I'd actually be able to get along with him as well as my last neighbors. He didn't seem like someone I'd have to be wary of, at the very least. After introducing myself, the days between us went on even more normally. I saw him a few times. I saw him very little actually, aside from sometimes when I came or left from work. Even then, all we'd do was wave, say hi, and casually chat for a bit. I slowly saw a change, however, as I began to see my neighbor more and more frequently. It started with him being outside when I came home more and more, to the point where it was almost daily. It wasn't that out of place, I guess, but it still stuck in the back of my mind. Then it turned into seeing him before I left almost every day as well. It didn't stop there either. I began to see him out my window in the early mornings. I would catch him facing the direction of my house before he cracked his signature friendly smile. It got progressively worse too. I began to see him staring at me out the window more and more. I got more and more creeped out until one event finally broke me. I came home from work one evening, and to my surprise, he was not out in front of his house waiting to wave at me like always. I went inside and decided to do a few things before heading to bed. Ate, watched some TV, waited for a few hours to pass before I felt tired enough to hit the hay. Not before I took my dog out for its nightly walk though. The weather was just starting to get nicer, and I had been regularly walking him around the neighborhood for about 15 minutes or so each night. It was a nice routine. I grabbed up his leash and the two of us stepped outside. There was little excitement on these walks, as usually everyone was in bed around the time we went out. It was much nicer this way. The silence of the night was something I greatly enjoyed, even if it was only for 15 minutes a day. Eventually, our walk came to an end as we rounded the corner that led back to my house. I remember looking into the house next to mine as I walked past. My neighbor always seemed to be asleep at this time of night, as there were no lights on inside of his house. That stayed the same today, though even with no lights on, I still felt something from the house, as if my neighbor was staring at me somehow. Even though all his windows were closed with the curtains drawn in front of them, and there was no visible light inside, I could still feel his piercing gaze. I tried to push that feeling out of my mind. I looked toward my own house and picked up the pace slightly. Eventually, I made it inside. I shut the door behind me in a hurry as I leaned my back against it, staying still for a few moments while recovering myself. I remember panicking hard, having to catch my breath. I quickly did and went on to try and get some sleep. I got all ready for bed, but was stopped in my tracks when I entered my bedroom to finally lay down. Across the way from my room, and my neighbor's window, he was standing there, staring into my room as I got ready to lay down. He smiled and waved at me like he always did. I remember panicking and running out of my room, slamming the door shut behind me. I wasted no time running to each other door and making sure they were already locked. I shut every blind and curtain I had on my windows and completely sealed myself in. I wanted to sleep, but fear kept me awake, and I didn't sleep a wink that night. Eventually, the sun shone through the cracks in the blinds, and I could tell it was now morning. The subtle light in the room made me feel a bit safer, although I knew I was not out of the woods yet. With the sunlight creeping in, I calmed myself down. I was composed enough to tell someone what happened. I messaged a group chat with my closest friends and let them know what was going on. A few of them offered to come over immediately or even call the police for me, though I had no actual evidence my neighbor was doing anything of ill intent. Thus, I took one of my friends up on their offer to stay over. He was one of my closest guy friends, and the person I probably trusted most to help me out in this situation. He said he was coming over soon. I spent the time waiting for him to come over by calling my work and letting them know what was going on, and I would be taking the day off that day. A little time passed before I could hear my friend's car outside as he pulled into my driveway. A knock at the front door followed as I went to open it. I made sure the person I was letting in was my friend. I felt some stress lifted off my shoulders as I let him in. We sat down on my couch as I sprawled out on it before passing out almost instantly. The comfort I felt from having someone around made me fall asleep right away, and I was finally able to put my worries out of my mind. I woke late into the night as I got my usual amount of rest and then some. I woke up completely disoriented as well, almost unable to tell where I was. It was one of the best rests I'd had in a while. It was around 8 p.m. when I woke up. My friend told me when I had gotten more oriented, and I thanked him for staying with me while I slept. He wanted to stay for the rest of the night. I took him off on his offer, though I wasn't that tired whatsoever. We stayed up together and watched TV. This went on around an hour or so, before it was time for my nightly walk with the dog. Usually I would get ready to go right away, but tonight I was second-guessing myself on if I should or not. Ultimately, I went against it, much to the dismay of my dog, who didn't seem to be very happy. It was for the best, though. With nothing else to do except go back to watching TV, we did just that. My dog didn't seem to want to sit still though. He kept on pacing around the house. My dog went on to do this for about 20 minutes until he started whining repeatedly. It started out quietly at first, but soon picked up until the point where we could no longer ignore him. I went to check on what my dog was whining about. I found him pacing around a room near a window wall, one that he could see out of, as he seemed to direct me toward the window. I got closer as he began to bark louder and louder. I almost yelled at him for barking so late at night before I realized the reason he'd been going off the whole time. I crept up towards him, picked him up in my arms, and then I caught a glance out the window at what he'd been barking at. My eyes went wide with surprise, and I felt almost sick as I saw the figure of my new neighbor huddled tight against the wall of my house. He seemed to be waiting for something, as every few moments he poked his head out of his hiding spot. It didn't seem like he'd seen I'd noticed him yet. I immediately ran to get my friend, trying to stay as quietly as possible so as to not alert the man outside. I got to my friend and urged him to come with me to the window. My neighbor was still there when I got back, huddled against the wall and waiting for something. It was then that I realized what he'd been waiting for. The reason I felt him staring at me every night I'd gone out with my dog. He was waiting for me to head down the path back home. I felt sick thinking of what could have happened to me if I had gone out that night. I retreated further into the house as my friend began to video the neighbor outside. He made sure to get his face included as well, clearly showing that he was on my property without permission. We followed up by calling the police and quietly reporting the man waiting outside. We waited for what felt like an eternity before we heard the sirens outside and saw the flashing blue and red lights. We checked back on my neighbor's hiding spot, and we saw he had moved, though we hadn't seen where he'd gone to. The police were still approaching. Then we heard multiple bangs coming from the front door, along with the man yelling. I instantly knew it was the neighbor. I don't want to recite the things he said from the other side of the door, as I've tried tirelessly to push them out of my mind entirely. The banging continued until the sound of other voices could be heard outside. I could tell the police had finally arrived. Sometime after the situation had died down outside, one of the cars could be heard leaving my house, but another remained. Another knock at the door came, this time from a police officer. The officer asked some questions about what was going on. After we told him we'd called and I gave him the rundown of the situation and what happened in the days leading up to this point, I was trembling through it all as I held the fear inside of me from the encounter. After answering all the questions, we showed him the video of the man hiding next to my house, waiting for me. I also told him what I thought was going on. I'm glad the officer took the time to hear everything out that I had to say. He even wrote down most of it before leaving to report what I'd told him. He told me I didn't have to go to the station to give further information if I didn't want to. In the end, I didn't want to. I didn't want there to even be a chance of seeing my neighbor again. I went back inside where I fell asleep quickly on the couch, along with my friend, as he hadn't slept a wink the entire time he'd been with me. We got a nice long rest before we woke up the next morning. Little information came out about what happened until a few days later. We got word he'd been charged with trespassing, an attempt at breaking and entering. They said he would likely get very little jail time for this, but we could still get a restraining order against him. If he ever came close to me again, he'd be charged and sentenced to far more jail time than he was going to be serving now. This put me at ease a little bit. It felt like delayed comfort, as I knew a restraining order could mean very little to someone who didn't care to obey the law. That was, for the most part, my entire story, as at present time, my neighbor still sits behind bars for a little bit. Now, the house next door has picked right back up with what had been happening a few weeks prior. The commotion started once more, as people poured in at the hopes of living there again. I'm kinda sick of the noise they were making daily, but that's not the worst thing for me. All I care about is that hopefully I get a better neighbor next time. I live in a small suburb and nothing too crazy happens there. I lived in a small complex that was almost like a gated community, minus the gate. It was fairly safe, and even when I would walk the 10 to 15 minutes home from my friend's house at 12 a.m., I had never been in too much of a panic. It was just a quiet suburb, nothing more, nothing less. I got a job in my junior year of high school about 3 years ago. It was working at a local pizzeria that was about a block or so away from my house. My shift would end at around 11 p.m., and I would walk home soon after. We are along one of the busiest roads in town, and it was always lined with cars from the houses on the street. One night, I was walking, when from inside one of the cars, I heard a loud knock on the window. I didn't see any light inside, but I could see what I thought was the shape of someone hiding in there. I ran home in less than 2 minutes after. I was pretty spooked out, but I let it pass me by because, again, nothing bad ever happened in my town. The very next night, though, I heard a loud knock on my front door, which soon turned into banging. Then, someone began ringing the bell incessantly for 15 minutes straight. A few weeks before, a similar thing had happened. It was just one of my neighbor's guests who'd gotten the wrong house and thought they'd locked her out. I thought perhaps it might be a similar case, but when I peeked out, I could only see the silhouette of a large man I didn't know at the door. My grandma and I called the cops, but by the time they got there, he was already long gone. My best friend walked me to school every day after that, and eventually I began to feel safe again. No incident occurred for about 6 months after. One day after school, though, I was walking home. There's a large cul-de-sac a block over from my house, and a man drove up to one end of it and started calling out to me. The man looked vaguely familiar. I couldn't remember where I'd seen him before, perhaps a coworker or something. We were nearby my job, so I thought it might be a new driver. I'd waved at my boss from the window on my walk home, so maybe my boss had said to catch up with me so he could introduce himself or something. The guy was in his mid-30s, Hispanic-looking, and his name was George. He was fairly attractive, drove a clean car, and looked somewhat presentable. He said I was beautiful, and asked if I wanted to hop in for a ride so he could take me out. I declined, and he asked if he could have my number then. I mistakenly gave him my name, but I did not tell him my number, only that I was 16 years old. He apologized and drove off. I figured that would be the end of it, because I was surely underage. Another 6 months passed by. It was winter once again, and I was bringing a package to the post office. After school, I took the 15-minute walk in the snow at 3 p.m. It's still bright out, and people were now coming home from work. The kids were also walking home, so there were a lot of people around. I crossed the big intersection which marked the halfway point from my house to the main street with the post office when I hear someone call out my name. I turn and see George at the light. I started walking faster. He sped into a different street to turn around and be at the smaller street I was crossing. "Hey, need a ride?" As I ran faster to the main road with the post office, he tried to stop me in his car 3 more times. I finally made it onto the main road and ran to the office. George parked right next to me and said, "Hey, baby, why won't you talk to me?" I noticed he was about to get out of the car, so I screamed for him to leave me the fuck alone or I'd call the cops. He looked scared, said sorry, and I ran into the post office to cry. I regretted not calling the cops in that moment, but from what I know now, I don't think they would have cared much. Eventually, I started to get rides to go from my job to my house, even though it was only a block away. I would only go to the post office if I really had to as well. I basically ran home every day after school because I was terrified. Things started to calm down, and I began to forget about him again, until about 5 months ago. My best friend was walking home around 10 p.m., about a 20-minute walk. She'd made this walk before, both alone and with me, and had no issues. As she passed the large intersection that marks the halfway point, she noticed a car. Something felt weird about this, but she tried to brush it off. It sped right past her. She eventually reached the pizzeria, and a car parked next to it rolled down its window and asked if she wanted to hop in for a ride. She said no and walked further to get to her house, which was another 5 minutes away. He kept stopping and yelling for her to get in. By the time she reached her apartment, she looked out the window and saw him still parked outside. It took an hour for him to leave. She texted me this, and I asked about his description. I realized right away it was George. We did call the cops to tell them, giving the best description we could, but they basically just laughed it off. It's just him thinking you're pretty, just don't get in the car. I posted something on Facebook warning everyone about this guy, as a lot of my high school friends lived nearby as well. A girl private messaged me freaking out, saying he'd followed her home multiple times. Another girl messaged me as well, and told me she used to work at the local bar. He would stay outside hiding and waiting for her, until one day he managed to follow her all the way home. Then he started to bang on her door repeatedly, and parked outside her house every night for a couple of weeks. The cops, of course, never did anything, as they said he wasn't breaking in or threatening her. I've since moved, but it feels like he's everywhere somehow. I wonder if he's ever done anything worse. I wonder what it would take for the cops to take him seriously. A few weeks ago, I went outside at around 3 a.m. to move the garbage to the curb. The pickup would be coming later that morning, and I often did this chore in the middle of the night. I tend to keep weird hours, and as the weather warms up for the summer, I find the warm nights preferable to the sweltering days. I was not worried about bothering my neighbors too much, since I didn't use noisy bins, and all the houses directly next to me were currently empty. Actually, I found the quiet of the neighborhood at night to be very relaxing. Unfortunately, since I don't use bins, animals are able to get into the bags a bit easier. While this doesn't happen often, it had happened on this night. I was outside picking up the strewn about garbage and putting it into another bag when the silence of the night was suddenly broken by multiple police sirens. At first, they seemed very distant, and while they startled me, it was not at all unheard of for sirens to sound at night here. Usually, though, it would be quite a distance away. As I listened, still bagging the garbage, I could tell multiple sirens were getting closer to my location. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, they stopped again. All there was silence. By the time they'd stopped, it sounded like they were 4 or so blocks away. The silence was very intense. I began to haul the bags back to the curb when the neighborhood dogs all started barking at once. It was like every dog in the neighborhood had suddenly got the cue to start barking. Many were even howling like crazy. It continued for a minute or so. Once again, it stopped just as suddenly as it had started in the first place. I hadn't realized at first that I hadn't heard any barking or howling while the sirens were going. Normally, that's how it would work. They would start at the same time, but these dogs had started up separately from the sirens and stopped all at once. That was not normal. I went back to the side of the house to grab some more bags when the silence was broken for a third time. A single chime in the night, like someone getting a phone notification. This time, the sound was not blocks away. The sound was right there, right next to me. No more than a foot away. As I said, the area directly around me was supposed to be empty. I was done. The rest of the garbage could wait until morning. I didn't see anyone in the darkness, but that just made it even worse. That meant there was someone nearby in hiding that I couldn't see. I immediately rushed back into the house and left the garbage for the morning. I don't know how these things were related, if the cops had been chasing someone who was fleeing and that caused the dogs to bark after, or if someone was playing sounds on their phone as they approached my house. Maybe it was all just a coincidence, but I don't think I'll be taking out the garbage at 3 a.m. anymore. Alright, so this happened when I was about 11 years old. I'm a girl, by the way. I had a friend who was 12, also a girl, over at my dad's house for the first time, and we were having quite a lot of fun together. My dad went out into the front yard to take a phone call at some point. At this time, it was about 10:30 or so at night. We were both hyped up off Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew, and we were so hyper we decided to follow my dad outside. We mainly stayed in the front yard until we decided we wanted to go back inside.
Me and my friend jumped the back fence because we were right next to it. For some context, I had a pit bull and a large German shepherd who shared the backyard. My friend and I went up to the second floor and were playing with some makeup. About 30 minutes later, we went back downstairs. I could hear my dogs barking and crying like crazy. I decided to let them in the house. The dogs had their own fenced-off area in the backyard in order to not interfere with the garden. My dad hadn't let them back in for the night yet. My friend pointed out that my dad was still on the front porch. I went to the back door to open it, only to jump in surprise when I saw a man crouching by the back gate, staring at my back door. He was next to the side of the gate we had previously jumped over. I asked my friend to stay there and make sure that the man stayed in place. I was going to go check if my dad was still outside. Sure enough, there he was, still on the phone. For whatever reason, I didn't tell my dad this man was in our backyard. Instead, me and my friend watched him out there in terror for about 20 minutes. After those 20 minutes, he moved across the street and crouched behind a car for another 5, then came back to the gate. I decided it was unsafe for my dogs to still be back in the yard, so I turned on the light to help me see clearer and let the dog's gate open. After I let my dogs in, the guy was still crouched and not moving a single bit. After 10 more minutes, which to me seemed like 10 hours, passed by, the man was still there. He stood up suddenly. After seeing him standing, I realized he was holding something, which seemed to be some sort of metal pipe or perhaps a bat. I locked the door, and my friend and I ran across the house to the front door to tell my dad to come back inside. I never did give him an explanation as to why, but I'm guessing he saw the urgency in my face or voice and listened. After that, we didn't see the man again.
This might be a little bit long, but it still gives me nightmares. I'm a 21-year-old female. I drive from Miami to Daytona Beach near Orlando almost every other week or so. I make sure to fuel up before I start off, but this one unfortunate day, I forgot. I left Daytona around 12 a.m., driving back to Miami. I drive a black Mustang 40th anniversary, and I was literally flooring it back home through I-95. The entire route was pretty much empty, other than a few trucks and small cars here and there. I was jamming to some good music, not paying much attention to what was going on with my fuel tank. At around 2:30 or 2:45 though, the low fuel warning popped up. I saw it and started looking for the nearest exit, which happened to be Boynton Beach. I'd never been there before, and I had no idea, and still don't really, about what the area is like. I took the exit and saw a Circle K just off the exit. I was a little bit relieved, because now at least I wouldn't run out of fuel in a place I'd never been to before. With barely enough fuel to spare in my car, I pulled up to this gas station. It was totally empty. I didn't even see a single car inside or outside the road. There were no other people, other than a single tall man wearing a red-colored jacket. He was walking around near the side of the gas station store where all the parkings were. He wasn't very close to the pump I was at. I was a little bit unnerved, but I tried to shake off my fear by telling myself it was nothing. The man at this point was only looking at the ground, but I could see he was kind of walking in the general direction of my car. I was still inside contemplating whether I should get out or stay inside. Usually I would have just gotten out and fueled up, not being scared at all, but something in my gut was telling me to lock the door right now and wait inside until either the man went away or walked past my car. At this point, the guy was only a few feet away, still not even looking at me. I tried to tell myself, it's okay, he doesn't even care that I'm here, I should just get out and do it. Then though, my worst fear came to life. The man looked straight up at me and dashed toward the driver's side door. He tried his hardest to yank it open. At this point, it was around 3 a.m., with no other people in the general vicinity. I froze for a moment and thought I was going to die. He pulled on the door handle desperately, trying to force it open. Somehow I got my senses back. I turned my car back on and floored it. He was holding on so hard, he didn't even let go of the door handle until I hit the gas pedal. I'm thankful my low-fuel car still started and drove off. I had nothing to defend myself with, other than a plastic fork I'd gotten from Panda Express earlier that day. I still can't get over the whole experience. It scares the living crap out of me. Junior year of high school, my parents got a job offer out of state, so I was forced to move all the way across the country. I started a new school late into the academic year, about mid-March sometime. Because of this, I was having a hard time fitting into the new school. All I wanted was to make a single friend, but I was too shy to talk to much of anyone. This was around the time that my friends left MySpace to join Facebook, so I did the same to keep close to them. Some days later, I received a friend request from David. David was a guy that I had been friends with in my old town. Well, he wasn't exactly a friend, rather a friend of another friend of another friend. My friend Jerry had introduced him to the group and would bring him along every time all of us would hang out together. I knew that David was a year older than us, and he had gone to a different school as well. Other than that, though, none of us really knew a single thing about him. In fact, we always just kind of referred to him as Jerry's friend because he never even bothered to talk to any of us. Obviously, when I received a friend request from him on Facebook, I was more than a little bit confused. He had hardly ever spoken a single word to me when I lived near him, so for him to want to be friends with me after all of this time seemed a little bit strange. I was really lonely though, and desperate for friends, so I didn't really care. Other than not really being sociable, nothing had really ever seemed off about him, at least not at the time. Looking back, I remember that looking through his profile, he seemed to hardly have any pictures or friends when I accepted his request. Like I said though, this was around the time that people had just started using Facebook, so it didn't seem all that weird for him to have such a barren profile. Over the years, his friend list got a lot bigger, even more so than mine, so I didn't really think anything of it. Anyway, I digress. I accepted his request. It was like this that David and I became friends. He told me he had just started university, and he was quite lonely because he was also too shy to make friends in person. I sympathized with him that I was having a hard time in my school as well for the exact same reasons, and we started to bond over that. Little by little, we started to talk more and more. He shared his problems with me, and I shared mine with him. When it was time for me to apply to university, he even helped me out. He taught me how to sign up for my SATs and ACTs, and helped me to apply to scholarships. He even paid for one of my application fees, using a Visa gift card so I didn't receive any of his personal information. Then, when I started university, he helped me out with that as well. He told me where to buy books, gave me studying tips, provided emotional support. So when he asked for my phone number, I didn't hesitate for a second to give it to him. David was now one of my best friends, and I wanted to keep him close, even if physically we were far away from each other. It was around this time that he began to share more of his life with me. All of it was pretty normal stuff. He had a job at Pizza Hut, which he hated but needed to keep in order to pay his bills. He also played soccer, but not for university or anything, just a group of guys that got together on the weekends to unwind a bit. I think the biggest reveal was that he'd flunked out of university, and that I was the only one that knew because he was too embarrassed to tell anyone else. He also said at one point that he had to move back in with his mom, which he seemed to hate a lot. 2, maybe 3 years into our friendship, my family decided to take a trip back to the city where we had lived, prior to moving across the country. I excitedly told him and all of my old friends. Most of them were excited about the idea of us all hanging out together again, because after high school we'd all gone our different ways. When I contacted David though, he showed very little interest. In fact, he seemed quite opposed to the idea. I thought this was weird. You know, I wasn't just some stranger he had met online, but rather someone who had been close to him for many years now. I kept insisting and asking for a reason, and then he finally gave me one. He told me his pictures had been heavily edited, and he was afraid of disappointing me if we were to meet in real life. I told him it didn't matter what he looked like. I just wanted to meet him and hang out in person for the first time in a long time, but he still refused to do so. Instead, he started being a massive asshole to me. He knew exactly what buttons to push, all my insecurities and secrets. He started using that knowledge to hurt me badly, so I stopped talking to him for a while. Some weeks later, I met up with my friends as planned, and much to my surprise, I saw David there, looking exactly like he did in all of those pictures. I didn't understand why he'd lied about photoshopping them, or why he said he didn't want to meet me, only for him to show up at our friend's house. I was so angry at him that I didn't ask any questions. I kept waiting for an apology, but he refused to approach me. He was treating me like he'd treated me back when we were in high school. I was getting really upset, but given that he was being such an asshole to me, I figured this was another attempt at getting under my skin. We were all drinking and talking about what we were up to, and when it was his time to share, he pretty much said all the same things I already knew about him. That he wished he was still in university like the rest of us, but he'd flunked out and was living with his mom. Said he was miserable there, and he wanted to move out, but his job at Pizza Hut wasn't paying enough for him to do that. At this point, I was pretty pissed off. The alcohol had given me enough courage to finally ask him why he'd been treating me so badly. He apologized and admitted he barely remembered me. Well, obviously that hurt my feelings badly. I told him about Facebook, about the mean text messages. He just kept insisting he didn't even have a Facebook. Apparently he used to have a MySpace at some point, but stopped using that when he switched over to Tumblr. A Facebook account was something he'd never even considered making. I asked him about the messages, and he said I'd probably confused him with another David. In fact, he never had my number in the first place. I thought denying it was a lousy excuse, but then Jerry backed him up. The thing was, apparently David hadn't just been talking to me on Facebook, but a bunch of us. So when we kept calling him out on this, he told us to text this David guy, and he would prove it was not him. He set his phone down on the table, and I sent him a message. But no matter how long we waited, no new message appeared on his phone. While we were all arguing about how we needed to give it some time, the David I had been talking to for years responded, proving that we had been talking to a fake all along. Things turned pretty awkward at this point. We were all confused, and David was obviously feeling very violated. With all of us wanting answers, we opened our friend's laptop and searched up that profile on Facebook. The first thing David pointed out is that whoever this person was, they were using his mother's maiden name, not his real last name, and that while most of the people on his friends list were people that he knew in real life, none of them were people he'd actually kept in contact with. His profile picture was a dog he owned years ago, but had long since died. All measures that, looking back, I'm guessing were used by this person to keep David's actual friends from finding him on Facebook. The older pictures had all been copy-pasted from his MySpace, but most of the newer ones had been copied from his Tumblr, which he apparently uploaded to pretty often. The weirdest thing was, as he continued to scroll through this and point out the fakeness to us, he noticed some pictures he swore he'd never even seen before. Pictures from his soccer games taken from the audience view, which the fake David had insisted his brother had taken. The real David said his brother never went to a single one of them, nor did any of his family members or friends. Further exploring his own fake profile, David pointed out that while a bunch of his status updates were things that never happened, a lot of them were actually quite accurate, and things he'd never shared with anybody. Whoever this person was, they'd been watching David for a long time. They knew his schedules, they knew what movies he went to, what ice cream flavors he liked, even his favorite bands. Whoever this was knew every single thing about him. We tried to confront this imposter, but they never answered the messages after, and instead the profile was deleted before we had the chance to examine any further. We never did get any answers. I don't know why that person pretended to be David for so long, or why they did it in the first place at all. All I know is I felt extremely violated for having shared so many private details of my life with him. I also felt extremely bad for the real David. I wondered for the longest time how this person found him, and how they managed to learn every private detail of his life. A few months back, my mother called me up, saying she'd found a profile with her name, but with my pictures on it. She thought I'd made a second profile. I didn't tell her the truth because I didn't want to scare her, but the truth is, I hadn't even known it existed. I'd always set my Facebook to private, and I no longer accept random friend requests, nor do I post my pictures anywhere else. This profile only seemed to have old pictures of me, from the time when I'd actually been friends with that David's profile account. There wasn't weird stuff like David's soccer game pictures or anything like that, but the account was still active, and it had been for a while. None of the friends were people I actually knew, and the updates were all things that I'd told that fake David I'd been doing in real life. I don't know if the profile belonged to the same person exactly, but I'm extremely average looking, so I don't know why anyone would want to use my pictures when there are way prettier girls online to pretend to be. I'm guessing that it had to be him. I don't know, I just reported the profile, and it now no longer exists. Sometimes I wonder if that person is still pretending to be me, or if they've moved on to pretending to be someone else. For the last few days, I've been reading about various run-ins with creepers, stalkers, and other downright freaky people. Now that I've gotten all good and inspired, I figured I'd add my own story to the list. This started about 5 years ago. My family, consisting of myself, my brother Alec, and of course my mother, were moving around quite a lot at this time. My mom was having a hard time finding a full-time job that paid well. On several occasions, we'd been forced to move out in the middle of the night even. This would all change when she got a job at a well-known lock manufacturer, just a city over. The company even provided her the money to rent a house near the factory, and things were starting to look up for sure. The move proved to be pretty unremarkable, as was our first few weeks in this new place. Despite not really being anything special, it was almost paradise to us kids. The neighborhood was a regular working-class area, loaded with other kids and plenty of things to keep us busy. Ever since our father had passed away when I was about 10, life had been pretty touch and go. Now, it's almost like things used to be, at least for a while. During this time, we did all our usual stuff. Mom worked as much as possible, Alec and I attended school, and then we started to hear the noises. I was the very last to notice them actually. I think Alec had mentioned them to me at one point, but I initially wrote them off as nothing. My mom hadn't bothered to say anything about it for a few days either. I assume she didn't think much of it either. One morning at breakfast though, we all heard it together. This one resembled a ringing chime on a phone or something. It only happened twice that morning, one after another. All three of us began to compare notes on what we'd heard, and we were relieved to know we weren't the only persons hearing these things. We agreed that it might be some sort of bird outside or something. This was not the only sound we'd been noticing. But for this day at least, we put it out of our minds and began to discuss the more important goings-on in our lives. Nothing else of note would occur on that day, but the idea itself had been brought up. We'd all be far more tuned in and wouldn't hesitate to mention anything new in the future. For the next few weeks, every now and then one of us would hear a bump on the floor or a scratching sound or something. We'd make a mental note of it and go on with what we were doing. On weekend mornings when we were all together, we'd mention the week's odd experiences. We even searched the house multiple times over. At one point, we discovered a small hole leading into the attic. We figured a little critter was going in and out and making some of the sounds. There were still a few noises, though, that would have been impossible for a small animal to make. We thought we may have our answer finally, but some lingering doubts still remained. The real trouble started, though, when the food began to disappear. This part of the story affected me specifically. For as long as I can remember, I've had a problem with my weight. I've learned to combat it in the years since, but my childhood was made very difficult because of this. This was made even worse by my mom. She'd always been very thin and beautiful, and I couldn't understand why I was not.
When the food began to disappear from the kitchen, she of course always blamed it on me. This incident, in addition to a few others, damaged my relationship with my mom so badly that her and I still don't speak often. I'd estimate we'd been living in this house for around 5 months now. Mom and I were now barely speaking, and the noises were still an ongoing problem. We'd all decided since that the house must be haunted. After all, almost a month after covering the hole in the attic and another we discovered leading into the basement, the sounds still continued. What had once simply been a strange issue had now become very frustrating. It added to all of our own issues. Alec himself had been having breathing problems akin to some chronic bronchitis. He just started his freshman year of high school and was playing in the school band as well. On this particular week, he'd been doing well enough with his symptoms to go on a trip out of town. Unfortunately, soon after arriving, his symptoms blew back up and he was sent home for treatment. He arrived back home in the middle of the day when my mom and I were not around. Things were quiet at first, but soon he heard noises coming from the front bathroom. He called out, but no one answered. Not really knowing what was going on, he walked over to the door and opened it. To his complete horror, a man he didn't know was standing half-dressed inside, staring at him. The man moved towards him. Believing he was going to be attacked, my brother fled from the house and ran to a neighbor's for help. This is where he stayed until the cops completed their search. What they discovered would destroy our newfound sense of peace and cause long-term damage. When I arrived home, my mom was still speaking with the police. My confusion quickly gave way to terror after hearing their story. As they cleared the home, nothing appeared out of the ordinary at first. That was until they searched the basement. There, they discovered a makeshift bedroll hidden under the stairs, behind a large stack of boxes. Although the intruder was gone, from what they found, it looked like he'd been sleeping there for quite some time. I felt like I'd been kicked in the stomach, and I became slightly hysterical for a moment. Once I got myself composed, I asked about Alec. He was still across the street and refused to return home. His hands were shaking, sweat was pouring down his face. A few hours passed by, and the authorities had all they needed for the time being. We all returned to the house in a vain attempt to move on, but the side effects began to show themselves almost immediately. Alec was eventually convinced to return, but he was never the same. Nightmares became a nightly occurrence. He was unable to sleep until my mom and I showed him the basement was empty. His breathing troubles grew worse by the day, and I too was very affected. Every minute inside that house made my skin crawl. As for my mom, she didn't say anything, but her sleep too had obviously been hindered. With no news of an arrest, we were all drowning in fear. We did all we could think of to comfort each other, but it didn't really do any good. At the end of the 7th month, we moved into a new place. This was a 3-bedroom condo without an attic or a basement. I remained there for another 2 years before getting a place of my own, where I've been ever since. After moving away from that house, it seems all our lives improved greatly. I'm fit, happy, and in a loving relationship. My mom found love with a gentleman from work and they married a year ago. Alan's breathing problems slowly disappeared after the move. Doctors discovered his problems were likely related to massive amounts of black mold we'd been inhaling. After the diagnosis was made, the health department contacted the landlord, only to discover the house had been demolished soon after we left. I saw this as an admission of guilt. The intruder is still on the loose, of course. As far as I know, he was never identified. Probably we'll never know the full story. He could have gotten in through an unlocked door or a loose window. At that point, he could have even had a key made for the back door. Our big ring of keys that hung on a hook next to the kitchen wouldn't be hard to find. From then on, he'd have free reign over the house whenever he wanted. He'd more than likely been listening in to all our plans from his cubby in the basement, and that idea still gives me shivers. He was content in knowing when he could come and go safely without fear of ever being caught. That was until Alec arrived home uninspectedly. I suppose it's no longer important that he was caught, though. What's important is that we've all moved past the experience, and any long-term effects have dwindled in time. One small thing does arise, however. I wonder if our intruder has moved on to another basement. It's a part of the home most of us spend little to no time in. Perhaps you reading this are one of those people. Can you be so sure no one is lurking in the areas you never check, listening to your every word and movement? Maybe you should go check for once, just to be sure. Now this happened a very long time ago. I'm not going to mention when or where though, and I'm submitting this anonymously. I don't want people going back and finding more about it and then lashing out at me or something. I was 13 years old at the time this happened, and my brother was 11. As I mentioned, this was quite a long time ago. I think that nowadays, not a lot of parents would put a 13-year-old in charge of an 11-year-old. But that was not so unusual back then. In fact, I was looking after my little brother all the time, before either of us even hit 10 years old. After a while, of course, always keeping my eye on him, it began to get very annoying. Oftentimes, it interfered when hanging out with my friends, and it was quite a drag when I would try to talk to girls as well. It was all around just a pain in the ass, really. One day, during a really hot summer, our parents decided to drop us both off at the local swimming pool for the day. My dad had to work, and my mom had some errands and stuff to run. Plus, she had to do work as well for the church. It was extremely hot, and there was no way we could afford air conditioning at the time. We only had one old fan in the house and a sprinkler in the yard we could go play in, but the swimming pool seemed to be a much better option. Of course, the pool was very crowded. Lots of families would drop their kids off there during the summertime actually, and of course, even though I knew it already, my mom stressed to me over and over again, keep an eye on your brother at all times. Some of my friends were there at the pool as well. I got to talking to them and they told me about this new girl who'd moved into town. She would be starting school that fall, and apparently she was really hot. So of course, like any young boy, I wanted to check her out. I knew the lifeguards would be watching my brother in the water anyway, so surely everything would be fine. I went with the guys, and the girl was really cute. My buddies all dared me to approach her, which admittedly was a brave thing for a 13-year-old boy to do. Of course, I couldn't just chicken out in front of them, so I did just that. She was a very sweet girl, actually. We ended up talking for quite a while. Her parents were at the pool with her, and eventually they called her back to join them. I went back to the water to see how my little brother was faring. Only problem was that now I couldn't find him anywhere. This was a small town in a rural area, so although I said the pool was crowded, that's a relative term. It wasn't like busy water park crowded or anything like that. I should have been easily able to pick him out of the water. But no matter where I looked, he just didn't seem to be there. I frantically searched around the area surrounding the pool and couldn't find him there either. My heart started beating faster, and I began to panic. I rushed to the building where the showers and concession stand were. He wasn't there either. You couldn't leave the pool without going through that building. I went over to the attendant and asked if an 11-year-old boy had left the pool on his own in the previous hours. He told me no. I then went to the lifeguards and my buddies. I thought perhaps there was a chance I'd simply missed him. It's easy to occasionally miss someone in a crowd, especially if you're freaking out. The lifeguards ordered everyone out of the pool. Fortunately, there were no drowned children at the bottom or anything, but unfortunately, my brother was still nowhere to be found. The lifeguards had to call my mother at the church. I had never before lost track of my brother like this before. I had no idea what to expect when she showed up. I was only thankful that the police were already at the pool, or she probably would have whipped my ass right there in front of everyone. The trouble I got into at home is not something I want to go into very much. My butt has PTSD from the experience, but that was minor compared to the fear I felt for my little brother. Well, I didn't even have time to feel guilty, although I knew that I was. My only concern was for him, and what the hell had happened. All day and all night, I expected the police to bring him home, but that didn't happen. I waited the next day too, and it still didn't happen.
The town organized a search to look for him. I kept expecting to hear from them that they had found him, but that didn't happen either. After about a week of him not being found, I began to fear the worst. I thought to myself that he must be dead. I was terrified every waking moment, expecting to hear the news that his dead body had just been found. Nearly 2 weeks after the initial disappearance, we got a call from the police. They had found my brother, and thankfully he was alive. Unfortunately, that's not the entire story. Remember the attendant telling me that no boy had left on his own? Well, that's because he had left with one of the lifeguards who was getting off duty. He lured my brother out of the pool and into his car with promises of ice cream, a treat he rarely ever got. He then abducted my brother to his house with him. For all that time, he kept my little brother locked in his basement. He didn't do anything sexually to him, but there was a lot of mental and physical torment when my brother wouldn't do what he was told to do. The scariest part for him was thinking that he would never get out and see any of us again. Here's the weirdest part though. The lifeguard that took him was not an adult. He did this while his parents were out of town for a few weeks. They came back early and caught him with my brother in the basement. If you think I felt bad for my parents punishing me, what they did to him had to be legendary. The police thought he was either planning on killing or releasing my brother before his parents got home, but because they arrived early, no one ever found out for sure. My brother had to live with it without much help for a long time. Mental health assistance had a very bad stigma back then. Luckily, we're both still alive today, and he forgave me for my negligence a long time ago. When I was about 9 or 10, I was invited to a classmate's birthday party at some swimming baths. All of us were the same age. It was a small class of about 20 kids or so, and I was pretty sure everyone had been invited. Just to clarify as well, I'm a boy. Anyway, I got kind of separated from everyone else, and now it was just me and this one girl all alone. I wasn't particularly close friends with her or anything, but I did know her, as she was in my class. To describe the location we were in, it was like a tunnel that connected the main wave pool to a lazy river. There wasn't really anyone else around, just me and her in complete silence, when suddenly, out of nowhere, she lunged at me without any warning. She grabbed my head and shoved me underwater. I was a pretty skinny kid, and she was much bigger than me. Also a bit of a tomboy, so she was stronger as well. About 20 seconds went by as she held my head underwater. I furiously tried to free myself, but she would not let go. Fight or flight and mass panic began to take over, and eventually I somehow managed to force my way free. I was coughing and spitting out water as I emerged. I remember just looking at her in complete shock. I think I just began to ask why she did that when she grabbed me again and shoved my head even deeper under the water. It felt like a lifetime before I fought my way free once again. Both times I genuinely thought she was going to drown me. She didn't even try to let me up. I had to fight my way free. I didn't know how to swim at this time, but the water in the lazy river and the tunnel was only about chest high. I began to rapidly backpedal away from her. She was giggling and laughing, as if it was the funniest thing in the world. She had this crazed look in her eye and a grin on her face. I couldn't climb out to escape, as it was a tunnel, so I had to try my best to get out of there. As I was backpedaling, she was following me. I made sure to keep a distance, so she couldn't lunge at me again. She was slowly gaining on me, though. I tried to reason with her. I was so scared of her that I was just babbling nonsense. I tried to distract her by suggesting we go down the water slide together. I think it actually worked somehow. I could see her thinking it over, and she stopped trying to chase me. I managed to exit the tunnel and the water, and she slowly followed me. She seemed to be a bit unsure now. I felt a lot more safe, as I was now out of the water and could see other people around as we headed toward the slides. I kept talking all the way about how fun the slides were, but she didn't really speak at all. She had this strange look on her face the entire time. After we went down the slides, I caught up with my friends and stuck with them the rest of the time. I was extremely shaken up. I never did tell them about it, as it was embarrassing to admit a girl had just tried to drown me twice, and I was worried about getting teased. Anyway, fast forward to adulthood. This girl turned out to be a lesbian, I guess. Not that there's anything wrong with that. What is wrong, though, is that she got with a partner who had 2 or 3 kids from a previous relationship with a man. Turns out they would torture the kids and eventually killed one of them. She's currently serving life in prison. I told my friends about the swimming pool incident after hearing about her crimes. I'm pretty sure they think I'm just bullshitting them, as none of them took me very seriously. Maybe I was being a bit lighthearted about it, as I joked I was almost victim number 1. Nonetheless, though, it's a bit crazy to think back on, as she obviously was a genuine psychopath. If I'd never fought her off to escape and then convinced her to go down that slide with me, I genuinely believe she would have killed me in that tunnel.